Hi there, Aidan Ó Gormáin here. I'm recording this on the Monday the 12th of January 2026. So this recording is the second in a series of 3 videos of a playback of recordings of conversations that I have had with the IMSA, the Irish Men's Sheds leadership. So the first recording, first episode, which you may have listened to if you do not, or if you have not, I'd invite you to go back and look through it. They will be on a playlist in sequential order. So the first recording, which I made yesterday, was of a meeting that took place on the 24th of January 2024 in the Men's Shed between Aidan Egan, the CEO of the Irish Men's Shed Association, accompanied by an information officer, James Brophy, with myself, Aidan Ó Gormáin Asst, O'Donnell, the chairman of the shed, and MJ Call, the treasurer. So just to review, I suppose, looking back on the recording, is when I made the recording yesterday, it's an opportunity for me to revisit the experience and to comment on it. So there's a couple of things that jumped out from that particular event in that recording. And firstly, like this is a long recording. There's no apologies with that. This actually original file lasts somewhat over an hour. So the recordings, that with my commentary is going to last longer than that there. But again, this is mindful of 2 sort of tenets: the devil is in the detail, and the details matter in an investigation. And all of this, I remind you, is part of a much larger research question for me, which has been my passion since 2012, called Does It Matter? So this fits into all of that. Don't be fooled to think that I am that deluded, and I may be on a larger level, but that I'm just doing this because I've nothing else to do. This, I think, is important in terms of the broader issue about organizational development, how people behave, fractal behavior in organizations. That's patterns of behavior, which I think if those patterns at the fractal level were modified, that there would be huge positive impact on all sorts of organizations. In the recording I made, yes, so this is going back to 2024. That's almost 2 months ago, on the 24th of January 24. In that recording, Aidan Egan firstly went out of his way multiple times to refer to the notes that they were taking, both at the meeting that we were at and at the meeting they had with the complainant James Boyle prior to meeting with us. He also emphasised the fact that everything was going to have to be done by the book. He stated he was under legislative obligation to carry out an investigation, and also was under pressure to do. He had to do this. He was under obligation to do this under a service level agreement, an SLA that the IMSA had with the funders, the Department of Health / HSE. Again, to point out, the Irish Men's Shed Association is almost exclusively funded out of public funds. That's your taxpayers' money and mine, and as a result of it, they need to be held accountable for this, which is the essence behind all of the work that I'm doing. He also undertook to check out the situation that existed then in Donegal, that for the last 4 years or more, the Men's Shed WhatsApp group, Men's Shed's network in Donegal WhatsApp group, was constricted and constrained to be a delivery-only process. In other words, information could be transmitted from the centre, the IMSA, outwards, but that no members of the group could communicate with each other. So, in fact, they weren't in any way networking. It was simply a broadcast and a censored broadcast area for that. So Aidan Egan expressed ignorance of all of this, said he didn't know anything about it, and said that he would check this out. Okay, so just to confirm now, I never heard from Aidan Egan about this again. The other aspect of it was that having listened to the recording yesterday, I think a reasonable person would assume that Enda Egan was leaving that event, undertaking that, in his estimation, a 30-day normal process of investigation would have kicked in, and he had been informed by letter on the 6th of January 24, which would lead that month to be up on the 6th of February 24. And with a little bit of delay, you could maybe imagine perhaps another month or two. That's almost 2 years ago. So before we start this review of this next clip or conversation, just to say that almost 2 years later, our main shed in Donegal has still never been given a copy of the signed allegation and finalised allegation with supportive evidence, apparently, or which was lodged by James Boyle. So this is in spite of all our efforts. So we're moving forward. This thing I'm going to analyse now is a recording from the 14th of May, 2025. So that's 16 months on, I think. Yeah, from January 2025. So in the intervening period between January 24th of January 24 and 14th of May 25. That's maybe 15, 16 months. Despite repeated emails and correspondence by me to Enda Egan looking for an update on what had happened and seeking a copy of the allegations made against us, I got nothing from Enda Egan or the IMSA. I got no update, no anything. I did contact that chap, James, at one stage, and he said he was going to follow up. It never came back to me about this. Now, the importance of this is that, just go back to, from Enda Egan's point of view, he's remote from all of this. There's no involvement in the local realities that exist in a small community in Donegal. But after James Boyle had lodged his complaint, and now that it was being apparently investigated by the IMSA, and he had managed to get them and Egan to drive all the way up to Donegal to meet him in his own house, providing legitimacies and oxygen for his behaviours, James Boyle re-engaged or continued or deepened his engagement in damaging commentary on social media about the shed, and particularly about our chairman, Austin O'Donnell. And it left us, we're in a situation where we're being accused of something, but we don't know what we're accused of. We haven't access to the statements, therefore we can't provide a response. So we're supposed to be in a process, but we're not part of any process. Nobody's telling us anything. And meantime, all this mental stress and anxiety is building up in our community. On a number of different occasions then, James Boyle had come to the shed and all sorts of interactions had taken place, and we had reported these to the guards around harassment, etc. This is all going on in the background. In the meantime, nothing is forthcoming from the Irish Men's Shed Association. And to be fair, I had only at this stage started to ask myself the deeper questions about who is this organisation, what is it supposed to be doing, who's funding it, what responsibilities do they have, what status do they have, locus standi in terms of dealing with our situation in the first place. So later on, now earlier then, it appears in early 25, a guy emerged, a guy called Aidan Ó Gormáin, and he appeared in emails, and he was there was an online presentation at some point, and suddenly this guy appears as a new assistant CEO of the IMSA. No idea where he came from, no background information. The IMSA are extremely poor, and their website is ridiculously out of date in every sense. No idea who he is, where he comes from, etc. But sometime close to May, there was announced there were going to be a gathering or a get-together for the men's sheds in Donegal in Killybegs on the 14th of May in 2025. And this would be facilitated by the DLDC, the Donegal Local Development Company, who are funded, in my view, heavily funded under a program, an EU program called SICAP, which, as I understand it, the fundamental underpinning reasoning for that funding is to help community and groups like that, like us, for example, in Shed, to develop sustainability and resilience and various leadership and skills, etc. So then I got a letter from Aidan Ó Gormáin to say that he was going to be at this event, and he suggested we might meet on the side of the event and have a conversation, presumably to follow up on this investigation for which we had been left in the dark for a long time about. So they, at the period, so let's say the event went on from 11 o'clock on, so maybe around 2 o'clock. As things were dispersing, then we met on the side of the event. So the people who you're going to hear on this thing are Aidan Ó Gormáin, the Assistant CEO of the Irish Men's Shed Association, myself, Liam O'Gogan, and our chairman, Austin O'Donnell. So I'm not sure that Aidan had suggested he would meet with me, but I mean, obviously I just brought Austin in the conversation. I didn't explain that. I don't think I did. I haven't listened back to this in the recent past at all. So just that serves as an introduction, just again to say this is a standalone part 2 of a 3-part process. And the third part will be a further conversation that I had with Enda Egan on the 1st of October 2025. Okay, so we will take this one here. I'm just going to play through it, and what I intend to do is stop at different points to add context to what it is and maybe play back something if I'm not sure that we all heard what was said. And if there's something said where there's noise in the background, because obviously those people in the general area, I'll try and make sure that that information is extracted. And no excuse, I've played this thing from beginning to end because I don't want anybody at any stage to say that I have filtered out or erased or selectively pulled from this data. This is what was said on the day. Again, anybody who's confused about the legal positioning in relation to this or the legality of the recording, just go up and read up about the story about Sergeant Maurice McCabe and how his career, he went from zero to hero, having recorded a conversation between himself and a confidential recipient at the time. So just to put your mind at ease about that. So let's play through this and see how we get on, okay? So this is just background chit-chat as people are moving around, having a cup of tea or something at the end of the event. In an open room, we sat on the other side of the room, just gathered a couple of chairs around. So there will be background noise in the recording. How are you? How are you doing? Good? Good?
Oh, it's an interesting day. Absolutely. Fine weather. It's good. Kind of puts everyone in a reasonable mood.
Yeah. Donegal's magic when the weather's good, you know.
Absolutely. Yeah, not a place I get up to too often.
Where are you from?
I'm originally from Burr in Offaly, but
right,
I'm
okay.
living in Cashel. I married a Cashel woman
right.
home, so I live in there, but working in Tullamore, about an hour and 15 minutes up the road from Arlington, so not too bad. Like I was working in Dublin for the last donkey's years, so it's an improvement on.
And were you travelling up and down to Cashel from Dublin, no?
I was, yeah.
Every day?
Most days. Well, some days not. Like obviously, COVID was brilliant for me. I was working.
Of course, it opened up.
Zoom and Teams and all that carry on meant that you were suddenly didn't have to travel as much. And some of my clients were UK companies, and I used to go over to London once a month for 2 days and meet clients and so on. And thankfully, when COVID came, all that went to Zoom, so it was brilliant for me. And then, yes, so that was interesting. And that was kind of more the government relations, public affairs kind of space I was in, so that was that. But I'm glad. I like the membership-based organisations, and that I suppose. So
that's something. The first thing that jumped out at me as I just heard it. I want to play that just again. Right, this small part here.
Government relations, public affairs kind of space I was in, so that was that. But I'm glad. I like the membership-based organisations, and that I suppose is my going way back was kind of my background, and for working for organisations that are trying to do a bit of good. So just again,
just again.
I'm glad. I like the membership-based organisations, and that I suppose is my going way back was kind of my back.
So what he's saying, he liked the membership-based organisations as a rationale for being attracted to the IMSA. Now, I just picked up on this. I wouldn't have picked up on it necessarily at the time, but this is kind of critical. He identifies the IMSA as a member-based organisation. The word member is critical here. And this was an evolving realisation by me over the last 18 months, was not only what was the locus standi for the IMSA to become embroiled or involved in and impose itself on investigating a complaint against our shed, but what was our locus standi with the Irish Men Shed Association. My understanding, as has been the general understanding, I think, of the overwhelming number of sheds in the country, is that we were all members of the Irish Men Shed Association. And again, I'd say the idea of a Men Shed Association conjures up the idea of a group of peer equals who come together in a collaborative association to support each other, help each other, etc. And therefore, as members, we have the most basic thing that members of anything like a golf club or a residents association have the right to vote for who represents you and who leads you. Now, the abyss that I have travelled over the last 12 months particularly has shown me that this is a complete false reality, and that the IMSA is anything but a member-based organisation. It's a limited company whose members are the actual board members who basically select themselves and each other, and there is no methodology of electing members of the board by shed members. But it's interesting, this guy, I repeat what he said here, and this is important, he's been employed, I think he joined maybe a number of months before we met, and he says this.
Based organisations, and that I suppose is
that's what he says.
Glad. I like the membership-based organisations, and that I suppose is my going way back was kind of my background, and for working for organisations that are trying to do a bit of good, not just for profit. So that's.
So this guy gives the impression that I'm drawn to member organisations, people trying to do good, etc. I'm not judging him one way or the other, but I think it would be very difficult for anybody listening to this to assume that he was actually in an organisation which is not a member-based organisation, but simply a limited company of self-appointed controllers, where members, sheds around the country, have actually no say in anything that happens. They have no voting rights. This is important. And that information, everything I'm saying is important, and I'm saying here is supported by evidence-based reproducible data. So just to bear that in mind as we move along.
So that's it's a nice opportunity. So look, I'm with them for 7 or 8 months now at this stage. It still is a learning curve. I suppose I'm going to let you talk really, because I very deliberately didn't get fully informed because of stuff that was going on up to last week really, because
I just want to clarify, this guy had come to a meeting with me, mandated by CEO Aidan, who had avoided communicating with me and not responded to any correspondence of mine or queries asked over the last year and a half. He had then sent Aidan Ó Gormáin along as his emissary, and Aidan Ó Gormáin makes a big deal about the fact that he deliberately didn't read himself into the situation before turning up. Let's see if he has a rational explanation for that. So let's just replay that section again. I would have found that, I find this a joke.
Very deliberately didn't get fully informed because of stuff that was going on up to last week really, because there were certain jobs I was given, and I learned very, very quickly if you get involved in stuff, then it takes time. And when I came in, I was given a job around the strategic plan and around understanding how the sheds work, and a bit around about the grant, that whole process we've been going through for the last 5 or 6 months to get the grant back. So they've been my apologies for reasons, obvious reasons. Last week I became, I suppose, more aware of what was going on.
Right, okay.
So
what do you mean for obvious reasons?
Well, for last week, for you obviously have you have correspondence from us last week in relation to, not to do with the complaint, but there was...
To do the DSAR.
Yeah, Alan, are you okay to talk about? Yes.
Oh yeah, no,
Sorry,
I mean, like, it's really important. I'm really both non-linear and linear in how I behave. So, I mean, stuff has happened, and...
To just stop it there, what he said is that he deliberately didn't read himself into what had been going on in relation to my issues before meeting me. And he's talking about his time and how it's taken up. Remember, this guy's paid, just like Ken Egan is on a salary of, or a remuneration package, from what I can make out, in the region of 120,000 a year. This guy later on talks about his salary. When we come to that, we'll see that. But he's no time to read into a situation. He assumes that I'm going to give my time, commitment and energy to appraising myself of what's going on. On one level it's disrespectful, it's also quite stupid. But now we've realised that the reason he started to pay attention because of a DSAR application I put in. So just to point out, a DSAR is a data subject access request, which any citizen can put into a body like this who maintains data under the Data Protection Act. And they're obligated to give me any data which refers to me personally. And I had, given that they had failed to provide any information to us as a follow-up about the allegations made against us as a shed, excuse me, I then said, well, I'll go along this route and see if I can get this information under data subject access request. And then, of course, rather than provide me the information within the time frame, they then looked for extended time frames. And now this guy is involved. So they've created another layer of work for themselves by trying to avoid answering the question in the first place. So suddenly now he's showing some sort of interest. So it's really got nothing to do with actually doing the job that they had undertaken to do when they left us in January 24.
It's going to be dealt with.
Yeah.
And, you know, I'll apply my whole life of engineering to dealing with this. Mm-hmm. So I am personally, I mean professionally, I find it embarrassing that Enda has just disappeared and pretended I don't exist. I find it I feel sad for Enda, not for me. I'm not in a career space. I just think it's shocking. But nonetheless, I mean, you wrote and you said you want to talk. So I mean, at the moment, I got a DSO. I was at the older person convention.
So just to say this important, Aidan Ó Gormáin had reached out to me, wanted to talk, and he started this conversation by saying, I'll listen to you guys. So I mean, this is she stepped out and I stepped in again, sort of thing. Who's supposed to go first? This is.
As a representative of Donegal older person executive last week for most of last week, so in my head I didn't look at any of this stuff. I will and see what's in it and what's not in it, etc. Yeah. But I mean the impact, tomorrow is supposed to be mental health, something next Wednesday. The impact of this conflict, let's say, that has emerged to our shed is seismic, and the avoidance of it being talked around in every group, I think is happening in lots of places. Well, according to the last meeting we had with Enda Egan in January, February 2024, he just said there's a lot of complaints at different levels through, from people. And why would I be surprised that conflict exists? I mean, you've done an MBA, so for fuck's sake, what would you be doing in MBAs except looking at how to manage conflict and change? So this is unusual, yet it's just buried totally. So a process was started. We didn't start it. I mean, Enda Egan, the CEO, came to our shed and presented a process. So I'm asking, what's the process? Where are we? So obviously, if you've taken the time of reading yourself in, what's your understanding? I think the document said that the investigation or whatever is reaching some sort of termination or conclusion without being given any sort of date. That's what I understood the correspondence said. And maybe it wasn't for you, maybe Enda Egan...
That to do with the DSAR rather than the...
No.
Essentially, we kind of have two... They're not because they're very much interlinked, but there's two processes.
Yeah.
I mean, in recent weeks, we had the subject access request, which obviously meant we had to go through a process of looking through all the data that we hold and store. that pertains to your information. Obviously that was fulfilled to a large extent last week. I understand the letter sent to you, they indicated that there is some further documents that they're taking the time as under.
No, this is last Thursday,
So
just in the PDF, the DSAR request.
And was there
Okay.
there was a
So
letter
that was last week now. Let me just see.
Was there a cover letter with that?
I see, just things are a bit slow here. It is a letter on the 13th of April.
No, I haven't seen that.
No.
No.
Okay, the 2nd of May. 2nd of May. In response to your, all right, it says, in relation to your query regarding the Minister referring a complaint received from James Boyle, this complaint was referred to us from the Constituency Office of Minister Heather Hayes. So
Yes,
I now have that.
Sorry, this email obviously. So what I'm doing is I have an iPad with me at that meeting, and I'm looking up correspondence because he's talking about there are two processes. So two processes talking about a DSAR request by me under data protection, and the other process, this supposed investigation that was supposed to be carried out beginning on the 6th of January 2024, when Enda Egan said he received a direct complaint from James Boyle. And information had been sent to me under DSAR, but not a completed delivery of material to me. And a week before this date at which we met. And the information contained in that confirmed the fact that the letter had been sent on, letter of complaint from James Boyle had been forwarded from the constituency offices of, I say Heather Hayes there, it should be Heather Humphreys. Now again, people will perhaps note in the recent presidential election in which Heather Humphreys stood as a candidate and wasn't successful, but in the lead up to that, a lot of the controversy that was involved had to do with reference letters sent on from her constituency office in relation to issues. And in one hand, Heather Humphreys and Fine Gael sort of dismissing this as, I should look at this as mean. It doesn't no meaning. Stuff comes into my office, I just send it on if it makes no difference. And I remember watching, while abroad, but watching an interview or one of the debates carried out by Pat Kenny, I think through News Talk, with the candidates, and him, I suppose, cynically making the open response to Heather Hayes that I presume we all understand that a letter which is sent from the minister, his office, whether it's constituency office or not, tends to carry a lot more weight than the one coming in the door from Joe Public. Now, this relates to the fact that the singular reason why Enda Egan arrived in our shed on the 24th of January 2026 is because he essentially got a kick in the arse from the minister, realising this is a minister who's providing us with an awful lot of funding in the Department of Rural and Gaelic Affairs, and we need to get our act together and be seen to be doing something. Because before then, James Boyle had approached them back in 2023, confirmed to me by James Lahey at the time, John Lahey at the time, and that there was reference correspondence by me to John Lahey subsequent to that, even though Enda Egan now claims that they don't have this information. But it's, the emails were received by the IMSA. Their administrative mess up inside is, that's not an excuse for not doing a job. But anyway, this is a confirmation that it was the move from Heather Humphreys, the reference from Heather Humphreys, the minister, that instigated any action at that time by the IMSA.
We are dealing with this matter, James Boyle complaint, and Aidan will be in contact with you very soon to bring it to a conclusion.
Okay, so again, that email was from Enda Egan telling me that they're dealing with this and that it's going to be dealt with by Aidan. It's going to be dealt with fairly soon. So again, this goes back. This relates. This is now 16 months after Enda Egan arrived at our shed, and which is the subject of the first video that I've referred to here.
To bring it to, okay.
Yeah, so I presumed, I read that as there's a process, there's a number of stages of a process, and we're in stage X, Y, Z, C. And You know,
Well,
I'm asking lots of questions.
yeah,
Like,
no,
the process has timelines. There's expectations. There's deliverables, etc.
Yeah.
We had somebody come to us in January of 2024. That's 18 months ago, right? And we're left in a situation that an individual has been able to make all these statements about us and has taken this everywhere else. We fended a having to respond to our landlord, Uderos, because he went to Uderos more recently. He then gone to Pierce Doherty, or next one would be Taoiseach or whatever. He's then run us. So we were just surprised. We were surprised he wasn't here today. You would have had a great day today if you were here. And it would have been good for this whole place to actually grow up and say these are things that happen.
Just to put context around it, in the period, particularly say since 2024, once that this investigation, let's take it, had taken on board James Boyle's complaint, James Boyle had ramped up his negative smearing and about us with anybody he could, including, I'd say, going to Uleros again and going to Pierce Doherty, and posting all sorts of negative stuff about the shed on Facebook and so in social media. And, you know, him building on this idea that he had some gravitas in relation to the fact that, well, his complaint was now being dealt with and things were going to happen. And this is all building up in the background and creating extra stress as a result of the non-progressing of this supposed investigation by the IMSA.
So, you know, you've registered, so I'm saying, I came here looking for an update. What's happening? I mean, I'm not the one running the process.
No.
The IMSA are supposed to. I want to say to you, now that I know it's Heather Humphreys' crowd who's dealing with it, now I know Heather Humphreys is gone, but they're your funding sources, and I want to know from those people, what are the standards here? We have been left, as a group, severely stressed and anxious. Severely stressed now. There are criminal complaints in against this individual for coming along, attaching locks to the shed, strapping metal bars across the shed.
So that criminal complaint relates to the start or the turn of the year 2025, 1st of January or something, 2025. This is long after the completed complaint by James Boyle, according to Aidan Ó Gormáin, had been signed off to the IMSA. So that's an important thing. This has happened way after that.
And then arriving at all sorts of times trying to get into the shed. So this is in no way other than to tell you that there's a landscape there, that the inaction by the Irish Men's Shed while talking about men's health. I mean, it's just unsatisfactory. But anyway, you still haven't told me what's happening.
Right. So my understanding, just as I read this,
and I know you're only in there right there.
My understanding is that the complaint was received and through directly to our office and through ministers. I think it was the minister's constituency office actually, which was then forwarded to us. Essentially the same thing, and that last January or February it was that Enda and James, two members of staff, then came up.
So just to remember at the start of this, my Aidan Ó Gormáin said he really hadn't read himself into the situation. Again, he gives indication here that he is actually aware of detail. So bit of incongruence there.
Met with the complainant and with yourselves and to hear what was going on. And on foot of that, Mr. Boyle, who's the complainant, made a statement, outlined, made a complaint.
As a result of that?
That there is
following that.
Following that. So there was an issue, there was letters, the correspondence to the minister and so on was there. But that followed that after that there was a formal complaint made. So that. Okay,
so after that, so the only way you can read what this guy said is that sometime after a meeting in January the 24th of January 2024, isn't it? The meeting we had with then Egan, which is the subject of the previous recording, that a formal complaint was lodged by Jimmy Boyle sometime in that in the period in the months after that.
So that is...
Okay, so now just slow, you need slow listening. This when we were at this meeting, my understanding, and it's very unambiguous from the meeting, was that James and Enda had taken from this person his story on a verbal basis.
Right? I know.
Yeah, and they said that they were going to go back and write up for him his version of the events and present it to him and say, was that his complaint?
Ken, I think it's important. I pointed this out in the first video, but this, I just thinking about this again last night. This is like a teacher writing up a student's exam paper for him and asking him if that's the answers that he wants to present. Or a judge writing up an affidavit for a person in a court and then seeking to adjudicate upon it. It just shocks me. Here's my expectation. Someone makes a complaint, then the proper procedure should be they should be sent out a complaints form, and they should be expected to fill in the complaints form. They should be provided with, if that's necessary, I'm not sure that that's the case, but if one felt that it was necessary that that person needed support in terms of doing that, then that person should be guided to an independent, their own representative, want to go to a solicitor or whatever it is to do this. But the notion that Enda Egan would get involved in writing up a complainant's complaint for them and then sit in adjudication on that and not think there's anything wrong with that, even on any type of mature reflection, and I'll come back a bit, that still bewilders me. It bewilders me. And that comes, just to say, feeding forward, that comes up in the third video recording of a conversation with Enda Egan on the 1st of October 2025.
Now that's what they said. And I'm completely clear about what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, is that what happened?
So my understanding as to the process, I'm not sure what the order, who wrote what, but what the end result of that being that the complainant submitted a document that he signed that was that outlined the complaint.
So he now talks about, just again to clear, try and make out what he's saying here.
Being that the complainant submitted a document that he signed that was that outlines a complaint.
Right. So he says the complainant submitted signed documents that was his complaint.
When was that done?
That obviously came in early last year. So after.
Yeah, presumably.
So I asked him, when was it done? He said early last year. So early last year refers to early in 2024. So given that we had a meeting on the 21st of January 2024, we said early last year, I'll put that in the first quarter of 2024. That's as close as I can get. This guy has no detail. He simply never has any, ever gives a detailed response, as I understand. That's about the height of it.
Yeah, presumably it came in
there. Now, since that point, as far as I knew, that complaint was not obviously submitted to your shed or to anyone other than.
So he's saying that he's acknowledging the fact that complaint, the signed complaint, was never provided to our shed.
Or to anyone other than our office, as far as
or anybody.
To be clear, we were never.
Or to anybody except our office, being the IMSA office.
Or to anyone other than our office, as far as I understand.
Yeah, just to be clear, we were never given sight of or knowledge even that it had been done.
Yes.
Despite the fact that I spent numbers of reminders to Enda looking for an update.
Yeah.
So that's the basis of a separate complaint in terms of governance. Okay, that's a separate issue. But nobody got back to us. But now, for the first time, you're confirming that a complaint exists.
Sorry, that part refers to me setting out, like, my intention was at that point in May, at this stage, I had come to the point that I knew that I was going to lodge a complaint through some process which should be independently evaluated about the complete maladministration by the executive of the IMSA and subsequently by the chairman of the IMSA, we're not dealing with this, that because this has a significant effect on the mental health and well-being of our shed members.
But nobody got back to us. But now, for the first time, you were confirming that a complaint exists.
Yes.
Now, one, can you provide us with a copy of that written complaint?
So it's very clear. Now we've established the complaint exists, it's signed off. Can I have a copy of the complaint? It's really clear. Like, this is unambiguous. And I'd be looking for the complaint, copy of the complaint now in, May 2025, about a complaint that was completed in early 2024 after a meeting where we were told about this complaint on the 24th of January 2024 in a process that Enda Egan had said he expected should normally take about 30 days, dating from the 6th of January when he got the complaint to the 6th of February. So that's the sort of timelines involved. 16 months later, we still don't have a complaint. So I asked him, you've got the complaint, can I have a copy?
Yes, you will. I can't do it here today. I don't have it with me, but...
Right, so he says, yes, you will be, but I haven't got it with me today, but... In other words, the only way I can read that is, if I had it with me today, I would have given you a copy. It's just that I don't have it with me. So it seems obvious. Would you just go home and send it? Just email it to me. Like, there's no confusion about this.
Under general natural justice. And this is
I was going to say, I just wanted to read it, yeah.
So just listen to that again.
Under general natural justice. And this is
I was going to say, I just wanted to read it, the IMSA understood natural justice.
Yeah, so, I mean, this guy even invokes the idea, he, from his own perspective, invoked the idea of natural justice, that we would have a right to that complaint. So he acknowledges that. So let's just run that again and move forward.
Under general natural justice. And this is
I was going to say, I just wanted to read it, the IMSA understood natural justice. So.
Yes, if a complaint made to you, you should get a copy. Now, what actually complicated that?
Now, a complaint made against you, you should get a copy. And now he gets into the excuse business about what's going to complicate that.
Actually complicated that, to digress for a second, is undertaking the DSAR, and obviously those letters, or that complaint would form part of data that we hold. We had to get advice because there was issues that arose around things like what are our responsibilities to third parties that may or may not be mentioned, what can we share, what can't we share.
So just hold that there now. So now he's saying that because there now exists a DSAR, a Data Subject Act request, which I have put in maybe a month before this date, so maybe it was in April this year, that he's saying that now we have to go for advice. So the advice they're talking about is legal advice. And just to say again that in the latter months of 2025, as a result of my deep research through FOI applications to different departments, I surfaced invoices to, for example, Mason, Hayes and Corn, one of the leading firms in Ireland, where the ISA were paying fees of €400 plus VAT, which is €500 an hour for legal advice. This legal advice is what's being used to try and prevent me get access to the DSAR stuff. So he's now trying to interweave two completely and absolutely separate processes. Already established the fact that if a complaint is made against you, you're entitled to copy the complaint. And now he's getting into something about, well, what about third parties, etc. So anyway, that's what his latest excuse business is.
That somewhat slowed.
My DSR was only made in the last 5 weeks.
Yeah,
but sorry, since early last year, let's say since March last year, up till say April this year, I had no DSAR, so there was no reason at all. That can't be part of any delay line there.
Okay, so I've taken the time to point out to him. So, let's say his barrier, the latest inhibitor or defense mechanism to stop us getting information, the following. He's saying now you have a DSAR in and we've got to go to legal advice to see what we can give you, etc. And I'm saying, well, hold on. You've already established that the complaint was provided to you in the early part of 2024. So I've said that in the first quarter of 2024. We are now, I've only made my DSAR application in maybe April 2025. That's a whole year later. My entitlement was at the point at which the entitlement of our shed to get a copy of the complaint was from the point at which the complaint was lodged. So what was happening this whole year? So again, these smokescreen, delusional excuses and fob-offs. And again, remember, the background to all this is the landscape is a statement on the Irish Men's Head website, committing their value of transparency and openness and accountability to all members. Well, I don't know what that means. Does it say all members? That's the word members, a big issue. Openness and transparency. All I'm getting here is blockages. And they're irrational. There is no reason between the time that the complaint was given to the IMSA until the point at which I made a DSAR that they could even introduce this type of confusion, and yet it wasn't done.
Well, it is in the last week or two.
Oh yeah, but sorry, why weren't we given this complaint last March when it was received?
So that's not an unreasonable question. Why weren't we given it at the time, before there's any other complications? So I'll let you what he has to say.
I can't fully answer that because I wasn't there. But
so again, I can't fully answer that because I wasn't there. So you see the way NDE can sends down a guy who can't be held accountable because he wasn't there. So who am I actually dealing with, and where's the level of professionalism or authenticity or integrity, personal and professional, by the way, in all of this?
I can't fully answer that because I wasn't there, but my belief is that in terms of our processes and procedures, they weren't fully formed enough.
Okay, so he says now he's moved on to that because in terms of process and procedures, they weren't fully formed enough. So this is going to go on here for a while, I think. So let's just see where this leads before I make a further comment. So we can just review and then.
Is that in terms of our processes and procedures, they weren't fully formed enough.
Okay, so just to clarify then, and this goes back to a much earlier experience that I've had with the IMSA, which I believe that I had stood back and allowed Aidan to take on his job. He said, look, I'm trying to change things here, change the culture and all the rest. And I said, okay, I'll put a pause on my personal complaint. And I'm still looking, what is the process? What is the process, the written procedure for handling complaints into the IMSA? Do you have a written procedure? Yes or no?
Okay, so before I get to see what his answer is to that, just some contextual background. As I've explained perhaps in the earlier recording, that I personally had a bad experience with the IMSA back at the start of COVID. I've explained all that detail in the previous email, and I sought an independent, proper professional complaints process in order to deal with that. That turned out to be an unmitigated disaster, and Egan then came on board, and again for months again he just didn't answer anything. And then he proposed coming up to Donegal to have a conversation with me, at which he was accompanied by then what I understood to be his assistant, John Lahey. And he really came up, I realise now, to appease me. I've been told by other men's sheds around the country that he went round and visited people who were maybe asking awkward questions, and essentially brought them all on side with a story that he was a new guy, new sheriff in town, he recognised there was problems in the past, maybe a bit amateurish, but he was going to sort it all out and this would all go away. And he pleaded to me to say that it would cost something in the region of €15,000 if he was to go and pay a mediator to deal with my issue, my complaint, and we had no money, etc. They had no money, the IMSA. So, look, I'm a believer. I wanted to commit to building the men's sheds. I'd never met the man before. So I took him on face value and said, I believe you're going to try and do the best for the shed. So what I do is I parked my complaint at that time on the hope that he would do something. No, I said, I deeply believe now in January 26th that this man actually just has a process in his mind, which I call a reverse hand job. He just came up here to give me a reverse hand job. Hope you understand that metaphor. And just told me a story and made these promises without any intention of following through and without any intention of ever being professional and act with integrity, personal and professional, in relation to dealing with anything going forward. In the last recording, he confirmed that there was no statute of limitations which prevented him going back and looking at, say, a complaint by Jimmy Boyle, and therefore I said, well, okay, well then I will take the opportunity to re-invoke my original complaint and have that process. And then he just didn't want to deal or talk with any of that. So what I'm now getting to the point again is I was told, I've been aware all the time, these people had no process. And what's important to remember is that these people, the IMSA and Egan had stated last night he was under legislative obligation to carry out an investigation, that they had signed an SLA, a service level agreement with the department, that's the HSE, Department of Health, in which they had to investigate this and that things would have to be done by the book. So this is his language, not mine. And I now I realised that there was no process. This guy's telling me that, we'll see what else he has to say, but there's no process. So I'm asking, okay, do you or do you not have a process, step by step, yes or no? Now remember, when we dealt with Aidan Egan, he was telling us all about the process, but it appears that there actually never was a process.
We did not have a written procedure at the time of the complaint being made.
We did not have a written procedure at the time of the complaint being made. So we just wonder, what other sort of procedures are there if they're not written? Are these sort of, what do you call making up as you go along? Are they retained in corporate memory? And the other thing I just want to point out this thing, there's a governance issue involved which then grows and grows from that day forward, and it's just much worse now in January 2026. And I'm committed to exposing in relation to governance within the IMSA. But there's a higher level of governance that should be supervisory governance maintained by senior civil servants in all of the different departments who have funded the IMSA with your taxpayer money and my taxpayer money, who checked that these people had complaints procedures in place. And Egan has stated that, and by the way, the information that I've had released to me under FOI, which I've been trying to go through, there's a tranche of this information in the SLAs that are signed with the Department of Health, HSE. There's a requirement there, I understand, to provide a quarterly report on complaints and keep a complaints record, etc. So how could anybody have records of complaint stuff if there is no procedure? And what were the funders, those people who are there to mind our taxpayers' money? What have they been doing about this? Are they going to be happy to listen to this material and take cognizance, take responsibility for it? Or are they going to join the IMSA and just try and cover this stuff up further? That's to be seen.
We have draft procedures that have to be approved.
And you don't as of now.
So we have draft procedures that have to be approved. So this is now, again, we're the 14th of May 2025, just to say that in July, I think it's June or July, again, just stand to be corrected in that, this complaints handling procedure was signed off at the board of the IMSA. I only know this because of my incessant asking questions. It was personally released to me by Aidan Egan, but hasn't been published anywhere or broadcast anywhere on their website. You can't just go in and just find it on their website. So finally, and this is years after, from my first issue with the IMS, it was back in 2020. So in mid-July 2025, we're only getting something signed off. The other thing is when you read that document and contextually look into what's going on at the IMSA and my probing about the finance of the IMSA, it's quite clear to me that significant sums of money have been spent on outside people to produce this document. There's no reference or indication or map anywhere that this document was put in front of the Irish men's sheds, for approval as a policy in any way, shape or form, which is what would be necessary in a member-based representative organisation.
No, just again, let's
as
look
of now,
again.
we
Can
have...
I say the other thing about it? We need to be upfront about all this, because look, I will do whatever. DSAR is an example of what I can do. How many man hours were spent on my DSAR? 80 bids.
Significant amounts.
I know that.
So what I've asked him is how many hours were spent on dealing with my data subject access request. Look at what he says.
How many man hours were spent on my DSAR? 80 bids.
Significant amounts.
I know that.
Now, if anybody's willing to do a forensic deep dive into the financial spending of the IMSA, what you're going to discover is significant thousands of euro being spent with solicitors such as Mason Hayes Kern to try and prevent me getting access to information which I was entitled to under natural justice, also under my constitutional rights on a personal level. This has been blocked at every level, and significant sums of money. Again, how much money was spent, or time, sorry.
How many man hours were spent on my DSAR? 80 bids.
Significant amounts.
I know.
So this guy's saying, how many man hours? I ask him, how many man hours are spent on managing my DSAR? Significant. So this is significant sums of public money being wasted by people trying to prevent me and our shed getting access to what we're constitutionally entitled to and under the rules of natural justice, as he has just previously confirmed. Another disgusting waste of public money when at the coalface sheds are out there trying to keep alive, keep their doors open, pay for winter bills through the harsh winter. And these guys are just playing around with your money. And who is asking the awkward questions? Who is saying, what are you doing that for? What's the justification you're doing for this? In other words, covering up their own malgovernance, using public money, and basically using my taxpayers' money to pay people very expensive sums of money to... do you pay your solicitor €500 an hour? Is this the norm in Ireland now? Have prices got so mad that you're paying this sort of money? And I said, I have the invoice of the payment, a payment to Mason Hayes and Crumb to this sum of money. So, I mean, this is somebody, I'm sorry, if in all of this you keep thinking this is acceptable, well then, I suppose like the words in the film Thelma and Louise, you get what you settle for. This is the fractal of how our society has come chaotic. And nobody actually says, look, do what it says on the tin, take responsibility for it.
How many man hours were spent on my DSAR? 80 bids.
Significant amounts.
I know. So I know how the process works. And sorry, this hasn't started my FOIs to the department. That becomes now. That's what's going to happen. So whatever anybody needs to do, you need to be clear now, right?
So just to say, I am putting on record with these guys, as I have done what ended in my previous thing. Like, I don't know whether this guy thinks I'm just some sort of a clown who's got nothing better to do than be sending letters, and is neither competent to do so or competent to pull the data together. Anybody who also thinks that all this stuff hasn't consumed, I mean, hundreds and hundreds of hours by me in relation to all this. If you have any sort of a brain at all, you realise even putting together this sort of video is a meticulous and time and painstaking and time consuming exercise. However, I just want to say to you that I'm not, on a personal level, I don't have a deep personal anger to any of these individuals. This is part of a much larger question by me. It doesn't matter because, which I've been following as a passion since 2012 with numbers of different people looking at organizational management and development, etc., like that. And I keep thinking, why do we expect anything else except a fucked up society if we accept this type of nonsensical behaviour from highly paid individuals? Have you a complaints procedure? Yes or no? You've got a signed complaint for us. Are we entitled to the complaint? Well, I would give it to you, but I don't have it here today. And then we say, well, start thinking of all these reasons why, well, we can't give these things, but nothing's very clear. Sorry, anyway.
Right? Somewhat 4 years after my original complaint to IMSA, I've discovered the IMSA have no procedures. You're telling me you have no procedure. You have a draft procedure in place now. All I'm doing is clarifying. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. No.
Okay, so again, I have to walk this guy back because it's very hard to nail him down to anything. So I'm saying, I've now confirmed that 4 years after I originally made my personal complaint back in 2020, that sort of time, the IMSA didn't have a formal procedure. They didn't have a written procedure. And he's saying, yes, as of 14th of May 2025, an investigation into a complaint which was invoked back in the 6th of January with a letter from Jimmy Boyle to Enda Egan, and followed up by a meeting with us in 24th of January 2024, 16 months before the date of this recording. They're supposed to be following a process that doesn't exist. And the question is, given that it then was only actually approved a number of months after May, which is in June, July 2025, can any of this validly be retrospectively applied? That would have been an intercert question 40 years ago. And the answer would be, oh God, I mean, how can anybody remotely make up stuff like this?
So, nothing happened from March to our complaint. Why did it just get dropped? Is this common? Is this what happens? Is there timelines? Does anybody do accountability analysis? Like, again, you've got an MBA. This is none of this is new to you. This is all serious.
Okay, just again, this relates to the fact that, again, according to these SLAs and standards and demands and governance requirements from the Department HSE, Department of Health, where they have these quarterly reports on complaints, etc. Do these exist? How can anybody be processing or dealing with complaints when there's no process? And who in these departments, highly paid public civil servants, are checking on this? And am I going to be the latest troublemaker, whistleblower, asking the reasonable question? What's happening to taxpayers' money, and who is holding people accountable?
So there's an incredible abdication of any sort of professionalism. But separate from that, we are victims in regards to the fact that our shed, like this other individual is now in a way to go around and say, look, my complaint's been followed up by the Irish Men's Shed Association, and that gives then oxygen and weight. So he goes to Uteros and does it. Then he goes to Pierce Dorn and says, I've now the Uteros behind me and this.
So that's an important thing. I've recognised the pattern of piggybacking. So Jimmy Boyle lodges a complaint. That complaint is given credence. I mean, I make a complaint, and the CEO of the Irish Men's Sheds, has he even visited all the sheds in the country? You can be sure he hasn't. But he has gone out of his way to visit the complainant in the complainant's own home, to give him the audiences, which is that person all wants is audience and oxygen, who can then create leverage with other organisations like the Uteros and say, well, look, my complaint is going through and it'll be believed, because he then creates that belief. He creates a narrative based on bullshit. He then goes to Pierce Doherty, as they say, it's the same business. And all of this is facilitated by justice delayed is justice denied, a well-known mantra, because the IMSA have done nothing. And the reality, why they did it, that's another question. But the reality is they couldn't do anything because they didn't have a process.
And we're just people in the shed trying to keep the shed open. So, like whatever else, the same like, Uteros have been squared up, and so far as we provided Uteros with a set of documentation. When this complaint came up this time, I just said, look, if you take time to read the email sent to you on the 26th of February 2022, you will see all the documents that you appear not to have read, and when you take them on board and you read them, we will now continue our conversation. So the conversation stopped.
Yeah, just to put that into context, I mean, to be aware that from when this all happened, the original event of the expulsion of Jimmy Boyle from the men's shed in Gaoth Dobhair on the February 7th, 2022, subsequent to that, I mean, where my role in scaffolding and supporting the shed leadership at the time was to document all of this, because I suppose I took it into my interest was I could see that whatever was happening in our shed, that fractal behaviour was typically likely to be happening everywhere else, and it just wasn't being discussed. So there was no learning ever to be imagined. There was also no guidance or any learning to be got from the IMSA, no support, no information, no development, a whole load of, broad stroke crap, but nothing useful. So I'm mindful to just document everything. So in relation to the initial complaints, when Jim Boyle went with the poor mouth to the Uteros and talked about as an old man he was a victim, etc., I set out all the documentation and the correspondence with Jimmy Boyle, and I shared it with Uteros at the time. Now, more recently, earlier in 2025, he then, again, building on the base that he had this this narrative supporting that my issue is now being dealt with by the IMSA, he revisits the Uteros. Then the Uteros turn to us and they say, well, look, at this man's asking to get back in, and can you facilitate him? And all I did is I just said I took the email which I sent maybe back in February 2022 and I resent it to Uteros, and they said, please reconsider what I sent you, which I said I think you probably didn't read. And as some sort of level of intelligence, if I read the original document, I would not be following this up. So I just sent it on to Uteros. Please reconsider this, and when you find material in there that requires our involvement, please come back to us. We never heard about it again. But this is so demanding and time-consuming and wasteful on our end, and all facilitated by justice delayed, justice denied. The IMSA doing nothing about processing an investigation or progressing or processing it, because as it turns out, they never had a process in the first place.
So you can be sure that anything we were involved in, we've documented with reproducible, auditable evidence. So, and I didn't ask the IMSA to get involved yet. We at the moment don't have a complaint. We have talk about a complaint, which another person is able to then claim, create some sense of validation around it. So you're brought into this. So what happened since he lodged his complaint?
So can I suggest we kind of take this discussion on two tracks. One, I'll talk for a few minutes about what happened, and then we'll talk about, in terms of our draft process, what I would like to see happen going forward. So we'll kind of leave here kind of having an idea what that...
Okay, so this is a proposal. We're going to deal about what happened. That's thread one. And two, we're going to discuss, what's going to happen from here going in. Oh, yeah, that's a plan. Let's have a conversation.
What that, where the landing path is for this in terms of dealing with the complaint. So in terms of what happened, my understanding is, obviously on foot of the meetings last February and the complaint being submitted, there's two things. One, Enda's own personal health situation isn't great.
I don't know anything about Enda's. I don't know anything about it, except people saying he's not here. And can I say, just on a personal level, us and his massive issues about prostate cancer, I've had a lung half a lung removed. So, and everybody in that room is struggling with something. But I don't want anybody to feel stressed because of their personal situation. However, professionally, if you are not fit to do a job, somebody takes over that job, etc. But
so I want to be clear about this. This guy is now thrown in because of Enda's health situation. I want to tell you that I have no idea even of now of anything to do with Enda Egan's personal health. One, it wouldn't be you could say it's not my business, and it's on a personal level, it's not my business. However, as the chief executive officer of an organisation who's on a remuneration package of $120,000 a year, an organisation runs on the basis. If I go on a flight from Dublin to New York, for example, and let's say on the way to the airport, the pilot gets sick, the flight goes to America. Somebody stands in. That's part of the business design. And I just noticed in the back of my mind, somewhere in the last month, in the tranches of material I've read, there's some reference in some of the discussions or whatever within the between the IMSA and whether it's the Department of Health or let's say I combined the HSE Department of Health as a combined operation, and there's a reference there to this idea of somebody taking over when somebody is not available, and the contact material that contact being given to the department when this happens. So. But constantly, I want to say in the background, there's always this conversation, well, Enda, and we don't talk about Enda. And I have no idea. It's going on for years. I have no idea what it. But the reality is the business of the IMSA is a business. You run the business, and if somebody's not there, somebody stands in it. Somebody manages the conversation. And to point out that, like, almost by definition, being part of a men's shed in your third age, and some, as in with Austin, probably not having reached that stage yet, look at... Everybody's got health issues. Everybody's got health issues. Not that, but remember, all of us are volunteers doing that. And as I will make out and point out, the stresses that are being caused to us, and particularly I've experienced firsthand to Austin, our chairman, the incredible mental health damage being done by the crass incompetence and disinterest by the IMSA is unforgivable in an organisation which keeps talking about the importance of mental health around sheds, etc. And just their way of the way in which this thing has been mishandled. Look, and I have to hold back. I have to hold back on what I might say about that, because I would certainly just lose the plot in relation to this. It's just completely and absolutely unacceptable. So any time that there's a reference to Enda's health, etc., I mean, good luck to the guy at every level, but that's a completely separate issue than the professional expectation that is had by us. I mean, we have, at this point in time, this conversation, this is May 2025, and January, February, March, April, Right, so there's like 16 to 17 months since we had this meeting from Egan where he was all gung-ho and he was going to make things happen, and there was a plan and approach, and he was going to do dum, things were going to happen, and nothing happened, and we were kept in the dark.
The downstreamers who are impacted upon by your non-performance, like Enda Egan, from the city, like Enda has just, what does he think? Does he think I'm going to disappear? Does he need me to turn up somewhere into a public space? Excuse me, folks, my name is Aidan Ó Gormáin, and if you doubt what I do, press this, and this, and then you know I'm for real. Now, I'm asking him, why is Enda, where is the leadership? What do he think? How thick is the bush that he's hiding in? But for what reason? I mean, this has not been dealt with. Are you going to suggest to you that with your professional experience and all this work you did going over and back to London, you would stand over the performance of the IMSA in managing this complaint against us?
Sorry, this probably relates to the reason why I got into any of this stuff since 2012. This whole idea from an organisational development point of view, the language of authenticity and integrity. People saying what they do, meaning what they say, saying what they mean, and delivering on promises. That's the only future. Like, everything else is just chaos. Everything else is just chaos. So there's a much larger issue. Like, this doesn't reside within the IMSA. In fact, what I would say is that the cancer that is the IMSA can only have been allowed to grow under the supposed supervision of those, again, high-paid public representatives within the various departments. Again, are they going to be my friend? Are they going to think I'm a nice guy? Because I'm saying I'm not interested in whether they think I'm a nice guy. I'm a taxpayer. You, the listener, are probably a taxpayer. You have a right to an expectation for governance, quality, performance. That's it. I mean, it isn't any more complicated than that.
Can you stand over that?
So, 1 second.
No, I'm asking you, can you stand over it? Yes or no?
I'm going to explain that there was two things. One, as I said, that was endless, and I go into yourself, I don't think it's really relevant.
Now, again, this guy can't answer a question because he just wants to go off. It's the same as if he learned at the knee from Enda. It just clears what he said here.
There was two things. One, as I said, that was endless, and I go into yourself, I don't think it's really relevant.
Yeah, it's his personal issue, yeah.
So that was one thing. And the second thing that the issues raised was this, from both sides, the guards were involved, in terms of there was a criminal investigation underway, from what you said.
Now, do you hear this here? Now they're introducing again this excuse, which was alluded to by Enda in the latter half of the meeting we had with Majority, that the guards are involved in criminal investigation. This in some way impeding it. This is a smokescreen. This is a smokescreen. Anything that's going on with the guards has nothing at all to do with the complaint that's made by Jimmy Boyle. That can be dealt with totally and absolutely separately. So it's just another con job. But let me just say, let's say that it did believe there was some legitimacy. Why did we at no stage hear back from people asking questions, asking details, telling us, keeping us in the loop? So, disingenuous. The first time I heard that was in a court when one barrister stating my friend here is being disingenuous. She was speaking about the barrister on the other side. So 2 words I learned that day, that friends are not what is on Facebook and not what you meet in court. And the word disingenuous, very, very powerful and deep word, disingenuous. So this would be at best disingenuous with these people.
From what you said to me just
well, that didn't exist. Sorry, that didn't exist in... this is really important.
Yeah.
This did not exist last March.
Well,
the
I'm not sure of that.
Sorry. Let me maybe sort of on. This did not exist from our perspective last March. The guards were not involved in any criminal investigation on our part since last March. That relates back to this year. It relates to the day of the DLDC meeting. Yeah. Isn't that right? The DLDC had one of these meetings that they have online. Us and I went to the shed to join in on a Zoom meeting.
That's the day I was there. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
At what meeting? You weren't at the DLDC meeting? No.
Oh no, this was the online. There was an online shed meeting.
Well, if you were then, you may or may not have been there, but I raised the issue. We came and suddenly this, we were there next minute, out of nowhere, in the middle of industrial, that this guy is standing beside us. And we're sort of taking a shock. And then he started trying to get his way into the shed. So, I mean, all of a sudden he froze and just went away. And I just recorded him and just said, right, I just need to know what's going on here. And our big concern, that man walks inside the door. Our shed is now violated, but we can't physically get him out. So finally we managed to sort of hoosh him out of the place. And we went to our meeting, and like we were coming in suitably stressed, and I said, look, I want to raise the meeting. This is an issue for men's sheds. How do we work with this? And that's irrespective of whether we're guilty or not. How does the management of conflict get dealt with? And the guy from Kay did a lot of talking here today from Rafo, who said he was the ex-chairman of the DLDC. He said, shit, just deal with your own stuff inside, don't be taking your business outside. And he repeated that there this morning. We have all our interest in our mental health, but he said we keep all our stuff indoors. I'm saying, you obviously haven't lived in the mental health environment for the last fucking 40 years. That's what the Catholic Church did to kill everything on the road. And I'm saying to myself, we are coming to a meeting where we need personal support because we're fucking attacked and intimidated, and we're told to shut up. And that was when, like, let's go to guards and let's take this process forward. So the actual criminal complaint relates to an event on New Year's Day, isn't that right? So New Year's Day is when he did. So this couldn't have been relevant.
So just, again, a lot of stuff there I need to unpack for you. There's two elements. So these guys are now trying to distract things, there's a criminal investigation, etc. going on. So when I mentioned the dates, so the dates are the January 24th, 2024. Now, we're told that in the short months after, we've been told by Aidan Ó Gormáin earlier in this recording, that the signed complaint was finalised in a couple of months after. So I just pitched that somewhere in March, April 2024, okay? The event which I described there in regards to Jimmy Boyle accosting myself and Austin outside the men's shed it was on a morning we were going in to attend on a Zoom meeting with the Donegal Men's Sheds Networks meeting, which was controlled and facilitated and moderated by the DLDC official. And in which, and I say the man, I can't remember the guy's name, the guy from Rafo Shed, basically told us to shut up and go in. I discovered later, he tells me he had been a previous chairman of the DLDC. My God, what a reflection on governance quality and thinking standards. But the event we're talking about is the event that took place on New Year's Day 2025, okay? So this is like 9 months after this complaint would have been completed. And that's an event where James Boyle went to the guards. He went to the guards to report that he had screwed a iron bar to seal up the doors of the men's sheds. And that case is being taken as a criminal prosecution by the Garda against James Boyle, not by us, by the Garda, tomorrow on Tuesday, the 13th of January. So this con job of suggesting that in some way this prevented an investigation going, this is just total smokescreen stuff. And it's not only unprofessional, but it's almost malfeasance. That's what I call it. It's knowledgeable. Anybody of any level of intelligence would know that this is wrong. And certainly, I want to make clear that the IMSA had never come back to us seeking any clarity or otherwise. So I don't know what they know is going on with the guards. Do they have an inline, like, or did a brother in the guard or something? Do they have some sort of inline direct connection with the Garda? Anyway.
From our perspective, so it's important, whoever's informed you or whatever you picked up, there is nothing you will find anywhere in the file anywhere to suggest us having a criminal action against somebody until New Year's Day. So whatever you've been saying.
So my understanding is that guards have been involved or may not, and this is something that.
So listen to what he says here. My understanding.
Is that guards have been involved or may not, and this is.
My understanding is that the guards have been involved or may not. Is this what you do to get an MBA, guys? Is this what you do to get an MBA? The answer is either yes or maybe it's no. Mark me on that out of 100. Just listen, God, I listen to this back again. Would my blood curdle? No, look, my blood's not curdling. I have to recognise there's levels of how serious you take all this bullshit.
Guards have been involved or may not, and this is something that.
You can't say to me, my understanding, they've been involved or they may not.
My understanding was they were informed of a matter. No, I don't know.
So now he's qualified that. When I pointed out to him is that you can't understand that something may or may not. They're just, listen to what he says now. This is just makey uppy stuff, by the way.
My understanding was they were informed of a matter. No, I don't know.
But it's a new way. My understanding is that they were informed of matters. It sounds like going back to the catechism when you're a kid or something.
My understanding was they were informed of a matter. No, I don't know. So obviously it must be from the
By
other
who?
side. I'm assuming it must be the other side.
But we're not now talking
that is an
matters,
assumption,
isn't it?
not knowledge.
Yeah, sorry.
So just then again, so the guy says, my understanding is that they were informed of matters. And of course, obviously quite reasonable for me to follow up it and say, by who? And again, it ends up with just whatever, you know. If this was a Disney program or a Marx Brothers movie, it would be funny. It's not funny. This is your public taxpayers' money. And more importantly, men's well-being and the value and importance of men's sheds is critical in this country. And to have anybody of this crass incompetence involved anywhere near the well-being of men is, I believe, is significant danger to the future of men's health. So let's just replay that again.
By who?
I'm assuming it must be the other side.
But we're not now
that
talking
is an
matters,
assumption,
isn't it?
not knowledge.
Yeah, sorry, just to be clear. The guards have been involved in this fracas for the since February 2022, and this is a circus that goes around about the guards.
Guards pop up every 5 or 6 months or something, a complaint or something by Jimmy.
But it's not, in terms of us lodging, like, it's a criminal action to deface somebody's building. That becomes a criminal action. So now you say, okay, let's take an action. The rest of the time, you know, what's happening is...
Sorry, I need to just clarify something there. In a situation where James Boyle has gone to the Garda himself and explained to them that he's defaced this building, the criminal action and the taking of a criminal action is something that's initiated and managed solely and purely by the Garda. The shed in the situation, the two people who can witness what was the damage, let's say it was done, are Austin, the chairman, and Micheál Call, who came over to try and remove the blockage from the door. And their only role is as witnesses to this. So just if I have given the illusion that we took a criminal action, we the shed down, we don't take criminal action. That's not up to us. That's a role for the Guardian and the DPP. It's not our role. Just need to clarify that.
People are just trying to, like the guards are saying, look, we'll talk to your man and see if it stops. And everybody's hoping in the community that it'll all go away. Like, nobody in Ireland wants to deal with it, so we just... No, I said, I'm only saying to you right now, I'm tired of this for me. That's not how I operate. I want this process.
So, you know, what I've really pointed out to this, guys, this is the way this system has operated since the very start of this campaign of harassment by Jimmy Boyle. He has operated on the basis of knowing nobody's going to actually face up to him about any of this. I just don't. I just want to pass the buck from one person to another. And in terms of the Garda she economy is the guardians of the peace. And ultimately, you understand that. I can totally understand the local guard looking at some sort of a fracas at this sort of nonsensical level, is trying to deal with it and just keep it under the radar. Let's keep this out of court. Let's try and resolve it. But the very accents, Jimmy Boyle knows this from the very outset. And so, for example, again, my understanding, and I say it's my understanding, and that will be brought into the public space tomorrow in a district court in Dunlow. That's if the case ever gets heard. I mean, will it get put back? Will it get cancelled? I don't know. But that my understanding is that the Garda, that how they would try to manage somebody is propose that someone would take a caution or something like that, and then it wouldn't go any further. And that, my understanding was that Jimmy has refused to accept this and basically wants his day in court, and that's why we're going to go to court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with the IMSA not dealing with a complaint that they were sent, and at the same time claiming that they were handling this in a process and it would be done by the book, as set out by Enda Egan in our meeting which is the subject of the first of these series of recordings, on the 24th of January 2024. And now I have it set out clearly to me in May, 14th of May 2025, that the IMSA did not have a procedure of dealing with the complaints, a written procedure, didn't have a process in place. So, not a lot of authenticity there.
And the reason I want, and you need to go back to Enda and say, look, Enda drove all the way up before me with Leahy, the last chap who was in there, John Leahy. He's come and gone to negotiate where he was going, nowhere, with my thing. And at the time, because I have a complaint in against how I was fucked out of a WhatsApp group for trying to use Zoom in 2020 by Eva Byrne. So I can't talk to Eva Byrne, by the way. I can't speak directly to her because she has put a fatwa on me saying, you do not contact me again. And that hasn't been dealt with. So I am being...
Sorry, just this important because I've said something there that I need to stand over. Eva Byrne had some role as national coordinator in the IMSA. There's a lot of history around Eva Byrne that people around the sheds around the country have spoken informally to me about. That's again, I just regard that as noise. In 2020, when I was trying to promote Zoom and I was actively training men in sheds throughout the country with the help of Mary Claire, my partner, and by the way, sheds in England, etc., to promote Zoom when our world was falling apart in terms of physical isolation. Eva Byrne ejected me from a Donegal WhatsApp network, which at that time could communicate with each other. We could all communicate as equals to each other. That's what a network is. It's a verb and it's a noun. She threw me out of that group unceremoniously and without due process. I lodged a complaint with the then chairman of the IMSA at the time. O'Connor was his name. Can't remember his first name at the moment. But then he apparently mandated for her to reinstate me, but then agreed with her to put this on a broadcast only. So basically she censored the network. So a network, partly because of something that belonged to me or because of my behaviour, I was reinstated, but then the whole thing was censored. And it has remained like that since 2020, until I think sometime in mid-2025 when the management of that conversation was then taken over, again, quite illegitimately or naively by the DLDC, who I made a proposal, because now I was in this meeting, I proposed that we should examine the word network in terms of its meaning and from the dictionary in terms of as a verb and as a noun. And in no place did I find that it was a one-way communication. And it was agreed to make that an open network again. But we were censored in that whole 4-year period. The other thing is that the Irishman, or that the Irish Men's Sheds Network is supposed to have a county volunteer in every county. The county volunteer in Donegal resigned sometime around the 2021 period or something like that. Again, because questions were posed by me asking, what is this role? Who elects this person? What reimbursements are available? Practical questions. This person just disappeared. And it was Eamon O'Connor. Eamon O'Connor then reached out to me to say maybe we should just let her go quietly and say nothing. Christ, what a system. Anyway, as a result of that, Eva, now I only spoke to Eva. I contacted Eva Byrne because that then Chairman Eamon O'Connor asked me to reach out to her and try and resolve this situation informally. So even though I had no desire to talk to this person, I reached out, and then this person wrote back to me and said, you never communicated with me again. Now, just contextually remember that we were at the heightened phase of the Me Too process where any woman anywhere in the world could complain about anything and they were listened to without any idea that there should be natural justice. And anybody, for example, who followed the Johnny Depp trial in America, which I did on a daily basis, and it really exposed the underbelly of false allegations. Now, not that all allegations are false, but it really made a mockery of the idea of real victims. So I was very mindful. I just have never communicated with Eva Byrne. So Eva Byrne has been in places where I have been curtailed as a representative of our shed from engaging properly in processes because this person, Eva Byrne, didn't do this in the public space, didn't do it with any, as I understand, official approval of anybody. So I made a complaint about that, and that complaint was effectively buried. And now I realise first they had no process in place for any of this. And the question I have to ask is, in all of these SLAs that were supposedly applied for, were my complaints recorded? And was the record of what managed? What happened in those things? And who was supervising this process of recording complaints, which is a requirement under the service level agreement?
I am being impeded in my actions in the IMSA because of a failure of the IMSA to do their governance thing. That's an issue for the charities regulator as well as everything else. So,
well, to be fair, I thought at the time that it should be an issue for the charities regulator. That the charities regulator surely have a role to play in governance standards within a charitable body. Now, I've done some initial analysis with the charities. Just remember, I'm almost 70 years of age. I'm retired. I've limited resource. I have no resource in time and energy compared to all these guys who paid out of my taxpayers' money to waste my time. I'm not sure if I hold out a lot of hope for the charities regulator, because I'm not sure how deep they go into anything. And, part of my struggle at the moment is to know who is actually accountable and who can take action to expose and surface what's actually going on in terms of the Irish Men's Health Association, and who is going to put proper governance standards in place. I still have to determine that.
So whatever about Jimmy Boyle and what he's doing, I stood back looking for process, and you're sitting here now telling me you still don't have a procedure. And we haven't, even though this guy lodged something last March, we have been kept in the dark. By the way, if you went to any court in the land, the whole thing, you know why you'd be thrown out? You'd be thrown out because of delay.
Yeah, I mean, I hold true to that. I think if you went into a court and it was shown, I don't know, I'm not saying it's going to court, but I mean, I think a judge just say, you just can't go around here the idea of justice delayed, justice denied is realistic. I mean, quite apart from anything else, I'm not sure, given all our ages, etc., how good people's memories are about what happened in before the flood, as in before COVID, during COVID, and after COVID. Like, our corporate memory, our individual memories are thwarted and twisted. The only thing I have on my side is, aid memoir, documents, correspondence. That's why I do it at the time, so I can go back and say, this is exactly what I wrote at this point in time. So that delay, another further 2 years of delay from the 24th of January 2024 to now the 12th of January 2026. How can any of this get analysed? But the important point is, who is going to stop this ridiculous and unprofessional misconduct? Who's going to put a stop to it? And who's going to stop wasting taxpayers' money when actually the real issue should be building towards the sustainable sheds 2030 to prepare our sheds for what I believe will be a tsunami of mental health difficulties and complexities that will emerge from the age group of men who were maybe born in 1980, who will be 50 years of age in 2030. And because of the massive changes in the role of men and the type of nature of work and industry, the whole that sort of stuff, the loss of religion as a scaffold in our society, all of that stuff is now in the hands of men who come to 50 years of age and are very disposable from a job point of view, are completely replaceable in terms of their role as fathers of families, etc. That's really going to be, I think, if we don't prepare our sheds to be a resilient support space for those men, then we have failed. We have failed. And, that's my driving passion around everything I do, is that, I believe that we should be putting our efforts into developing the men's sheds for that 2030 model. But these people who are at the helm of all of this, they need to be got rid of. They just need to, these are neither competent, they have no integrity, no authenticity. And in the railway, one of the mantras that I learned, are you contributing to the solution or adding to the problem? And there's no question that the IMSA are adding to the problem. Now, they would say to me, I'm adding to the problem. No, I'm in the business of unravelling the mess that you people have made up. And it's uncomfortable. Of course it's uncomfortable. It's comfortable for anybody to deal with these questions. But I invite you and anybody else at any point in time to point out to me, what am I asking that is unreasonable? What am I saying that is incorrect? Where is the weakness of my argument? If you can prove that, then you and I will both be the wiser for that.
Justice delayed is justice denied, and this has happened to us. So anyway, your belief is now that the reason for doing nothing was the Garda were involved.
Two things: less than optimal health, and the guards were involved in whatever.
So just the two things. The first thing he says relates to end again.
For less than optimal health.
So he says in relegation, end is less than optimal health. Again, I don't know anything about this, nor have we been kept informed of it, nor do I believe, in relation to what I've seen written by in the correspondence of interactions between the Department, Health HSE and the IMSA, was there anything done about if the pilot is not driving the plane, who else driving the plane? So the very idea that everything should stop, except end as remuneration, I don't believe anybody stopped paying them during this period of time and that no one else would do the work. That's ridiculous. What sort of organisation is that? What sort of organisation that's spending public money that just closes down when the CEO is sick? And we've no idea about that. We don't know idea how quantifiable. I'm not sure. If Enda Egan is consistently incapable of being available because of his health, and that could happen to any one of us, you then enter into a different category. Normally, you go out on you're paid off or something like that there, but the job continues to be required to be done. Like if you go for the Phantom 46A bus to Dunleary and the bus isn't there because the driver didn't turn up. The people are still waiting for the bus. Somebody else drives the bus. So why am I hearing this sort of stuff? And by the way, it's all rolled out, and yet let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about end of sickness. Well, I don't know what it is, and I've no intention. I have no desire or intention to pry into his personal existence. Otherwise, not at all. And I wish his health well on every level. Separately, there's a professional expectation here, and all I'm doing is let's deal with the professionalism here, because while everybody's worrying about endas, this, that, and the other, the pain, suffering of people in our experience in our shed, and that includes my medical history, includes also other guys in the shed, nobody's paying any attention to that.
And the guards were involved in whatever. So the question was...
So, and now he said, and the guards were involved in whatever. Listen to how he says it.
And the guards were involved in whatever. So the question was...
So now we left, the guards are involved in whatever. So everything is just a ball of smoke. No definition of anything. I've said it before. There is absolutely no basis for avoiding carrying through this investigation from the period of January 24, certainly up to the start of January 25, because there's no involvement by the guards in the criminal activity before that. This is just a total con job.
What exactly is our standing? Do we have to defer to the guards? Do we have to? What is our process?
So you asked this question.
But then this question emerges on what is our standing, and do we have to go to the guards? So they're asking these questions now. How many years later are they asking these questions? Like I posed these at the very first meeting. What is your standing with us? What are you doing in our place here? What right do you have to investigate? What power do you have to investigate? What relevance is any of this? Has never any answer to any of this.
What exactly is our standing? Do we have to defer to the guards? Do we have to? What is our process?
So you asked this question from somebody.
So this is all. So we were been asking these questions.
But of who?
Of our
legal advice. You spend money asking for advice because that's what you do.
We have.
So again, I put it to him, we are asking these questions about what is our standing and what about the guards, and I'm saying, like, these are these new questions? These are questions that were there right in 2026. So what are you doing here in the first place? So they were there at 2024, and they've been there since 2020. They're there all the time. They're constantly there. And then we're going to legal people asking questions. The thing that I know is that the vast majority of people in sheds, 99% of people in sheds around the country have no idea of how this money has been spent. No idea what's been done on their... And it's all their money. It's their money. It's their taxpayers' money. But because of the opacity and oblique way in which the Irish Men's Shed don't report on anything. They run conferences which people think in some way are something to do with a representative AGM. Nothing to do with it. It's just a show pony base to spend more money, give people a free meal and send them home, stupefied but not asking any questions. So they're now asking these questions.
We have, yes. So
you have what? Sorry, finish this. Sorry.
We have.
We have what?
We have legal advice.
Okay, so money...
So now we have what? I said, what do you have? We have legal advice, he's just said. So now we have legal advice.
We have legal advice.
Okay,
Access to
so
legal advice.
money,
Whether we have to pay
more
for it
public.
or whether we not, we have access to
Yeah,
legal
but I'm
advice.
sorry,
Yeah.
if you heard the insurance guy when he was asked the question today, he didn't answer it because he said, I don't know.
Yes.
And of course he's right to say, I don't know.
So that was interesting. We had been at a gathering of men in sheds in Donegal, and the FBD, one of the insurance, in fact, the only insurance operator in terms of men sheds in Ireland. That's a whole other question of legitimacy and how's this happened? There's only one player in the pitch. Why is this monopoly happening? Anyway, somebody asked a question, a specific question in relation to insurance, and of course your man didn't. He didn't answer a specific question because that's the whole idea of insurance, is to avoid answering specific questions. But at least he said honestly that he didn't know.
Yes.
And of course he's right to say, I don't know. And the question was Raymond asking, if we get somebody to sign a letter, say we're not responsible, does that have legal standing? He said, I don't know. And the way he'll only know is when somebody pays a cheque for a legal person to say, you paid me money for that advice. So if you've got legal advice, I'm assuming the public money is being used for this legal advice.
Somebody is paying for legal advice, whether it is, I don't know.
No, but somebody
is paying for legal advice.
Yeah, but hold on a minute. I'm an engineer. If you wanted me as a chartered engineer to give me a viewpoint that I would stand over, you'd have to pay me money, even if it's only €1.
Yeah, so in some way he seems to be suggesting that maybe in fact money wasn't spent. Maybe somebody just gave us a bit of advice. As I've discovered under FOI later, no, this advice was coming not cheap at €500 an hour.
I understand.
Yes,
this is not.
Just to take it completely separately. If you went down to Killarney, Cullenhull, and Rhododendrons with the IMSA last year, flow gas were paying for it. I mean it possibly is public money. I just don't know which source.
So he seems to be suggesting there that in fact somebody hold on, I don't want to put words in his mouth.
I understand.
Yes,
this is not.
Just to take it completely separately. If you went down to Killarney, Cullenhull, and Rhododendrons with the IMSA last year, flow gas were paying for it. I mean it possibly is.
So he's now suggesting that somebody like Flowgas could be paying for it. So in other words, that private companies who provide sponsorship or whatever to the IMSA could be paying for the legal fees of the IMSA to prevent them or to facilitate them to not do their job. It's a whole other layer there that, from what I can see of the figures, not a huge percentage of money at all comes from donations from companies. But I think it's really important that the boards of these companies have this information brought to their attention. I cannot imagine somebody in Flowgas, which I think is a British-based organisation, and would be remotely happy to be associated with a crowd of, I don't want to use a word here because God, it might go beyond the acceptable pale of having been associated with it. I don't think so, and I don't think they will be. It's simply a matter of, it's important. I don't want to go shouting to companies like this like some sort of raving lunatic. I want to bring data and information to them. This is, I'll be asking these people, is this in alignment with your brand? In other words, if I was to take a flow gas service, would the level of governance, professionalism, etc., that I would expect be represented by the behaviours of the IMSA? I don't think so.
And it possibly is public money. I just don't know which source with legal.
Oh, again, it possibly is public money, just doesn't know, because he's only the assistant CEO of IMSA. So what would he know? Nobody seems to know anything when you ask. When you say, boom, show me this. Well, I don't know. I think I understand. Maybe, perhaps, or not.
And it possibly is public money. I just don't know which source with legal.
Okay, all right. So, sorry, somebody asked a question. Yeah. No, that was March. How long did it take to ask the question? How long did it take to answer the question? Why are we a year later, a year after last March, and nobody seems to know what we can do in relation to the guards? So what was the next stage?
So that is what has been going on. It's been that basically nothing has happened over the last number of months.
Okay, so the process has been going on and nothing has happened over the last number of months. So the process is going on, but we're not making any progress. So like if I was in a vehicle and I was going on a journey, the journey is continuing, but the car is standing, the vehicle is standing still. Does that seem like a contradiction in terms?
Since say March last year to March this year. A year at least. A year. Longer than you've been in the organisation.
Yes, longer than I've been in the organisation until recently.
So this predates him longer than he's been in the organisation. Not there's been, the level of progress has been zero, nul point.
recent times.
Aye.
So I suppose where we're at now, and I suppose that's and you're right that would be difficult to defend, and the reasons are.
So let me just run that because I know there was a bit of noise in the background.
And you're right that would be difficult to defend.
Okay, so I understand as you're right. The fact is that would be difficult to defend. So we're both in agreement that, you know, when you shine a mirror at someone and say, what do you see? That unless they're literally blind or that they have a focused filter of cognitive dissonance and bias, and they're basically making it up or have no integrity, they would say, yeah, I can't stand over this. So just to clarify, the guy, you know, give him his due. He's not in there long. Maybe he hasn't totally ingested and digested and become the culture.
That would be difficult to defend, and the reasons are.
So it's interesting, difficult to defend. You know, it's hard for the guy to say impossible to defend. You know, the pull aside or over the line, or it's not. He just leaves a bit of a gap. Well, I'd say, what level of, if we could go down this rabbit hole, I'd say, what level of probability do you think you could defend it? What sort of defence do you think you could put up? We'd be still here if I was dealing with this guy.
And the reasons are.
But would you personally, like you've come into an organisation, are you happy that you've landed in a place like the Republic of Conscience that has acted professionally? Are you happy? Can you stand over the performance of the IMSA in this regard up to date?
So I think just to say that reference to the Republic of Conscience is the poem by Heaney, where he talks about the sense of humility that should be ingrained in leaders to be given the wonderful opportunity to play a role in leadership. I mean, that escaped lots of leadership, certainly in our country, and absolutely is abysmally absent. But I'm asking this guy, you're in there 8 months, you've come in with your MBA, he talked at the start of how drawn he was to member-based organisations, and I threw up a flag then, member-based, yeah, we'll get into that, particularly in the recording of the next conversation, which will be a third part of this series.
I will stand over the good intentions and good efforts.
So I just wanted, this is now, would you stand over the actions? And I say, I'm going to stand over the road to heaven. What is it? The road to heaven is paved with good intentions. No. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. So this guy's going to stand over the good intentions.
I will stand over the good intentions and good efforts of the office to try and make this fixed. The processes haven't been in place, and I'm not happy with the processes.
So he's going to stand over the good intentions of everybody, but he acknowledges the processes haven't been in place. You know, imagine we were in a culture where you simply get shafted. You collect your P45 on the way out. So imagine the thing that there is no accountability. People like me are not allowed to ask the question. I'm the bad guy. I'm asking the clear, obvious question. You know, why bark when you can have a dog, right? So I'm just to be blamed for asking the question. Everybody else says, well, with good intentions, we just did nothing.
Weren't there.
Well, is it satisfactory that the processes are not in place?
It's until we get them in place.
So I've asked him, is it satisfactory that the process are not in place? And now, again, is the answer to that is yes or no. It's either satisfactory. Let's say we had a 35% pass grade. Let's say 35, but with compensation, right? I mean, the marks on this exam are 2 out of 100. And you get the 2 just for having turned up on expenses. The 2 marks that indicate us to get expenses to drive all the way to Donegal to legitimate Jimmy. That's about the only 2 you get. So there's no pass grade here. Like, not unless you actually throw away the threshold of governance standards. Can you find any of this stuff acceptable? Now, maybe, I mean, the problem is, the difficulty I philosophically have is that certainly in Ireland, I'm wondering, maybe we already did this a long time ago, Liam, and you're in the wrong space looking for this. But I'd like to believe that human beings, rational human beings left to their own devices, come up to the realization that if you don't have standards and comply with those standards, then you end up in the land of Confucius's chaos and confusion.
I am not satisfied. It is my intention now, and I'm only really going to judge.
So I just want to, I think he says this quietly, hold on.
It's until we get them in place, I am not satisfied.
So he is acknowledging that he's not satisfied until we get them in place. And there's a big effort been put by everybody in getting these in place. So just as that was on the 14th of May, 2025, and by 2026, January, the process is certainly the processing, and we have still not got this information, so it's still not in place. So must be a lot of unhappy people in the leadership of the IMSA really worried about the fact that there's no process.
It is my intention now, and I'm only really going to judge on what I can do, is to get them in place and to put processes in place. And in many ways, this is a test case, because thankfully, for whatever...
So this is really important here, what he says, because the first thing he has talked about is his intention to make it happen and get them in place, etc. But this bit...
And in many ways, this is a test case, because thankfully, for whatever...
So now, this is a test case. So this complaint being made by James Boyle against our shed, he has specifically stated that this is a test case. So it's a bit like test tube babies or guinea pigs. So I had introduced the word in a follow-up email to him about guinea pigs. And in the future recording of a conversation with Aidan, I mentioned that we were being guinea pigs in this process. And he took exception to this, me calling it guinea pigs. And I'm just thinking, we're being played with and toyed with by people who are paid big money and failing to do a job. And the department, the HSE, the Department of Health, the Department of Rural and Gaelic Affairs, and nobody is actually challenging these people as to why they're failing to maintain standards. And this is not a victimless situation. Our shed, our members, and particularly our chairman, are being crucified with mental health stress over the complete failure by the IMSA to do their job diligently and in a professional and in a timely manner.
Kind of complaints we've had in the past, I am not aware that we've had kind of this...
Did you see, this is the second reiteration of that journey. The first reiteration was John Lai and Andy Egan coming up. We'd never had this before. You're the guinea pig for our learning experiment. So we're still on the... this is another learning version of the same unlearned experiment. Yeah. I'm not happy with that. And I'm not happy because it annoys...
Sorry, this relates to the fact that in my previous conversations in relation to my original complaint about my mistreatment in 2020, how that thing was completely mismanaged. And there was zero learning from that. Now we're back in here and we're in a second iteration. The iteration is the first repeat of this thing. So it's the first iteration of the same non-learning. And look, I'm saying this is very much reaching my, exceeding my frustrations tolerance threshold. Which obviously, that's been going on for quite a while now.
I'm not happy with that. And I'm not happy because it annoys me personally. I've seen it, I think without the personal support of Austin and I to each other. I mean, Austin is a local. And in Donegal, that means when you're attacked locally, your family or extended family, anything about you's being attacked. I'm not from here.
Just to say that every most mornings my dad would go to the shop, he would get abuse from this guy. Verbal abuse. So, I mean, it's not acceptable that it hasn't been dealt with.
So just that was quiet there, but Austin is confirming that when his father, Connie, who's also a member of Shed and is now in his 80s and not in the best of health at all, every time he goes to the shop he gets accosted by, or when he goes in he's accosted by Jimmy Boyle, he ends up getting verbal abuse and being, I don't know, it's hard to, I suppose you're playing football, if a fella keeps tapping your ankles as you get up and down the pitch, what would you call that? And it keeps happening, and say it keeps happening when the ref's not watching. So why would any man in his 80s have to put up with this? Why would anybody? Why would Austin's father have to put up with this? And this is all happening because the IMSA are failing to process. Look, we've no problem. If we have a set of complaint or a complaint signed off and handed over to us, then we'll deal with the complaint If there's a basis for responding, we'll respond. We'll seek an adjudication, an independent, fair and professional adjudication. My God, having experienced the IMSA, whoever it was ever to manage this have to be a million miles away from these guys. At which time we'll have an adjudication. And then if we're guilty, we then hold our hands up and we accept our punishment. If we're not guilty, then we just, we aim the judgment at the other person. And any time the other person raises hand, we just publish the judgment, just move on. But we're prevented and say, this victim, this extends to anybody. I mean, just a little anecdote. So in our local public post office, Malloy's, I went in there one day and I was walking around the store, and then I heard this voice behind me talking about the bullies up in the shed, the bullies up in the shed. It was like a ghost. And I looked around and Jimmy Boyle was following me around the shed. Now, I'd made a decision in my life. I switch on the filter and just say, don't recognise this person's in the space. I just don't react in any way, shape or form. So then he follows me up to the till and I'm paying the money at the till. And this guy, he's like someone with Tourette's, because I'm not paying any, them bullies up in the men's shed, them bullies up in the men's shed. And the problem is that local people, you say, what's going on here? What's been said here? So they end up thinking there's no smoke without fire, etc. I'm just thinking, and again, this is all happening, but you can be sitting in your head office spending all the public taxpayers' money on getting solicitors' advice to prevent yourself doing anything. The process is still going on, but there's nothing happening. While out there at the coalface, and this applies in every shed, by the way, in every shed that's part of a locality, Paddy Cavan is talking about the parochial being universal. It's not just the same in Donegal, it's the same everywhere. I'm sure it's the same everywhere in the world. Gossip, damage in sheds. Sheds are entitled to a better support system than that. Absolutely. And the obligation, remember, this is the same men shed that never stops talking about mental health and mental well-being for men. And they're facilitating this happening at the coalface and sheds.
There's some mental impact on me and plus my father, and my father has heart issues and stuff like that, and there's a big concern that anything could happen, so.
Sorry, this guy, he's been told this directly to his face about the stress that's been caused to Austin and his father and other people. These people have done nothing about this. Like, you think you go away and say, geez, that's serious stuff, better do something.
Well, sorry, the reason I just take note, you've heard Austin say this, but at the meeting we had in January or February 2024, Enda Egan started making sensible statements about vulnerable persons, and it could be a complaint made by a vulnerable person, namely Jimmy Boyle, could end up with a criminal prosecution involving us. He then stated that.
Sorry, it's important because that I back that up. If you go back to the previous recording, Enda Egan then was pointed out that complaints could be dealt with, let's say ordinary complaints or ones under vulnerable persons, which then could bring in threats or potential of criminal action. And the implication was that Jimmy Boyle, being 79 when he made the complaint, that he could be considered to be a criminal or a vulnerable person, and that our shed can end up with criminal complaints made against them. And yet we're talking about the men in our shed and their vulnerabilities, and nobody gives a shit about them. And we're all talking about Enda's health, by the way, except we don't know what Enda's health is. So there's a complete mismatch here. So you're very back in base. Who has no idea? These people have obviously no idea what's going on in actual sheds. Well, why would they? Because, the board of the IMSA don't contain people who've been elected by sheds.
He then stated that regular reports had to be made to the HSE under SLAs with the HSE reporting all of this. So I'm just saying, great, I'll be going to the HSE. I want all of this stuff.
So again, these are this reporting mechanism that Enda Egan told us about, that I've subsequently discovered over the last month in going through this stuff that I got from under FOI. There's supposed to be recording mechanisms kept for complaints, etc. So what has actually been written down? And if any of the reality of what's going on, all of the endlessly undocumented stuff, the fact there's no progress has been made in all of this, if any of this has been lodged in a report, did anybody in the departments, like there's something about a national learning group or something in the HSE who I'm going to try and reach out, did anybody analyse any of this stuff? Or is this fractal of incompetence and maladministration, is this just, as fractals are this just replicated at level after level after level after level, right up the system? And then we worry about people like the effects of people on people's lives like Vicky feeling how these things happen. They all happen for the same reason. People just don't do their job and nobody's held accountable.
But the reality is the vulnerable older persons that are involved, including, the older members of the shed. Like, I'm not from Donegal, okay? And for other aspects of my life, there have been all sorts of conflict struggles in my whole world. This isn't new to me. I go to the other side of the country, people say, Jimmy who? Nobody cares. Nobody cares outside. But in Donegal it matters. Now, this is supposed to be managed by the IMSA. And I'm saying, well, why is the IMSA getting all these hundreds of thousands of euro from public money for supposed to be supporting men's sheds when there's no support? And from what I understand, you talked about a strategy plan which would reflect on men's sheds having representation up at the land of land. Nobody told us about any consultation. We were never consulted with. Our shed was never, I've never been at a meeting where any consultation was had to reflect on the future design of representation. We're just reporting out here. These focus groups you're talking about, we weren't in those. Now, I know everybody doesn't have to be in a focus group, but we haven't been canvassed, and if we're being used as a guinea pig trial, I think somebody should have reached out and said, have you anything to say up there?
Well, I mean, all I have is when I came on board, that pick of files of the consultation.
Okay, so yeah, but just have a look through. You should be able to do a digital search, Control F and find out where Guido shed has ever been asked any question. We've been asked nothing. Now, we're not looking for any bigger space at the table than anybody else. But I'm just saying to you, this representative body, which is getting all this money, and it starts writing back to me, tells me how many whole-time and part-time people. How much are you, what's your salary?
Sorry, just before we get into that, this guy Aidan Ó Gormáin, I think on that day, had given a talk to them, whoever men's sheds turned up and done in Killybegs that day, talking about plans and all the rest. And what was going on. I'm talking about strategy plans, etc. No, he didn't get into any detail, and it was quite clear to me there was no vote taken on anything or no methodology by where we were told we were going to be included in anything. That was May 2025. Now in January 2026, as a result of tranches of information that I've uncovered or surfaced from FOI applications to a number of departments over the last few months of 2025, now in early 2026, I can definitely say that the Irish Men's Shed is not a representative group, whereas the concept of an association of sheds conjures up an association of equals who collaborate, support, work with each other, elect a leadership and agree process and policies and all this. None of this is true for the Irish Men's Shed. The Irish Men's Shed Association is a limited company limited by guarantee, of whose members are the directors, a very small, 5 people now, 2 women, 3 men, led by a chairman who's not a member of the Men's Shed. That will be confirmed in a next phone call conversation that I'll be recording of the 21st of October 2025 with Enda Egan. So that, and no, sheds around the country simply, 1, don't know it, 2, don't believe it, and 3, have no idea what that means and haven't thought, because most sheds are just busy doing their own thing. And of those leaders of sheds who have contacted me, a number of them who are concerned, etc., like they've all said to me, look, we just get on with our own lives and do our own thing. We don't worry about the Irish Men's Shed Association. Okay, we turn to them in order to receive our handout from the government because they control it, which is a terrible thing. These people have interposed themselves between sheds and the government officials to dole out money, which we're all entitled. It's our taxpayers, it's taxpayers' money, and then they're paid the grand sum of 50,000 to administer this, and they administer it extremely poorly to the extent that this year, the grants for 2025, which were for expenditure in sheds between, I think it was April 24 and March 25, so that's 2 years ago nearly, has not been paid out and will not be paid out until sometime, we're now told, in February or March this year. So I mean, this is it is poxy administration. I mean, to the degree that when I put in our applications for our shed, I saw it closing the loop, knowing how incompetent these people, and knowing how many documents have disappeared from my personal experience of examining this stuff. I wanted a copy of what we'd sent them, and the person, Linda, or somebody who's employed by them, simply decided for herself, I'm not writing to you anymore. I mean, what sort of people are these people? Are these people just, like, it's almost like a private company, you don't need customers. Like, even private companies need customers. That's what's called customer care. And these guys are paid public money, and they just refuse to be accountable for it. Jesus wept. God, you remember that one?
And I'm asking because it's coming out of public funds. If you don't want to tell me, I'll do an FOI or whatever I have to do with it.
Oh yeah, so I've asked him what his salary was, and I don't apologise for that. Anybody who remembers the debacle of the RTE public the Oireachtas hearings after the Ryan Tubridy debacle will realise that people didn't want to admit their salaries or tell you anything. It didn't have to be pointed out, excuse me, this is public money. Do you know what I mean? This guy's paid public money. If I'm right, I worked as a lecturer in the Institute of Technology in the Dock for 27 years. My salary was a public salary. You could just go in and plug it online and see what it was. Well, what do these people think they are?
Like, I know Aidan Egan's job was advertised at 90,000 plus.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, I had a piece of evidence, I could see it from maybe back in 2021, that Aidan Egan's job was then advertised at 90,000 plus expenses or whatever, embellishments or emoluments or whatever that would add up, to make your package. So he obviously didn't take it cut back even, I knew, at that stage. Now, since then, and it's really difficult to get into this without somebody actually with the power to do the forensic analysis. That's the people who give the money, who are responsible to you and me, accountable, to find out what actual payments were made to Enda Egan. And are there any payments that were made on the side to anybody else which went back to him, or benefits in kind? And there's a whole lot of, because there's no transparency, that's all to be examined. Anyway.
And that was 5 years ago. So, and I know you have an MBA and you left another business. So
I'm not earning that much at all. I'm 63 too.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, at 63,000, I'm not.
So he said he seems to be so shocked at the money that Enda is earning. That's what it sounds like. That's what sounds to me like he's shocked.
And that was 5 years ago. So, and I know you have an MBA and you left another business. So
I'm not earning that much at all. I'm 63 too.
So he says, I'm not earning that much at all. 63,000. Now again, like I don't have, there's so much data in bits and fragments that's been given to me. I think, so I have to look at the cost of this guy to the organisation. That's the only way I can look at this in terms of what it costs, because that's the taxpayers' money. And I think I've seen figures of maybe 72. I don't know how that's all made up, because there's the money he gets and then he's travelling around bucketing money at civil service mileage. Why he needs to be going to half these places when he's not, like, even coming up to this thing. What information did he give? He's given no useful information. And all this could have been done online. It could be done through Zoom. So, I mean, it's just generating wasted money. But anyway, he claims that he's on, I think, 63,000. And, as I said, he is an MBA. So if he is what he projects himself as being in LinkedIn, then, he would be expected to be earning that.
I'm not earning that much at all. I'm 63 too.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, at 63,000, I'm not looking for a clerical officer response. You come.
Yeah, so I made it clear to him, I'm dealing with the assistant CEO of the IMSA, who comes to the table on a LinkedIn profile showing that he's an MBA and he's all this experience, and his competence is what I would classify as a very young, inexperienced clerical officer working in a department which is zero oversight.
You're coming in with a management portfolio in effect, and I want you to do well. I mean, I spend my life, my belief in the sheds is not about me. The shed is about the chairman after Austin, not us. It's the chairman after that. It's the shed of 2030.
Yeah, so be clear, just for anybody who wonder why I am, apart from the bigger question of does it matter, and that big research question, why would I get annoyed about men's sheds, etc.? I've put 10 years of my life into helping men's sheds. And similarly with Austin, I've seen him do this. And we both agreed that when the succession management planning took place in 2020 to move forward, Austin and I certainly agreed that our vision would be that this was never going to be about me as the chairman or Austin as the chairman. And it wasn't going to be about the chairman after Austin. It was about building a system and a shed for the chairman after the chairman after Austin. Yeah. The chairman who succeeded Austin, the person who would succeed him, that the shed would have built itself up to be a really good, sustainable space with healthy, physiologically and psychologically healthy environments, which would be of benefit to men's well-being going forward. That's the business we're in as volunteers. Now, the people who are employed spend big money supposedly facilitating and supporting our mission in doing that, or getting in the way of doing it, and adding to our stress, anxiety, and problems. That's when you're adding to the problem as against contributing to the solution.
This age group here, see the age group there, it's the wrong age group if you're designing the next team.
Yeah, the point I was making that in that group of men who collected in Killybegs, I'm turning 70 this year, almost exclusively everybody there was older and much older than me. So you don't have to do the maths. The statistics will tell you that in 10 years' time, if we're relying on that group of people, it'll be a graveyard. So the sustainability sheds is about finding fresh and younger people to come in, to find value in the sheds and to keep building forward. So that's what our mission should be. That's what we should all be at. And imagine to be led like, I just have to hold back people like this.
Where do you come from? Repeated thing today was problems getting members. So that's our passion and our vision. Now I realise we just have to do our stuff in Guido in our area. Doesn't matter if the Irish men sheds keep running around giving free kettles to everybody. Like, see this thing of running free kettles, Joe. What a fucking joke.
I just want to put that in context. So this event here today, and on that day, every shed was being handed out kettles, a free kettle for everyone in the audience. And this was the major achievement plugged by the Irish men's sheds in 2024-25. That a project was set up to beat the Guinness Book of Records for the greatest number of kettles, I think unworking kettles, old kettles and everything, collected in one room at one time. And I think this may have been supported by somebody in flow gas. And I'm just thinking that what an inane, insane, stupid, fucking asshole thing to be doing, to go around collecting kettles. The real issues in sheds, like the issues that we're going through here, which have been acknowledged by Enda Egan as a significant problem throughout the sheds. And he is the one who commented positively on the fact that we're probably in the very small minority of sheds who even had the capacity to try and feel this sort of problem. And these guys are going around handing out free kettles to everybody in the audience. So, why wouldn't you have the Guinness Book of Records in a completely gobshite business? That's what it is. And I'm sure there's lots of men are going to be hurt. Oh God, I tried so hard, etc. And I think you're great guys. But your energy should never have been misused by this. And I don't know what Flow Gas thought they were getting into or out of it. But anybody with a critically thinking brain who isn't on cocaine or something would be saying, this is mad stuff. Completely and absolutely mad stuff. And our shed ensured that it got its number of kettles for a number of our older members, went along on the day and brought kettles back to their houses, and I hope they're having lovely cups of tea. My God. Bye, lions, do berries. Take your berries with you to Australia.
That's a joke. When I look at the energy, we can't get a complaint dealt with and we run around the bar collecting kettles. I'm sorry, you do your homework first. Why were we left for more than a year doing nothing when all this energy was spent collecting kettles? Is that an unreasonable question?
I think so.
You think it's an unreasonable question?
That
you think it's unreasonable that we have faced the onslaught of stress on a complaint that's supposed to be processed by a group you who have no procedure, done nothing for over a year and a half, and you think it's unreasonable for me to say, can we not get this done before we do the kettles?
Sorry, I'll restate that. Do you think that given the IMSA have done nothing to progress this complaint against and left us completely exposed to the barrage of harassment by James Boyle, building on the capacity on the narrative that, oh, my complaint's been actually dealt with actively by the Irish men's shed and they're going to sort all this out, while the IMSA are going around collecting old kettles from people? Sure, the tinker man when I was a kid would give you money, a few pounds, or a bit of a kettle. I mean, it's crazy stuff. Crazy and absolute. But these are delusional people, overpaid money, and of course not representative. They're not either in the control of men's sheds or elected by these. And then they go around and they create all these, I don't know, it's a TikTok-y type of thinking in relation to this. They say this is a wonderful progression. While the issue of mental health within Mensa, that significant mental health damage has been visited upon our shed by the failure of the Irish Men's Shed Association to do the job that they've signed up SLAs for, that they claim that they're under legislative obligation to resolve. And, now all of a sudden I'm hurting their feelings.
Because the person whose jobs and the funding we have to do the kettles, there's only particular people in the organisation that have the skill set to deal with the complaints, namely.
No, he's now saying that the people in the organisation, it's hard to make this out, but listen.
Because the person whose jobs and the funding we have to do the kettles, there's only particular people in the organisation that have the skill set to deal with.
So we're basically saying there's very few people in the organisation who have the skills to deal with this complainty sort of stuff. So what we have is, it's a bit like Santa's little helpers. We have them going around collecting kettles instead. Now, I don't know. From what I can work out from what I've elicited from FOIs, there's a handful of people working there. It seems to be people, certainly in the 50, 60, 70,000 bracket, health promotion officers, etc. And that will become an issue, certainly in another future conversation. So because we have nobody here who can do the job, we spend our time doing kettles instead. No, this isn't okay, because this all assumes that the men in Guido shed, their health and their mental well-being doesn't matter. That's the underlying thing about all this, is that our shed, and the fact that we have been harassed and harangued by this individual, and that being facilitated by the failure of the Irish Men's Shed to do their signed-up job. We don't matter. That's the underlying problem. And that'll be borne out in my third conversation, which I recorded with Aidan Egan on the 1st of October 2025.
The complaints, mainly.
Sorry, you don't have the skill sets to deal with, because we haven't dealt with it for a year and a half. Enda stated that the next phase he saw, that if we couldn't resolve this informally, that he was going to go to mediation. We'd get an immediate. And I said, who's going to pay for the mediation? And what do you think he said?
I assume he said he would, did he?
No, he said, we haven't even thought about that.
Okay.
So the question I'm asking him, Enda in his bluster said, we can possibly go to mediation about this. And I said, who's going to pay for this? Given that Enda, a number of years before, the first time I met him, he came up to try and appease me. He said, we couldn't, we've got a quote for 15,000 to do mediation or something of that order, and we don't have that sort of money. So suddenly he was proposing mediation. And then when I'd asked him who's going to pay for it, he ended up, he said he didn't know. So it's just Mickey Uppy stuff, total and absolutely pulling straws out of the sky. You're pulling straws out of the sky, working in a job where your remuneration, your package, I'm saying to you, it's around 120,000 a year. And what I'm saying is, you start poking all the holes and you'll find when you put all the bits together, that's what you're going to come up with. And for this, I think Joe Public goes out and says, many of you people are out there taking that sort of resource home. Many people are on that sort of job. Very few people for that quality of performance.
Okay.
Sorry, this is important, because in the previous event, going back to 2020, when he dealt with my situation, he said it would cost him 12,000 to bring in a mediator.
Sorry, no, I said 12,000 cut it.
Liam, will you stop hassling us, looking for justice? So,
Sorry, I just talked over that, so I better let him say what he's saying.
Sorry, this is important, because in the previous event, going back to 2020, when he dealt with my situation, he said it would cost him 12,000 to bring in a mediator, and poor us, we've no money. So, Liam, will you stop hassling us, looking for justice?
So, just to be fair, I'm not sure specifically. I don't have that detail just at hand at the moment, whether it's 12 or 15 or whatever. It's important. That figure is interesting, 12, because jumping forward into the third recording, you will hear Aidan Egan acknowledge to me that in 2025, sometime before October, that the IMSA had signed a contract with an outsider to address Jimmy Boyd's complaint for the princely sum of €12,000, which he said was for his, because I asked him, was this on time and materials or a fixed price? He didn't even understand the question. But when I explained to him, he seemed to suggest that would cover 5 days' work. But initially, there was no money. Now all of a sudden there's money. Then in January 24, he didn't know where the money is coming from. From what I can see about the applications for money made by the IMSA to the Department of Health, etc., there's no inclusion for that sort of money to be provided for. So I don't know where the money comes from, but I just know this is either the IMSA's total monies coming in comes from 3 possible areas. Public funding, that's taxpayers' funding, which is almost exclusively what they get. some funding that comes through organisations who are well-meaning and probably think, and of course recognise the value of the Irish Men's Sheds, but have been conned effectively into thinking that the Irish Men's Sheds are the authentic representatives of the men's sheds, and are going to spend his money wisely, as in collect kettles, break the Guinness Book records full of kettles. So, sorry, I've lost my train of thought there.
So, I mean, just look at it.
So
I've never met you before,
Yeah.
Aidan, so I've no skin in your game or otherwise. But I'd be insulting your intelligence. I looked you up on LinkedIn before I came. Last week I said, look, I look him up, what's the story? So this guy, this is what he's paid. So I don't know why he's in here, don't know what his gig is and all the rest. There was a fellow with your name from Limerick with a criminal record, but it worked out it wasn't. Yeah, that just said, I think, is this the same fellow, Aidan Ó Gormáin? He said, you want to change your name? One of you. Anyway, I worked out it wasn't you. It wasn't you. It wasn't. No, but what I'm saying is, Aidan, I come to meet you and I said, look, and I expect a level of professionalism and candour, and whether we might disagree or not about anything, I said, that's not personal. What's personal with Enda to me is Enda tells me I'm going to do something he doesn't do. That's now, because he's asking us a personal favour. He wasn't asked from a...
Yeah, sorry, the personal favour I reflect is that he asked me back in when he came up to deal with my original complaint, basically if I'd back off and desist in order to let him get on with his job. So it was a personal request for me. And in the last meeting I had, he this talks about how much respect he had for me in that regard, and then proceeded from then on, and he continues to do, to fundamentally disrespect me. But I am pointing out there that I did look up Aidan Ó Gormáin. That's how I do my business. I'm going to meet somebody. I check them up and find out who I can. I do my due diligence on them. This guy appeared in. If I looked at his LinkedIn profile, like it told a story of a guy who, I was on, God, that guy must be working with Elon Musk or something like that. So, like, that's what you do in Facebook or whatever. At LinkedIn, you sell yourself and da-da-da-da-da-da. But, in fact, he and somebody else sometime before it led me to believe that, God, does LinkedIn have any fundamental value at all? If people can put up, images of what they are and sell stories about themselves, that when you actually taste the menu and you taste what's there and you realise this is crap. This is terrible. Like my experience up to now with this guy is anyway, it certainly doesn't align whatsoever with what I'd read about him on LinkedIn at all.
From a professional point of view, I should never relented. I didn't relent, I just put a pause. My whole thing is there. When I did DSAR before, he was told we lost our computers and we found computers and we couldn't find the passwords. Like, it was such a fucking...
Yeah, this relates to the fact that when I had put in a DSAR a couple of years ago, when Enda Egan had come into the company, all I kept hearing was, we've lost laptops and we can't get passwords. It was just a complete and absolute morass of incompetence, no information, no structure, no organisation, no anything. So I'd already been there before, and now we're going back again, and we're just essentially finding out that it isn't really any much better, except it's fronted now the second man. Like, this is the second in command as an MBA. So you'd imagine a guy who's in front of him, he must even be a higher quality operator.
It was such a shambolic sort of excuse, right? And sorry, when I say it's the man in the Clapham omnibus, Mr. Independent looking at this, watching the documentary, look at this, this is a joke.
Yeah, just again, to repeat, this is called the man on the Clapham omnibus. If you don't understand, just maybe look it up. But the whole idea is that's the person with no skin in the game who just looks at this as an outsider and say, what's going on here? What would they think of this? So I'd identify the man at Clapham omnibus as a relatively educated person with some insight into how the world should work. I'm not talking about someone who's illiterate, disinterested, and strung out in drugs. I'm talking about the man on the Clapham omnibus. So the reasonable person, I suppose. Yeah.
I don't want the Irish Men's Sheds to be a joke. It's too important for me. Do you know what percentage of men were at the National Convention of Older People last week? 220 people. Do you know what the percentage was?
I don't.
No, because I spoke to Professor Ronan Collins from Tally University after. I said, look around you, Ronan. Less than 10% here are men. And of those, the ones at the ties don't count because they're paid to be here. And what I'm saying to him, Ronan...
Yeah, so just this is quite relevant in terms of men's sheds and men's mental health. I just finished at the end of last year, 2025, a 3-year term of service as a member of the Older Persons Executive in Donegal. And there's one of these an executive in every county in the country. And I had attended at the National Convention of Older Persons in Tala sometime, I think, during the summer. And I just looked around the room and at the dinner on an evening, I counted sort of the average number of people, number of tables, and I guesstimated to be about 220 people. And I averaged out, it looked to me that it was about 10% of the people present were men. And then I looked at the men and I said, many of those people were dressed up in a shirt and tie suit, and then the guy sitting beside me had come, in a paid capacity from one of the county councils. So of the men who were there, how many of them were there as voluntary men in their own capacity? Very few. And what's the chap's name, Professor, who spoke at a great guy from Tala Hospital.
And what I'm saying to him, Ronan, men's...
Let's see what his name is.
The ones that the ties don't count because they're paid to be here. And what I'm saying to him, Ronan...
Sorry, the guy's James Ronan, I can't remember. I should reference him. He's a really good guy.
And they're not here. It's a numbers game. It's not a political game. This is not too important for me. Do you know what percentage of men were at the National Convention of Older People last week?
I just want to try and jump into it.
Less than 10% here are men. And of those, the ones that the ties don't count because they're paid to be here. And what I'm saying to him, Ronan, men's health, physical health, cause an awful lot.
Do
you know if men were at the National Convention of Older People last week, with 220 people? Do you know what the percentage was?
I don't.
No, because I spoke to Professor Ronan Collins from Tala University.
So Ronan Collins is the job's name.
Less than 10% here are men. And of those, the ones that the ties don't count because they're paid to be here. And what I'm saying to him, Ronan, men's health, physical health, costs an awful lot of money. And they're not here. It's a numbers game. It's not a political game. This is not an anti-women. Men's voices are not there. So when all this stuff is going around here at the convention for the Age Alliance in Ireland under the Minister for Older People, Kieran O'Donnell, who I fucking doorstepped last week, say, look at what's the story here.
So again, this is important because I've just made a fairly strong comment there about the IMSA wasting their time collecting kettles. The money that's coming from the Department of Health and the HSE is fundamentally there because it's coming from the HSE, the Health Support Executive, and the Department of Health. So it's about health. So we're talking about men's health. It's not unusual, not unexpected that they're pushing the agenda around men's health. They're not pushing football for men, for fun for men. They're talking about men's health. And the Older Persons Executive, just look at, we have multiple quangos in the country all supposed to be doing the same thing. But if you talk about the Older Persons Councils and Executive around the country, they're representing the needs of the people in the, let's say, over 55 age group and older, right? So a lot of the people are quite old, and many of the people at that event were certainly my age and older, and that's 70 and older. But similarly in Donegal, I mean, I was, for the 3 years I was there, I was either the sole male who was an executive member as against being a paid employee from the council, okay, on the Older Person Executive, or there was one man before I came in, he was there for the first year, and then another guy turned up at a meeting once, never saw him since. So I was a lone voice in there reflecting on male perspective on health and facilities going forward. So when I go to TAL, I find the percentages are exactly the same. Men were not represented there. So the voice of men are not heard. And this is not in any way an adjudication of women, because those women, to a large degree, are then martyred to actually, in many cases, speaking out for their men, the men in their lives, whether it be their husbands, their brothers, their cousins, their sons, or whatever. But that's not the same as men being both encouraged, supported, and challenged to turn up doing their own thing. And meanwhile, while all this is going on at a national level, the Irish men's sheds are going around collecting kettles to bring them all to board so everybody can get a free kettle. I mean, sorry, this is not okay. This is not okay. I'm a man going into my 70s, and I said, I want a better service for me as I age, for how long as I'm alive for, and I want to be a contributor and a creator in that space. And I find myself being surrounded by highly paid individuals in the IMSA who are going around collecting kettles.
There's no conversation involving men, and men are the worst people in the world to represent their own interests when it comes to that. Okay? So my passion is there for that reason. When I come across this thing, this individual wouldn't bother me except for this reason. If this was visited in any other shed in the country, those sheds are full. This individual turned up an art shed last week on a tour from some art group.
Yeah, so I'm talking about the James Boyle, the complainant in Ardshed. So I had been told by the guys in Ardshed, in Ards Peninsula, in Ards Monastery in North Donegal. He had turned up on it. There was a visit to that area by people from an arts group in our area. And so he went in there and he started bleating out a story to these people again. So it was reported back to me. So again, bad-mouthing us around every possible space that he could do this. And we are left unprotected because we don't have a process, and we don't have an investigation that's been properly done. It hasn't been done at all, and we don't have an outcome. So this person can validly say, look, I'm in there, this process has been examined, I'm being evaluated, I'll be back in that shed. And people end up, because they don't know any better, they don't know what to believe, but it fundamentally damages our reputation unnecessarily in people's eyes. So again, this is not a victimless situation.
And he ate the ears off the fellas in the main shed in Ards about this issue, looking for it, looking to go on and on and on. So this process that you talk about, I'm sad that it hasn't been there for 4 years. And if it's not there, the shed's organisation has no future. Because I think you will understand, governance. The bar is raising all of the time. So without governance, you've nowhere. So for example, I'm saying, if I write to you tomorrow and say, please give me a copy of your complaints and grievance processes in PDF format. What you're going to tell me is, we're still working on that.
I would tell yes, because I have a draft, which there's no point.
So therefore, anybody who makes a complaint at the moment has no access. But they've no access to a system because there's no system.
There is a document. Eva had it earlier. That book.
On the pamphlet?
There's something in the pamphlet about complaints, and that's probably what we would refer someone to.
But I mean, sorry, that's so nebulous that it's meaning. You understand?
Yeah.
It's nebulous. Okay.
But that's the document that's there in terms of.
So what he's talking about, there was a document handed out, a pamphlet about complaints or something, obviously, maybe at the meeting. And he's saying in the present situation, if somebody has something to complain about, they follow that process. But there is no process. You just have to confirm it. There is no process. So the reality as of May 20 or the 14th of May 2025, if you had a complaint that you wanted a process through the Irish Men's Association, there is no mechanism for doing it. And the test case, which is us being the victim of a complaint or the target of a complaint, that we're in limbo, going nowhere, doing nothing, without never been given a copy of the complaint made against us. So I presume, unless everybody else is jumping the queue or short-circuiting the queue, that at the end of the day, they're sitting there saying, there's no room at the inn for any of us. And that this guy, instead of just saying, yeah, this is a joke, he's saying, well, there's a piece of paper there saying, you can ring a hole in the wall. Honest to God.
In terms of if you have a conflict. There was, to come back, so further delay. One, I'm saying end is health. Two, I'm saying legal queries that had to be considered and maybe not prioritized. And the third thing.
Sorry, what is the outcome of that advice? Are you entitled to give us this now?
You're not there yet, no. And the third thing.
So, sorry, he said two things. There's end is health, the Garda, whether they're entitled to get, the issue because of the Garda, or maybe even about DSAR or whatever, are they entitled to give us? So they asked them all this legal advice. So obviously I'm saying, are we there yet? Are we there yet? When are we going to get an answer to all this? Or do you just keep paying people legal fees just so you don't get any answers? I mean, are companies like Mason Hayes and Kern, are they so broke that they're milking a Mickey Mouse organisation like the IMSA, which compared to the HSE, the money's involved in the Department of Health are probably about 1 million a year max. I mean, the health budget in Ireland is something like 26 billion a year. So Simon Harris, I think, when he was Minister for Health, I think referred to these sort of things like rounding up figures, rounding errors. The money that's spent at the IMSA by the Department of Health is, and particularly when it is used by these people in the department to sign off and say, well, yes, that's the way we're carrying out our due diligence in relation to men's issues. I mean, it's Mickey Mouse money. So I'm not surprised they're not paying any attention to it, but it's not okay. And that's my point, it isn't okay. So I let him repeat that again. So I think he goes on to say something about a third one.
Considered, and maybe not prioritise. And the third thing.
Sorry, what is the outcome of that advice? Are you entitled to give us this now?
You're not there yet. No, of course and the third thing, I suppose, is our standing. Isn't what is the IMSA? What is the shared?
So this is.
So the third thing. So we just to clarify the three things. So God, I remember now. Sorry, what was the first one anyway? The first one was 14, 13, 3605. I need to go back and just check this 3605. So let me just see what he says here.
Maybe not prioritise. And the third
Right.
Considered, and
just I need to go back somewhat further. 35, 45. Yeah, let's go back what he says here.
Further delay. One, I'm saying end his health. Two, I'm saying.
Okay, so we'd end his health was point number one. Again, end his health. So end his health holds up the whole organisation. Sorry, there's no other pilot for this plane. You just have to wait.
Health. Two, I'm saying queries, legal queries that had to be considered, and maybe not prioritise. And the third thing.
Sorry, what is the outcome of that advice? Are you entitled to give us this now?
You're not there yet. No, of course and the third thing, I suppose, is our standing. Isn't what is the IMSA? What is the shared?
Okay, so the third thing, because this is. Can I say this anymore? Is it possible for me to say that when I was a younger man, I was in the railway, and there was a man there, a maintenance manager, and something came up about a stuckness in a contract conversation, and it happened to be with. God, the world has so changed, but it happened to be there was a couple of coloured people in the conversation, and your man said, "This is the nigger in the woodpile," and everybody just went on. Everybody understood what was being meant by this. Nowadays, everybody would have been sacked and everybody would have died, and etc. So, whatever the modern acceptable terminology, ultimately, this is the ghost in the machine, is it? What do you call it now? This is the fulcrum of the whole issue. What is the standing? So this is the third thing, because it just opens up. This is the channel that has opened up over the last 2 years for me.
Suppose is our standing. Isn't what is the IMSA? What is the shared?
What is our standing? What is the standing? What is the IMSA? What is the shed? What is the interrelationship with the Irish Men's Sheds Association and the Men's Shed in Gaoth? Now, we have always understood that we, as an autonomous shed, participated as equals in an association of men's sheds of which we were a member. And therefore, all of the rights and responsibilities of membership of any organisation would apply. Members vote for who represents them, they vote on policy, etc., etc. If you're interested, think about the GAA, think about your residents association, think about a golf club, think about the Irish Farmers Association, and then just wake up and realise this is not the reality. The other question is, if the IMSA come in your door and, oh, hey, sheriff's in town, we've got legislative demands that we make an investigation, we've signed an SLA, we have to investigate all of this. And you're saying, well, therefore, if you have a right to investigate us, you presumably have some power to punish us or take some action. So now we start going down red pill, blue pill space.
So this is the third thing, because this was the first thing I asked, and is.
Sorry, so apart from my interjection there, which might be in the present era politically correct and might get me, what do you call it, sidelined or deplatformed or whatever. Could I get deplatformed for this? I suppose I should have said the kernel of the problem. That would have been the best English. This is the kernel of the issue. What is the Irish Men's Shed Association? What is its relationship with men's sheds? What rights and responsibilities do men's sheds have? Are we members of that association? Is the government feeding money to a group of people who are self-selected and who are not being elected by the members of sheds? Members of sheds have not got any say in decision-making there. These people funneling away public taxpayers' money and ultimately collecting kettles to break the Guinness Book of Records. Does that matter?
what are you doing here? If I go to your house and knock your door and say I'm here to check your lights, you'll be saying, it's called locus standi. What is your locus standi? What is your standing? Why isn't the nurse managing this complaint? So have you worked out what your standing is? What standing do you have in this complaint? Both in responsibility and power. What standing have you got?
And
No, I think you've heard me ask them, clarify, what standing does the IMSA have in terms of dealing with processing or an investigation into our shed? And here's his response. I'm just going to play that. This is pretty unequivocal.
Why isn't the nurse managing this complaint? So have you worked out what your standing is? What standing do you have in this complaint? Both in responsibility and power. What standing have you got?
And
I'm going to play this a couple of times. This summates my whole experience with the IMSA.
And
Once more. Is that a response? This is a response from someone, an MBA from the Smurfit Business School. I've asked them a clear question. These people have had from 26th of January 2024, it's now the 14th of May 2025. Not a complex question to be asked. What is your standing in relation to this? And by the way, this situation should have clearly been considered by Enda Egan before he ever approached us in January 2024. And the responses, this is the height of the response.
And
This is Aidan Ó Gormáin, MBA, Assistant CEO of the Irish Men's Shed Association. And we as volunteers, ordinary volunteers in our sheds, trying to keep our sheds going, just trying to stay afloat. When you ask these people a question, this is the response you get.
And
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue and see.
I'm not sure that I can say that we have standing. We will be.
I don't know what's going to be said next, because obviously I was there and I listened to it afterwards. It's months and months ago. So the second part of it, let's play the whole bit out. Okay. Clear question. What is your standing as the IMSA in relation to this, managing or processing this complaint? What gives you the right to investigate it? What power do you have, etc.?
And I'm not sure that I can say that we have standing. We will be.
Again, these guys are right. These guys have to. They're spending lots of time with us, legal advice and all this. And I'm not sure what standing we have. So how am I supposed to take any of this stuff seriously? How are we ever supposed to? At the end of the day, we're still in there stressed out over these guys who ultimately are coming down from head office. We're going to be doing things by the book. That's what the previous recording, the record is there from saying, we're going to do these things by the book. We have a service level agreement with the Department of Health HSE. We're under legislative obligation to investigate this. And I'm saying, well, just please, can you tell me what you're standing in relation to this? And here's the response. And I want to tell you, this is not the response of somebody who's an assistant clerical officer just out of school. This is someone with an MBA from the Smurfit Business School who is paid, he tells me, $63,000 a year. The cost of the organisation, as far as I can see, and again, I'm not guilty of the fact that these people opaquely have tried to block everything from us. I'm trying to trawl through a tranche of FOI information, but certainly is in the order of 72,000 or something like that. But anyway, I mean, I could ask an idiot the answer to this question. I think I'd get a clearer answer.
And I'm not sure that I can say that we have standing. We will be. There is no standing as.
I don't apologise in any way. If I'm frustrated now listening to this, that I was frustrated at the time. I'll just lead you and let it play. Otherwise, it'll sound like a broken record.
And I'm not sure that I can say that we have standing. We will be. There is no standing as there is.
You're an IT guy, isn't that right? Your
background
background's
in IT is public
I know that. But hold on.
The
first language, first mantra in computers is crap in crap.
So the reason I said he's an IT guy, when I looked him up on LinkedIn, his primary qualification was in an IT space. So I mean, I wasn't just drawing this out of the dark. But just to clarify what the metaphor I'm doing here with computers is.
First language, first mantra in computers is crap in, crap out. Okay, so if you put a 1 in here, it remains a 1 until someone turns it into a 0. I've asked you a question, well, I'm not really sure.
You're shed, affiliated to the Irishman Sheds.
Which means what?
Means you are a member of our association.
Okay, so this kind of is really important in terms of how the future rolls it. That this guy is number 2 in the organisation. He brings to the table, when you read his LinkedIn blurb, wow, I mean, you'd believe this guy's for real. So he's going to make a statement here. I'm just going to play it again. I'm going to play it a couple of times because this, to me, is critical stuff.
Affiliated to the Irishman Sheds.
So I played out the complete part. Your shed, that's our shed.
You're shed, affiliated to the Irishman Sheds.
Which means what?
Means you are a member of our association.
Right. So he's saying our shed is affiliated to the Irish Men's Shed Association. I said, what does that mean? He said, you are a member of our association. I want to replay this so we get it clear. There can be no ambiguity of what the guy's saying.
You're shed, affiliated to the Irish Men's Shed Association.
Which means what?
Means you are a member of our association.
So this guy has confirmed we are a member. Our shed is a member of the association. What I've discovered, it's now 12th of January 2026. I'm telling you, to have examined the constitution of the IMSA, sheds are not members of the IMSA. Now, to be clear, the membership consists of the board of directors. They are not elected by men's sheds. It's really important. See, membership, let it be clear. You're a member of your resident association. You're a member of Golf Club. You're a member of the Irish Farmers Association, whatever. Membership confers upon you certain rights. The rights to choose your leadership, the rights to vote on policy, etc. None of those rights are granted to any men's shed in Ireland. This is getting to the kernel of why this whole thing is there. So when I pose the question of what locus standi you have here, I'm punching through the equilibrium of bullshit that has been plastered all over the place by this body of people and, unwittingly or otherwise has been passed. I mean, how can public money be given to a group of private individuals who are claiming to have representative authority in relation to a group of people? And it's based on this statement made by this guy. 37 minutes into the conversation, 37 minutes and 10 seconds. Listen to what he says.
You're shed, affiliated to the Irish Men's Shed Association.
Which means what?
Means you are a member of our association.
And that member gives us what rights in terms of having a say in the organisation?
It does. It gives you the right to participate in networks.
But what right do we have in... Sorry, no, I'm asking you our right.
Again, this lead through the nose programming. Okay, you've answered A now. What does A mean? So we're now, okay, we've established the fact that we're members. So what rights does membership give you?
And that member gives us what rights in terms of having a say in the organisation?
It does. It gives you the right to participate in...
I want you to just concentrate on the vocals here, how definite this man sounds about what he's saying, right? Ultimately, this is called winging it.
It does. It gives you the right to participate in networks.
But what right do we
To
have in...
use-
Sorry, no,
Yeah.
I'm asking you our rights of representation. Am I wrong in saying the Irish Men's Shed is a limited company?
It's a limited company.
It is
The
run
board
by a
by
board
board
of directors.
directors.
The only decisions that are made by the board of directors, and therefore no affiliates can make those decisions.
Correct.
There is no
Sorry, he's just confirmed this. So he's saying.
decisions.
Correct.
There is no
So what he says there, correct. Just that small piece of.
decisions.
Correct.
So he's now claiming that membership of an organisation is something where actually the board of directors make all the decisions, the members have no say. So
There is no regular AGM which re-elects members of the directors. I'm
There
not
is,
wrong.
no, there is, but they are, but it is held under the Companies Act, and it's.
Sorry, they're elected
There
by
is
the
an
directors, not
Yes.
by the members.
Yes.
Okay. So when I ask you again what the
Well, they're elected by the members of the company.
So you better play this out because this is important stuff here, isn't it?
there is no regular AGM which re-elects members of the directors. I'm
There
not
is,
wrong.
no, there is, but they are,
Yeah, so he says there is a regular AGM where directors are re-elected. Follow through here.
but it is held under the Companies Act, and it's.
But it's held under the Companies Act.
But it is held under the Companies Act, and it's.
Sorry, they're elected
There
by
is
the directors, not
Yes.
by the members.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's just the directors elect the directors, not the members. As in, our shed is a member of the IMSA.
So when I ask you again what the
Well, they're elected by the members of the company.
Yes, sorry.
So he says, well, they're elected by the members of the company, but the members of the company are the people who are the directors, who elect each other and elect themselves, or else elect who they wish. But they're not elected by the members. So if you're a member of a golf club, the captain of the golf club is elected by the members. The president of the IMSA is elected by the members of the IMSA. Or sorry, the president of the IFA, the Irish Farmers Association, is elected by the members of the Irish Farmers Association. Right? The board of directors of the IMSA are elected by the board of directors of the IMSA. The members, in other words, he's already claimed we're members, but we've not any voting rights.
So when I ask you again what the
Well, they're elected by the members of the company.
Yes, sorry,
Sorry.
the members of the company are a limited set of people
Yes.
who have they have no connection with representation to the grassroots of the shed.
Yes.
Do you
so
accept
your
that?
shed, yes. Well, I'm not actually. I can't accept that they don't have some, because some of them obviously are shedders and some of them were.
Oh, yes, no,
and all
that,
of but in
It's not like the GAA.
not
We
like
don't
the
we don't get
you
it.
don't-
Sorry, this guy says some of them are shedders.
some of them obviously are shedders and some of them were.
So he says some of them obviously are shedders. Now, there are 5 people on the board of directors at the moment. There's 3 males and 2 females. I'll make the presumption that the females are not members of sheds. And Egan, subsequently, a number of months later, on the 1st of October, confirmed for me explicitly that the chairman, Dylan MacDonald, is not a member of a shed. I have no indication that the other 2 people are members of sheds. You understand? They're not members of sheds. And the other thing is that there's no record anywhere of any of these people having been elected by sheds. And to say that in our shed in Donegal, in the 10 years I've been involved in the Irish Men's Sheds Association, our shed has never been given access or made aware of any possibility of electing anybody to a board of directors or into any position. So either we're being uniquely as a county or uniquely as a shed being cut out of everything, or else this applies to every other shed in the country.
Because some of them obviously are shedders and some of them were.
Oh, yes, no,
and all
that,
of but
It's not like the GAA.
not
We
like
don't
the
we don't get to
you
elect
don't
the
send
president.
delegates. You don't elect delegates to central council.
And we have no say in
and-
who's the chairman or anything like that of the board.
No, exactly. The board itself.
So he's confirmed that we have no say in who's the chairman of the board. Okay.
Exactly, the board itself votes on that, and it's Eamon O'Connor.
So it's a private company.
It's a CFG.
So within that, I'm asking you. Anyway,
So you affiliate your sheds to the association.
right.
So that does not it does not confer on you any powers or entitlements over the association, or even.
So let's get this clear, because this is quite explicit stuff here.
So you affiliate your sheds to the association.
So we affiliate our shed to the association. That's what he says.
Right.
So that does not it does not confer on you any powers or entitlements over the association, or even.
So it does not confer on you any power or entitlements over the association. So in other words, you're an affiliate, but you're a member. He's already clarified this, but you don't have any say or any power. It's kind of explicit stuff here. So, I've spent over a year now trying to get an accurate response from everybody, including Dylan MacDonald, the present chairman, and Egan, repeatedly, and we'll be able to hear what he says in the next recording of a follow-up call with Enda Egan, made on the 1st of October 2025.
And this was kind of what I was getting to in terms of a strategic plan. Effectively, you have no say in what the association says, does.
So you do recognise that? And do you recognise that as a deficit in terms of democracy?
I recognise that, yes, I do actually, and it's in our strategic plan.
But does the chairman...
So he mentioned this thing about a strategic plan, which I've never seen. I have seen this idea of a strategic plan, and it seems to me thousands of euros spent on outside consultants involved in this. And this has never been discussed with anybody. It has never been. Sorry, I can't say that. I can say it has never been discussed by anybody connected to our shed. We have never had a voice in any of this. Yet he recognises this as a deficit. So there's some level of, I don't know, honesty. Like, he wasn't given an awful lot of escape hatches here anyway.
But there's a chairman who's been the chairman of this board for at least 6 years now. And under the charities registration thing, I think they're not going to be happy the fact that people have continued to be...
6 years.
Sorry, again, this is May 2025. At this point, I still have the belief that there's a guy called Aidan Ó Gormáin who's from a shed in Rostraver, is still the chairman. Now, there's no indication. I have no idea who elected Aidan Ó Gormáin. Certainly, at the time, until relatively recently, and this is another expose that I will come up with later, until sometime after the 1st of October, when I pointed out to Enda Egan that on their website it said there was the facility for board members to be elected on a province-by-province basis. So I presume Aidan Ó Gormáin comes from the province of Ulster. I can only tell you that in the last 10 years, our shed has never ever been made aware or allowed to vote on anybody. So Aidan Ó Gormáin certainly doesn't represent Ulster, unless Ulster means Donegal is just cut out of everything. So I presume that time Aidan Ó Gormáin was the chairman. I've discovered since then that Dylan MacDonald is the chairman, but I'm not actually sure exactly when he started.
But there's a chairman who's been the chairman of this board for at least 6 years now.
So that's Aidan Ó Gormáin, as I understand.
And under the charities registration thing, I think they're not going to be happy the fact that people have continued to be...
6 years.
Well, this is 2025. Certainly he...
Sorry, he's saying he hadn't?
People have continued to be...
6 years.
So he's saying, this guy's only in there to place a wet day, and he's now confirming for me that Aidan Ó Gormáin has not been chairman for 6 years. So this is to do with the fact that there is some requirement, I think, or expectation under charities regulation that board members and chairs, particularly chairpersons, should only serve certain times. And I don't know the specifics of this because they say the IMS are simply not, they don't tell us anything. You can't find this information on their website or anything. And nothing is up to date for starters.
People have continued to be...
6 years.
But for a guy who knows nothing, he's very clear, he's very seen, he's very secure in this knowledge.
Well, this is 2025. Certainly he was chairman in 2019.
He wasn't. So Aidan Ó Gormáin was chairman in 2019 for...
Is he not still the chairman?
So there was a period for about a year or two where he wasn't. He is at the moment, but he's...
So now we're getting into this stuff that nobody knows anything about. There was a period for a year or two when he wasn't chairman. So what does all that mean? So this is like the deck chairs in the Titanic. The fellas, the small little group of people who are controlling the whole organisation are just moving the ball around to suit themselves. That's it. That's all I can assume, because there's no there's no transparency of anything. You can't find out anything about these people. In fact, just this week, it seemed to me, I'm recording this on the 12th of January 2026, in a document that I've seen from, it seems to me, from under FOI, maybe it was an application for funding for 2025. There's a guy called Ray Hart written down as the chairman of the IMSA. So that's the first time I've ever seen that. Where's the information in relation? Why can't, I mean, this, again, go back to the website of the IMSA, keeps talking about the values of transparency and accountability and openness to all sheds.
There was a period for about a year or two where he wasn't. He is at the moment, but he's also stepping down shortly. I understand.
So he says he is at the moment, but he's stepping down shortly. So I can tell you one thing, that I had dealings with Eamon O'Connor back in 2020, and we have the unfortunate commonality of being supposedly professional engineers. And to me, his mismanagement of everything that has ever gone on in relation to me asking queries in relation is an embarrassment to the profession of engineering. Make that absolutely clear. The idea of authenticity and integrity. And whereas Eamon O'Connor may have been a member of a shed, his legitimacy in how he ever was elected, and certainly in terms of representation of anybody, it has no basis in logical reality. This is a group of people effectively have hijacked the organisation. That's essentially what it is.
I am disgusted. Aidan Ó Gormáin is a chartered civil engineer. I'm a chartered engineer. I spoke to this guy at the start of my stuff. I am just disgusted that for the profession of engineering, as the way he thinks this stuff, just you waffle along with this.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realise I was going to say that next. So don't feel any differently in 2006 than I felt in May 2025 about this guy. I mean, these guys knowledgeably, were running this IMSA as basically a personal fiefdom of their own. And just, insulting everybody's intelligence because, I know why men's sheds don't know this, because they're too busy just trying to, be in sheds and look after each other. And these people who are, taking and funneling this money from the government and then claiming to represent sheds. I mean, men's health and men's well-being is too important to be left near any of these clowns. Sorry, I've already overstepped the mark. Should I apologise for calling them clowns? I don't know. I should apologise to the clowns anyway. That's one thing. I mean, to the actual clowns.
This is not sustainable. When you're turning over less than $1 million, that's fine. If you get the sort of money that's required to deal with men's well-being, it'll want serious money. Now, nobody should let the IMSA near serious money if you're going to act like that. And that's where I'm coming from. And I've been silent on this. I have been silent. I've sat by for the last year and a half saying, do I need to drive to Dublin to Heather Humphrey's office to get attention? Because how you get attention, you produce evidence. See, this person, James Boyle, he'll have produced you when we see his complaint. Have you read his complaint?
I've read the statement.
No.
So I asked him if he read his complaint. I've read the statement. So this guy at the start of this, he said he hadn't read himself into this. He's obviously studied all this detail.
No. Do you think that there's evidence in it? I'm not asking you to do it, but
I don't want to answer that, but
okay, all right, so we'll leave you to think about it. You know what evidence is, don't you?
Yes.
Evidence, okay.
So
yep.
Just as I say, there's no doubt this guy's pissing me off at this stage. There's no question. I'm asking him, I say, well, let me see what he says again. And I ask him, do you think there's evidence there?
No. Do you think that there's evidence in it? I'm not asking you to do it, but
I don't want to answer that, but
okay, all right, so we'll leave you to think about it. You know what evidence is, don't you?
Yes.
Evidence, okay.
So this is the authenticity you can expect from someone, the Assistant CEO of the IMSA. You ask him a question, and I don't answer that. This is these people's engagement with, the idea of authentic engagement with anything that's going on in relation to this. Now, remember, this is May 2025. I haven't started the process of asking FOIs or trying to unravel what's going on behind the scene in this organisation. Not really paid. I was, over the last year and a half, I was beginning to realise that my previous decision back in the early 2020s to just get on and develop our shed and do our own thing, as I now understand so many other sheds have been doing, I said, no, we need to get in. This is impacting and infecting what's happening in our shed. So we need to go and find out who these people are, what standing they have, etc. And basically all I believe I've uncovered is a cavern of corruption. And I use the word corruption mostly in terms of called it corruption of thought process, because whatever about what these people have done, the corruption of their thought process is absolutely beyond what I expected to be the worst outcome. They actually, fundamentally, in some way or other, they believe that they're untouchable and that they're doing the right thing. And it's almost as if they're spending their own money, you know.
So you'll have to ask yourself that, about what evidence the guy has. Now, he's made all sorts of claims that he guards, and in record he's put all sorts of claims of evidence of fraud and everything else. But I'm sorry, I can't, you have to understand that there's the specific and then there's the landscape, and the landscape affects the specific, okay? So in one way, if you want to go into detail, I ask you detail, do you have that, you say, well, I'm not sure. So there's no, when I ask you for specific, there's no procedure. At the moment, you don't know what the legal advice in terms of us being given a copy of this complaint is.
No.
And you're not sure about this.
I didn't say
Sorry.
that. Sorry, that's not.
Okay, so I asked you, do you have clear legal advice on whether you can give us the complaint or not?
So, hold on, what's he saying here? That
At the moment, you don't know what the legal advice in terms of us being given a copy of this complaint is.
No.
And you're not.
So I said, at the moment you're not clear in the terms of legal advice on whether you're allowed to give us this information. I says, no, he says, hold on.
At the moment, you don't know what the legal advice in terms of us being given a copy of this complaint is.
No.
And you're not sure about this.
I didn't say
Sorry.
that. Sorry, that's not.
Okay, so
So now he's saying I didn't say that. So let's see what he did say.
That's not.
Okay, so I asked you, do you have clear legal advice on whether you can give us the complaint or not?
We are in receipt of advice, and we are still receiving advice on what we can give you under the terms of the DSAR.
So he's saying, I'm asking, do you have advice or not? I said, well, we're in receipt of some advice about what we're supposed to give you on the DSAR, the Data Subject Act Request. Now remember, this guy's already acknowledged earlier on, when your complaint is made against you, you're entitled under natural law to a copy of that complaint. That's already established. This complaint, according to him, was completed in the early part of 2024, more than a year later. We're still not getting it. This guy's going around looking for legal advice. And the other thing is he's spending all your taxpayers' money to try and prevent us getting access to what we're entitled in the first place.
We are in receipt of advice, and we are still receiving advice on what we can give you under the terms of the DSAR.
So they're still receiving advice, and they're clocking up at €500 an hour for this sort of shite.
Natural justice for a complaints process is that you should receive complaints.
Yeah, they're two separate things.
They're two separate things, sorry.
So he's saying they're separate things, that what I'm entitled under DSAR and natural justice, which he's already acknowledged, means that we're entitled to get the information. It's the same information, by the way.
Natural justice for a complaints process is that you should receive complaints.
Yeah, they're two separate things.
They're two separate things, sorry. So yes, and I will talk about going forward.
Yes,
I do believe that you have, I do know that you have an entitlement to see complaints.
Sorry, I just wanted that bit in. I see.
That you have, I do know that you have an entitlement.
I think what he says that you have, as you know, you have the entitlement.
I already knew that a year ago, so now you're now joining the programme. We're getting with reality.
So the point I'm making, a year before I already knew, I knew from day one, if somebody makes an allegation against you, you're entitled to a copy of that allegation. And I'm saying these guys are now catching up, having spent thousands of your taxpayers' money stating the obvious.
So can we have a copy of that complaint tomorrow? It's just
I'm getting to the end of my frustration, tolerance threshold. Look, you have to complain. Can we just get it tomorrow?
It's just an email. Can we get that complaint? Why couldn't we get that right away?
The reason why I can't answer that question for today is...
So the reason I can't, so he can't answer that question. Now, earlier on he said we just didn't have a copy of him.
The reason why I can't answer that question for today is because it is held up in the DSAR process for the last number.
But he's now claiming that these two, what he just said were separate processes. The reason I can't answer that question today is because it's caught up in the DSAR process. Oh my God. Just repeat that.
The reason why I can't answer that question for today is because it is held up in the DSAR process for the last number.
But that's nothing. So why would it be connected to my DSAR has nothing to do. It's the same information, but it's a separate. Like for example, Austin's a German. He hasn't yet put in his DSAR.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Mm-hmm. So, if you want to be caught up in paperwork, you can be caught up in paperwork. You can decide. look, when I looked at that, I said, there's more public money gone to waste because people just didn't do their job. But you have to do the DSAR. Otherwise, I just go to the Data Protection Commissioner and he's down on your day. Then I go to the regulator and I say, you're not doing this. Why are they getting funds? Why are you doing this? And all of this is precipitated by an individual who has sworn to close our shed, and if it takes down the Irishman sheds, we'll do that. I'm just thinking, when does common sense plus the actuality of the law kick in? Because it hasn't kicked in yet. You're telling me you have legal advice which recognises our right to have a copy of the complaint made against us. I think you've said that.
I'm recognising, I believe that you should have. I'm not going to...
Well, but it's not the IMSA hasn't arrived there yet.
The IMSA have I'm not telling you there is... I'm trying to be very as exact as I can. I'm not telling you we have legal advice that says that. I'm telling...
Hold on a minute here. Try and parse this stuff out. These guys are spending thousands of taxpayers' money going round in circles asking the question about the obvious. Even this guy knows they're entitled to this stuff under natural justice. Okay? And he's just waffling along here. Let's just play a bit of this back.
The IMSA have I'm not telling you there is... I'm trying to be very as exact as I can.
He's trying to be very exact. Now this guy, imagine, this is exactitude. Just as well this guy wasn't studying engineering.
The IMSA I'm not telling you there is... I'm trying to be very as exact as I can. I'm not telling you we have legal advice that says that. I'm telling you...
But you told me you were getting legal advice.
We are getting legal... We were getting legal
you're
advice.
Still getting legal advice.
I'm still waiting. I have not...
So, this is the great thing. We're still getting legal advice. Wow. Talk about it. This is a never-ending stream of conscious or unconsciousness.
I'm still waiting. I have not yet seen, nor am aware of, that there has been any written legal advice to us relating to this process. I am aware that we are
just moving on to the standing.
But I do believe that you should, and I believe the IMSA agree, that you should get the complaint. What complicated that...
So he believes himself that we should get a copy, and he believes that the IMSA believe that we should get a copy. Listen to this.
That you should, and I believe the IMSA agree, that you should get the complaint.
Yeah, so we're still sitting here. Now I'm 2 years after this meeting that we met with Aidan on the 24th of January 2024. This is now the 12th of January 2026. Almost 2 years later. We still haven't got this complaint. Everybody agrees we should get it, but let me see who disagrees.
What complicated that just in the last week or two is a separate legal consideration as to, under the terms of a DSAR, what...
So now he's saying this is complicated because under terms of DSAR, it's a totally separate thing altogether.
Data should be released, particularly where that data in the DSAR and the data protection legislation, there's various things that should be redacted or not disclosed.
So now they're talking about redacting. And look, to be fair, I don't know if this guy knew what he was talking about. I certainly don't know what he was talking about. Is he talking about that now you're entitled under natural law to get a complaint, but you're not entitled to know there's elements of that can be redacted or something? This stuff is totally insane.
Under the complaints process, I would firmly believe that an individual puts a complaint into a shed, we tell the individual, thank you for your complaint. What should happen now is that complaint...
The third point you had raised was the standing of the IMSA.
Yeah.
So what is your understanding of the standing of the IMSA in terms of its powers to investigate this complaint with us? What's your understanding?
My understanding is that we have an obligation to investigate, but I am not sure what our powers are.
Right.
Okay, so just this is what he's setting out as his understanding.
What's your understanding?
My understanding is that we have an obligation to investigate, but I am not sure what our powers are.
So my understanding that we, the IMSA, have an obligation to investigate. That comes under some legal obligation, a legislative obligation, according to Aidan Ó Gormáin in our previous meeting in January 24, and an obligation under a service level agreement to investigate it, but he's not sure what powers they have. Well, after all this time and all the money spent on finding out what they're supposed to be, what the game is, what the process, the rules, I said from the outset, what are the rules? We just want to follow the process step by step. We still can't get clarity on that.
Right.
Your shed, as far as, is your shed a CLG?
Which?
Is your
We said, is our shed a CLG? Honest to God. Is our shed a company limited by guarantee? What's he asking these dumb questions for? It just shows you the level of understanding these people have of the actuality of life on the ground in sheds around the country. Most sheds, our shed has a membership, I suppose, max of maybe 16 to 18 people, maybe a turnout of 12 to 13 people on an average week. This is the honest truth. I've seen figures last year reported by the IMSA back to the funders. I suppose Gillian up their numbers saying that anecdotal evidence shows that there's an average of 20 members around the country. The average of 20 men turn up in sheds every week around the country. So obviously we in Donegal are 65% of the norm. I reject that totally. He's making just making up stuff in order to make themselves look good. That's all that is. But now he's asking us, are we in the CLG? He would know. Like, imagine nobody even, if they wanted to ask these questions, about 2 years to ask them.
Which?
Is your shed registered company?
No.
Is it registered with Charities Regulator?
We have.
So you're an unincorporated.
Yeah, we're a voluntary group.
A voluntary,
yeah.
Unincorporated.
So this guy's now talking with what you would call, it appear to a third party, this person who's talking with professional intelligence. Just doesn't, sounds like he knows what he's talking about, right?
Yeah, we're a voluntary group.
A voluntary,
yeah.
Unincorporated.
So is he on safe ground? But he can't answer logical questions.
Whatever it's called. There's a legal term for it. Your club, right?
So he's shown a deep understanding of the legal realities that are involved. Just compare this to what he's been saying earlier.
You are a club that has affiliated to the Irish Men's Shed Association.
Oh, that's not true. That's not solely true. He said we were members of that association. He said we were affiliated and we were members. That's what he said earlier.
As a member of the Irish Men's Shed Association, we would hope that you would uphold the principles of the...
Now, he couldn't repeat that. Listen to this.
As a member of the Irish Men's Shed Association, we would hope that you would uphold the principles of the association, our values, and so on and so forth.
So, as a member of the Irish Men's Shed Association, we would hope that you would hold up the principles and the values. So he's already again identifying us as members, and he's telling us to uphold the values. Now look at these values are put up on their website. Transparency, openness and accountability. Anything you might dream of as a value standard, these people have written all over and they don't respond. They make an embarrassment of all of this stuff. But again, this guy is repeating it. We're a member. Members.
As a member of the Irish Men's Shed Association, we would hope that you would uphold the principles of the association, our values, and so on and so forth.
So look, to be clear, get it into your head. You're a member of your local residents association, you're a member of golf club, you're a member of the Irish Farmers Association, you're a member of the GAA. It confers on you rights to make choices, decisions, who runs your organisation. That's fundamentally what it is. That's what membership entails, okay? So the fact is, no sheds in the country are members of the Irish Men's Shed Association. That's the reality, but nobody will talk about it, no one will say that, because ultimately it strips away the veneer that the IMSA are producing when it goes to go to funders to say that they are representing people, because they have no legitimacy in this space. And I'm like the poor guy out there crying wolf, excuse me, sir, the emperor's no clothes. And so up to now, everybody said, just leave him going, noisy gay. Look, these are the facts. If they're sort of alternate evidence, but no one has put forward any evidence. This guy's admitted we are members of the association, yet he's telling us we've no rights.
But, if I knocked on your door in the morning, you don't have to let me in, or unless you want to.
Which confirms what Enda said.
And that's, I suppose, that's the...
So effectively no power.
So, in fact, that's what. Well, that's.
So why are you investigating this if there's no power?
Question. Because we have an obligation to investigate. Doesn't necessarily mean we have the power.
So we have an obligation to investigate, but doesn't necessarily mean we have the power to do so. I talked about clowns earlier. I certainly talk about this as being a circus. Now, I'm not sure who's the ringmaster in the circus, or in fact, if the ringmasters are the clowns. I don't know. I don't know if the clowns here are the HSE, the Department of Health, the Department of Rural and Gaeltacht Affairs, their various ministers. Am I going to piss off all these people by just exposing the truth? I'm sorry. I'm a taxpayer. One, I'm a taxpayer. I spent my life as a taxpayer in Ireland. Two, I'm an older man, and I'm a member of a men's shed. And I demand the right to be treated with dignity and respect and to have my taxpayers' money properly spent and properly accounted for. I don't think that's a very complicated contract. That's my social contract. I believe no one has a right to undermine that. And this is being ridden over right, left and centre by all of the people who seem to be drawing public funds.
The power to investigate.
The power to investigate. So if the minister sends us on a complaint and asks us what's the story of that complaint, we have to take some action.
So what he's saying there is, if the minister sends us a letter about a complaint, we have to take some action. Just listen to this crazy stuff.
The power to investigate.
The power to investigate. So if the minister sends us on a complaint and asks us what's the story of that complaint, we have to take some action.
So in other words, we may have to take some action. We have to appear to be doing something. Now, the correct answer, the response to the minister is as follows. Dear Minister, we acknowledge receipt of your complaint from James Boyle in relation to a shed in Donegal. We have to point out to you that we are an organisation, a member-based organisation, as Aidan Ó Gormáin said he was joining. That's what he saw he was joining. However, our members have no rights to make any decisions in this organisation, and we have no power to investigate anything that they do. So please, Minister, take this back and do something with the power that you have from a political perspective to essentially to start telling the truth. And if the IMSA have been in a situation that they've known this all along, they've no power to do it, what are they doing about it? What are they doing? What's anybody doing? Again, the sums of money. In the Egan, 120 grand a year package, okay? Somebody come back and, Mr. O'Gorman, maybe it's only 115 and a half or whatever. This is significant public service money payments for crap administration quality.
And my belief, what we should be able to do is we take a complaint in, you give the complaints to both sides, you ask both sides for further information.
So again, I never met this guy before. I've no history with him, no idea at all. I don't know what he knows about men's shed. He's only in the door a wet day. But you wouldn't have to go beyond intermediate certain school to realise, there's a complaint put in, give the complaint to both sides, hear what both people have to say. He's already said this again and again and again and again, where nobody's given us the copy of this complaint.
For the complaint, ask them will they agree to provide that. So, for example, if someone is complaining that they were evicted from shed, or someone is complaining that someone broke their lathe, and that's not this complaint. Just say someone makes a complaint that something happened in a shed. I mean, we have an obligation to go to the chairperson secretary of the shed and say, we have a complaint, can you respond? Are you willing to provide evidence one way or the other? We go to the complainant and say, we have your complaint, can you provide any backup evidence? And we should have the ability to say to the organisation, well, we think there's a strong weight of a complaint here, or we think there's no complaint here, can you please meet together, and we could advise perhaps that you would meet, would you go through mediation, or would you just, what are your own processes? Have ye a constitution in place in your shed? If not, can you put one in place?
Can I ask you, how on earth would you go to a men's shed as the IMSA and ask them to use their processes when you don't have processes?
Yeah, I mean, if you listen to that soliloquy about this guy, he's saying that his belief is that there's a complaint and both sides get copies of the complaints, and the Irish men said go along and they talk to the shed and they talk to the complaint, they see what they're talking about, they see if they'll get together and they'll go around in circles and they talk about mediation. Ultimately, the soliloquy never finishes. There's no bottom line. Now, I mean, the first complication is if I go along to some place and I have no power, like when I wave my badge around, hi, I'm the sheriff is in town, sheriff's in town here. I think it's incumbent on me to say to the people, I'm a sheriff, but my badge is made in China. You know, maybe came in a lucky bag. I have no power to do anything. So now we're going to play a game called Pretend. And we're going to pretend that this is serious, and I'm going to ask you questions. And the point I've just made to him, imagine that you go and you ask sheds about their processes. And like Enda came to us says, guys, you got to do this by the book. Sheriffs in town got to do it by the book. And he realised he doesn't even have a book. He was talking about a book. He didn't know a book. He still doesn't have a book. By May 2025, they have a draft book. And then they're going to finally produce this in July. Nobody's told about it because it's not published anywhere. Nobody's told how much it costs to produce. The man said it didn't accept all this. So I wonder if there's no power to do anything. He says they have obligation to do it. So, I mean, if I'm left in that situation, there's an obligation on me at that salary, that's senior civil service salary. That's what that's equivalent to, senior civil service salary. At that salary, there's an obligation on me to point out the fact that this is I'm asked to create like I was in high infants, I was sent around by a teacher around the school asking all the classes for teachers. I sent one class to the other, sent me around looking for a round square, and everybody laughed at me, and I thought it was fun. I mean, the problem is I enjoyed myself. I didn't have a clue about a round square, but this is guys now going around asking you a round square question.
Jesus Christ.
That is a very valid point.
Just wonder, did you get it?
Yeah. So, but as a shed.
Sorry, my laugh in there is that this guy, this is supposedly a guy with a master's in business administration, and all the stuff that he's up on LinkedIn about his skills and all the rest, and that he's going to be, imagine, this is the guy who's put forward as someone who's going to push the process forward.
The expectation is any club, you probably have a set of rules. You probably have a set of membership.
So he says, like in any club, you probably have a set of rules, isn't it this?
The expectation is any club, you probably have a set of rules.
Yeah, so I mean, let's say the club is called the Irish Men's Association. I asked them what their rules are. They don't even have a set of rules. And they're asking us, the affiliates who are members but have no say, who are all doing this on a voluntary basis. We're supposed to have rules, and these guys don't have any rules.
The expectation is any club, you probably have a set of rules. You probably have a set of membership.
No, to be fair, we have this, just like you're using us as guinea pigs, this situation made us pay attention. In 2022, when this happened, we realised if we're going to deal with this, we have to set up. So we set up protocols and codes of practice and all of the rest.
Just to be clear here, we set all this up. There wasn't one singular piece of advice anywhere from the IMSA on their websites around us on how to do any of this, or how to manage any of this. There still isn't. And I tell you, anybody who would be foolish or naive enough to approach, imagine asking this guy for advice. Imagine paying these people for a consultancy. Imagine them letting them inside your door. I mean, other than cleaning the dishes, I just don't see any competencies which have been shown here. And if you, the viewer or listener of this, feels, God, Liam, it's a little bit harsh for you, just remember that none of you people listen to any of this, except if you're involved in our shed and greed, or have a clue what it do to suffer from the harassment by these individuals that have been harassing us. All given oxygen by the total maladministration and incompetency of this set of people who are spending my taxpayers' money paying these guys.
I did an awful lot of research on this at this time. Now, I offered these stands, and I said, I would like these reviewed by the upper body, which is the IMSA, and for them to help us find holes in what we've done so we could make them better. And if on the journey towards doing that, they might realise, yes, we might just subsume these guys working door because we have no work done, then we would have added to the corporate body of learning, okay?
Right.
Now,
so,
nobody has even
this relates to the fact that I sent our grievance procedures and what we had developed to the IMSA through John Lahey, the guy who ended up brought along as his assistant, for evaluation by the IMSA. On the basis of that, is every piece of work can be improved. I mean, I put a lot of research into what I did, looking for best practice. And I knew that the IMSA had no process. I knew they had no info. I knew all that. So that's been obvious for the last 4 flipping years. And I did think, look, I know this is happening and is likely to happen. Like it's as guaranteed as bad weather in the winter in Donegal. Right? So, I mean, it's going to happen. And I thought this might benefit somebody else. At that time, I wasn't aware. In May 25, I wasn't aware that the IMSA are now going to turn around and say, well, we never got that, or we don't have it, I never saw it. So in other words, John Lahey has sent information through a men's shed email And it's for evaluation by the Irish Men's Shed. So who's it? And then where's John Lee going? Leahy or whatever his name. Where is he going? And what's he doing? Who is he responsible to? And what systems were in place to record any information? And by the way, so that's the standard. So if, a friend of mine who had once been an airline technician, he would just say that it was in relation to family law. He said, if you were in a plane and you were told that the pilot was substituted by a social worker, would you continue the journey if you had a choice? And this was about the idea that in aircraft technicians, when they're checking the talking about, 3 people check it and sign it off to make sure it's done right. Biggles wouldn't get into an aeroplane that had anything to do with these people. My friend Bigglesworth, he wouldn't,
Now, nobody has even taken that stuff on board since 2022, because in 2025 I'm still here and there's nothing there. So, yes, I believe we took due care of what process we might deal with. But I think you're saying to me that if you then decide to send us a complaint, you have the understanding that we might just say, that's very interesting, good luck. And that from your point of view, there's nothing more you can do. Is that right?
Well, that is quite possible, and then that would be, well, the only thing, as far as I am aware, that we could potentially do for any shed, and I'm not sure the process for this, is to refuse to affiliate them. What difference in the world that...
The only thing that he thinks that they could do, but he's not sure of the process, is that he could disaffiliate a men's shed from the Irish Men's Shed Association, but he's not really sure what that would do. This is empty head stuff, completely empty head stuff. So, I mean, the idea of having a plan, what is it? Failing to plan is planning to fail. That's one of Roy Keane's mantras. Maybe he didn't think it up originally. Maybe it was Sun Tzu or something who thought it up originally. But these guys, not only have they failed to plan and plan to fail, but they haven't even thought about the sense of even how to do the cover-up correctly.
Well, what we do is, I would love to fast forward to the point that the IMSA try to unaffiliate us, because I think at that stage you'd all be packing your bag.
So imagine now the IMSA are sort of in a thinly veiled threat, we could disaffiliate you. So, like I'm saying, let's say these guys come and disaffiliate, and then we then have to go to court to get a judicial review on this absolute mess. And the other thing, of course, the IMSA says, that's grand, we just spent more of the taxpayers' money retaining Mason, Hayes and Kern. I'd say, no, you can't be doing that. You cannot misuse public money to cover up your own professional incompetence if it's not malfeasance, and certainly maladministration of public monies. So it simply isn't okay. But imagine that these guys, this is the level of thought that they've applied to any of this.
Imagine. But you just said that's impossible. Imagine imagine if the Irish men should say, tell you what we do, we'll unaffiliate them. And you'd say, this is like mass suicide in the IMS, because I'm going to go to a high court. I'm just going to say, I just want a judicial review on the fact that there is no process by the people who decided to dump us out of an organisation when they're doing nothing for us in the first place. Sorry, except managing public money through the men's sheds grants. Without, what else are you doing for the sheds around the country? Well, there's nobody's coming to Guido to do anything for us. We wanted support. What's needed in the sheds throughout the country is leadership skills, admin skills, marketing skills, fundraising skills. They are not being provided. I spoke at length to Enda Egan about a leadership development program. I've taken the trouble of sending you a mind map platform that was current 7 years ago, that I involved Tom Collins when he was the chairman of TU Dublin, that I involved Paul from Letterkenny Institute of Technology in developing, and they said, we're quite supportive of this. It was before Enda came on board and Barry Sheridan was board. Barry Sheridan didn't even understand the map. Now, that map is still, you know what I'm talking about. Now, I don't know what, like,
an excellent piece of work, absolutely.
Sorry, I know it's an excellent piece of work. I'm not a...
Look, imagine the insult to your intelligence. It's an excellent piece of work, your man saying. Listen to him.
Like, excellent piece of work, absolutely.
You know, this sopping attitude, it's an excellent piece of work that I haven't done anything about. Look at this whole mind map as a completely different conversation altogether. What I realised that I was, an idea that I brought to the senior executives in 3 and brought them on board in a pilot project to provide free internet to 3 sheds in Donegal, which we were going to explore and roll out countrywide, delivered to a guy called Barry Sheridan, who really understood that not only did he not understand the mind mapping, but anything beyond a singular layer dimension was clearly beyond his competence. And I've sent it to all the people I've shown it to, End and all these people. Waste of space, total waste of space with these guys.
Sorry, I know it's an excellent piece of work. I'm not a fucking idiot. Okay, no, sorry. What I'm saying is, the fact that it could still be current almost 10 years later says how far out of date the Irishmen's sheds are. I mean, platforms have come and gone since then, and the opportunity's probably been lost to some young entrepreneur. It doesn't matter. I was just looking for basic stuff. What are the rules? We're in a game. This is a game called Jimmy's Complaint. What are the rules of the game? What is the time schedule of the game? And who's refereeing the game? And is it, like, just imagine I'm in a High Court judge.
So I'm just putting this in sort of raw, basic language. This is level 0 stuff for this guy. What is the process we're involved in? Who's the referee? What's the timeline? What's everybody's rights and responsibilities in this? And I'm now 50 minutes into talking to this guy, and we're nowhere. Like, he's telling me ideas he's already acknowledged that he believes we should get the complaint, and the IMSA believe we should get the complaint. And now they seem to have conflated and convoluted this into a DSAR, which is a separate issue in deciding what are information. So, for example, it's possible then as under DSAR, they might have said they can't give us. I mean, I've seen the advice in this, and I just think that Mason, from what I read about it, I just think, and having read the European law in relation to data protection, I just think the Mason Hayes Kern having a bit of fun playing with an idea that they thought, we'll look at this argument. There's nothing to do with what's going on here. We've already established complaint is lodged against someone. You're entitled to know what your complaint against you is so that you can respond to it. That beats all data protection, everything. You know, it's called the laws of natural justice.
The referee of the game, the Irishman, said they met the complainant and they prepared the complaint of the complainant for the complainant to sign.
Oh, your gentlemen are waiting for you guys.
Yeah, no, we'll be there for them.
So just at this stage, again, I'm just pointing out to this guy the stupidity of the idea that referee comes onto a pitch and he helps prepare one of the teams for the game, and then he goes out the whistle and he expects that everybody in the audience is going to think this is an independent process. At this point, the people in the centre where we're in are trying to get everybody a whoosh out. So this is sort of a winding down part, but there are important elements that I need to include in this.
Yeah, no, we'll be there for them. Just tell them we'll be down, will you? Or maybe you. No, wait. No, just hold on. They'll wait for us. They know they'll wait for us. Yeah, but so I'm just saying to you that I mean, can you even understand? You know, they say the best way. I do think I understand your dilemma. You've come into an organisation. You've got some level of expectation of professionalism in it. I think it's not unreasonable to say that things in terms of structure have not been to your satisfaction. It certainly wouldn't be textbook. Would that be reasonable? That wouldn't be too big an admission.
No, well, I'm not talking, is my satisfaction or not is irrelevant.
No, but I'm saying, sorry, but you're coming as assistant, you're assistant CEO.
I would say that the processes and procedures that should be in place are lacking. But I'm also saying there's many
So he's a bit slow to acknowledge them, but he is acknowledging that the practices and standards and process should be in place are not there. So I think that's an admission.
But
I'm also saying there's many organisations out there much worse than us, so I'm not saying
this is the one I really liked. Hold on, I just got to go, because I do remember him specifically saying this is really, I love this one, 5208. So 52, let's see, where did he say this? 51. Somewhere along here he said this. Okay, let me see where he said it.
Your assistant CEO.
I would say that the processes and procedures that should be in place are lacking. But I'm also saying there's many organisations out there much worse than us, so I'm not saying I'm dissatisfied.
So listen to this. This tells you what you get, what you settle for, the lines from Thelma and Louise, the movie. Listen to this.
I'm also saying there's many organisations out there much worse than us, so I'm not saying I'm dissatisfied.
He, ha, ha. I am also aware there's lots of other organisations where things are worse than they are here, so I'm not that dissatisfied.
I'm also saying there's many organisations out there much worse than us, so I'm not saying I'm dissatisfied.
I think you will realise that this quotation was not taken from that famous book from the 70s, 80s, In Search of Excellence by Tom Peters. I don't think, I don't think he can. I think he can realise this guy wouldn't be getting a job at Elon Musk. Do you understand?
There's many organisations out there much worse than us, so I'm not saying I'm dissatisfied.
Would you employ this guy as a customer services manager? I'm also aware that other organisations are much worse than us. I'm asking him about standards in his own organisation, and how he's now comparing us to, I don't know, how low can you go? It's called the LCD, the lowest common denominator. And that's when how I kept my patience on this day, I have no idea.
I'm not dissatisfied with any individual or person in.
He's not dissatisfied with any individual or any person. I mean, that shows leadership. Now, I know you're only the second in command, okay? This is a Muppet show. This is a Muppet show. And I've said, I was looking at the guy and I said, this guy got an MBA from the Smurfit Business School. And I just thinking, was this the Smurfs school for Muppets that he went to? Because, honest to God, if I was the advertising manager for Smurfit School's MBA programme, I certainly wouldn't be putting this guy up on my ads as saying a testimonial from this guy.
But in general, you're dissatisfied.
I'm not dissatisfied, but the processes are not optimal. They are not in place.
So he says, I'm not dissatisfied, the processes are not optimal. Like, see, to choosing the words like this. There are no processes. They're not in place. They're not optimal. Just let's let him say that again. Let's just salivate over that.
The processes are not optimal. They are not in place.
And so when something is not in place, it's what you call non-optimal, okay? Get real, guys. Get real.
I would like to see them in place. Yes.
But you're not dissatisfied.
I was satisfied. We'd argue over
No, but I
words.
know, but I'm saying I'm dissatisfied.
You are, and that's
No,
reason,
as it,
yes,
no,
you
but
are.
we're here. Hold on a minute here.
You are.
And by the way, if I was James Boyle saying I'm dissatisfied too, because that man has never had his hearing. From his perspective, I don't have a difficulty with that.
Yeah.
I just have a difficulty with the fact that who's supposed to use the word paid money to referee this game? I'm just saying, like, what's going on here? I mean,
that's the point. I'm trying to forget how we the referee, and we can only be the referee if the shed agrees that we're the referee, and if the complainant is happy that we're there, and then we will referee. And I do.
Well, so we will referee if the shed's in everybody agrees. Nobody's ever asked us. Nobody has ever asked us whether they could be the referee. Because for anything, I wouldn't respond to anybody asking the referee any issue that I was involved in unless I knew what the issue was. We do not have a copy of this complaint. 2 years later, we still don't have a copy of this complaint. And this guy's gone on and wondering, will everybody agree for us to be a referee? Now, all I know what these guys have said, they've certainly said, we'll take all the money and we'll pretend that we're playing a game here. But they're not doing anything. And it's simply not satisfactory.
And I do think.
and so did you ask us that? Did you ever ask us?
No, but we don't have. That's if we want to talk for 5 minutes about where I'd like to see the process going.
Okay.
That would be the first step in theoretical.
I'm just asking, have you ever asked us to be the referee? And it's just, look at the response.
Did you ever ask us?
No, but we don't have. That's if we want to talk for 5 minutes about where I'd like to see the process going.
Okay.
That would be.
So, these are highly paid individuals. This guy, Assistant CEO of the Irish Men's Shed, Masters of Administration, Smurfit Business School. That was the response he gave to ask him. You know, we've never been approached to actually engage in the process. We've never been told what the process is. We still, 2 years later, don't even have a copy of the complaint.
The first step in theoretical, and by the way, I want to make absolutely clear, there's no intention from me nor from anyone in the IMSA to disaffiliate the Scotland of Ireland shed or any
But
shed.
you did mention.
But I am saying.
Sorry, no.
As
As Healy Ray said the other night, I have to get a chance to answer this because you did mention it. You mentioned a possibility of disaffiliating us from the group.
I said, I can be very, very exact with you. The only power that the IMSA could have in respect of any shed that is
Yes.
affiliated to it
Would be to
it would
disaffiliate.
to disaffiliate or to refuse to accept its affiliation.
Right.
That's my
So,
belief. I
and
can't
therefore,
believe that
sorry,
we've done
hold on.
it.
One,
Yeah.
1 and 1 is 2, and therefore
Yes.
I'm adding 1 and 1 and getting. Therefore, in the event that the only possibility you could have, you could
there was a
disaffiliate
complaint
us.
made against
Yeah.
your shed, and that complaint, following investigation, was absolutely upheld, and there was a finding that your shed was in absolute dereliction and breach of natural justice, fairness, and all the other things. And
So this guy talks about just those last bit of words, that we were in dereliction of.
absolute dereliction and breach of natural justice.
We were in dereliction of natural justice. Listen, this is a crowd who for the last 2 years, this is 13th of January, the last 2 years, this 2026, and January 24, they come and they tell us about this complaint on a nebulous sort of process or whatever. And they've continually refused our natural justice of being given a copy of complaint made against us. And now he's done it. Imagine that we were going to be unfounded dereliction of natural justice.
Fairness and all the other things, and an action had to be taken. And even if we thought that you were legally culpable for something, my understanding is the very, very most the Men's Shed Association could do is say, we don't want you as part of our association anymore, no matter what you've done.
And then we would be the Jimmy of the future, because like that's what Jimmy did to us. You know, after everything else, we decided, Jimmy, we don't want you to be affiliated to us. So now he's then moved into the global circle of bringing you in. So if in this magical circle you're talking about, the IMSA did that to us, we would then go on to another circle, and this stupidity would continue
we
to
would
continue.
have to be able to defend
Absolutely.
excluding any. That's why they would have to be processed.
So this guy, he recognises that at some point that if they did take some sort of action against it, they would have to defend it.
Defend
Absolutely.
excluding any.
Well, I mean, how would they be defending it? I mean, you look at what they've been doing for the last, at least, well, in this particular instance for the last 2 years, my personal experience has been that the same non-management of grievance processes has been going on, certainly since, in my experience, since 2020.
That's why they would have to be processed.
Anyway, so we've had three. So what do you see now as the big picture going forward?
I suppose what I'm saying is I don't, and we would like to know, we don't have the power to go to your shed and say, turn over your accounts, turn over your health and safety records, turn over your membership records. Oh, and by the way, there's a fellow over there that says you can't get into the shed. You have to accept him as a member, because that's none of our responsibility.
So what do you want out of this meeting?
So what I want out of this meeting,
I've got all I expect. I've got.
Which is.
Sorry, that's important. I said all I've got. I just want to, what I've claimed I wanted or I've got.
Okay.
Our
So
responsibility.
So what do you want out of this meeting?
So what I want out of this meeting.
I've got all I expect. I've got.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, I've got all I expected. So just to put context around that, to be honest with you, I didn't expect any different from this. Why would I expect any different response or behaviour from anything in relation to the IMSA, given the fact that, you know, on a documented, reproducible, evidential basis, I have endless emails sent to these people over the last 2 years where nothing has been dealt with, nothing has been managed, and we continually are being refused access to an allegation made against us. So, would this be an experience of reconfirming my prejudices? Well, look, this whole recording is evidence of the standard to which I had become accustomed to being dealt with under the IMSA.
Which is?
Look, I mean, I just think, Aidan, I want to say it. I'm 69 years of age, and I don't know why I put up with this stuff, except that it's just entertaining from a change management point of view to see complete shenanigans going on. You're sitting there, and you have enough of education in your brain to tell the truth and to say things the way they are. If you were driving home this evening and say, am I happy to put my hand on my heart and said, I'm with a Champions League team here going in the right direction? I'm assuming you have enough brains to realise you're not.
You're not. Hand in my heart going out with today to know that I'm in an organisation that is changing the lives of men, the length and breadth of this country.
So this is what he says, going home, hand on his heart, he can drive home and say this to himself.
brains to realise
Well,
you're
my
not.
hand in my heart going out with today to
Yeah.
know that I'm in an organisation that is changing the lives of men, the length of this country.
No,
And they're
I'm in an organisation that's changing the lives of men. No. What is changing the lives of men is men's sheds around the country. Sheds like ours, 450, if that's the number of us around the country, at the coalface, changing the lives of men. With the people at the centre of the organisation, which is a limited company as I now understand it to be, or have now covered it to be, there's a group of people up at the centre who have interposed themselves between the good work of the Irish men's sheds at the coalface and then those who have funds which give these people money.
Yeah, you were part of that organisation. But see, the boys who are doing the change, they're those guys in the room.
And my job is to
They're the man who was, you might have noticed the man, we believe he put his hand in Lee Tanks.
Yeah.
He was asked to speak, no one from Letterkenny here, and then and he said, and he was scared of his life to speak.
Yeah.
Now, I know that man from the past, and when he spoke, I said, well done, I says. And he put his hand on me, thanks for that. And I know because of his journey, I know what that meant to him today. And I'm thinking...
So yeah, this refers to during the meeting that had taken place earlier with men from sheds around Donegal. It was asked that anybody from different sheds might get up and say something about what was going on in their place. And the people who were there would not necessarily have been the leaders of the different sheds for different reasons. Different people came along, but I said this man was in front of me, and you know, you're not used to speaking in a public forum, etc., and especially the way this thing was set up. I don't think it can. I don't think in any way it would have encouraged that a conversation. But when he spoke up, he was, you could see him trembling, you know. And I said, I know his journey, and when I put my hand on him afterwards and just said, look, well done, and encouragement. It was just the way he said thanks. And I know, look, I know what it's like. I'm living involved in a day-to-day shed, and I know what it's really like. But if these people even remotely listened to the type of supposedly top-end management, the way this whole mumbling response by this person for the last nearly an hour in a conversation, where we're making absolutely no progress. And in terms of getting into detail, all it is defensive avoidance. Everything's just defensive avoidance. So to say that, you know, in any way for the IMS, they say they're leading the development of support for men around the country is, in my view, quite disingenuous.
Don't think that the fucking Irish men's shed are going to make any difference to your life. I'm sorry. I've lived this experience, so everything I'm saying, I'll produce documents to back up everything I'm saying. Now, you can go back to Dublin and you can have your meetings, or Tullamore, wherever you can meet, then they'll tell you what you want. I met Enda, he asked to speak to me because I'm only in here, I'm trying to change the story, I want you to trust me doing this. He's broken that trust.
Sorry, I'm referring to when I met Enda Egan. I think it was probably somewhat in 2022 when he came up. As I now realise, just to try and appease me in relation to the complaint that I had lodged against my mistreatment by Eva Byrne within the Irish Men's Shed Association. And so I'm referring to that time when I met him. And he gave me his commitment that he was going to change things, everything's going to change in his watch. And the lived experience after that is that he didn't change his spots. And the organisation hasn't changed its spots either. In fact, he seemed to have just grown the same spots as the culture in the organisation.
That's okay, I didn't follow him. Now this other clown is following us. And I'm saying, he's now making our people. They say, why should Connie's father go up to the local post office? I'm in the shop, right? And I'm walking around. And next minute I'm up towards the till. And this guy's coming up by the till. Oh, these are all bullies down there, all bullies down there. You boys are all bullies down there. This is happening in the shop, and I'm shopping there. And I'm saying to myself, so if I was of a different...
I think I had mentioned that earlier.
If I was of a different disposition, this would destroy me. And you guys, by virtue of doing nothing, are allowing this filter on. Do you hear my point? No, take that with you. Take it into your boardroom when you can decide whether Raymond O'Connor wants to stand down and move the deck chairs around and call it representation.
Sorry, that refers to, well, what he had stated earlier, that this chap Aidan O'Connor had not been the chairman of the IMSA on a continuous basis since 2019 or whatever, that he had stood down for a couple of years and go back in. And now, as I have unravelled more the history of what's been going on in the Irish Men's Shed Association, so you've got a cabal in the centre who are the directors of the company and the only members of the company. And in order to not draw the ire of somebody like the Charities Regulator, which would frown upon people spending too long on the one position, to simply move the deck chairs around and then move people into different positions. And for example, I've discovered just a couple of days ago in going through, I think it was the application for funding for 2025 from the Department of Health HSE, that a guy called Ray Hart was written down the paperwork as being a chairman. So I knew he'd been on the board. And he's involved in some sort of shed around the middle of the country. And I have messaged Ray Hart a number of times in relation to this, the query, ask him about what he knows about what's been going on at the IMSA, and he has failed to respond at all stages. But who else knew that Ray Hart was, or was he, some sort of, at some time, the chairman for a period of time, standing in for something else? This is all opaque, by the way. Nobody's allowed notice. There's not records. It's not up on their websites or anything like that there. So just, and when that reference to deck chairs and the deck chairs in the Titanic, that's essentially what's going on. This club are just reorganising they're shuffling the deck in order to make it look that they're doing something with a sense of governance, while there's actually no representation from the sheds themselves in making any, or in choosing these people or making decisions.
Right.
Just to say, we're sort of shuffling on our way out of this room. So the background in the last period of time in this, that's the sort of process that's happening here. So remember that we weren't in a formal meeting room. We were sort of at the edge of a generalised space that we had all been meeting in earlier in a community centre in Killybegs.
Did you get a chance to go to the shed?
Yeah, no, we saw the shed. It was good, lovely. It's very good. Great spread today, by the way. Well done.
Good, thank you very much.
Yeah, no, it's super.
So again, this is the heart of the community. These are people in community centres in various places. We've met them and run men's sheds we've got together. These are people doing. This is what community action is. Lovely, great people doing things at the Coalface. The problem is upline. And there was no problem in the men's sheds themselves. Any shed I've ever gone to around the country, they're most welcoming, just like our shed is. And that's not where the problem is lying.
Look, if I get this to what I want to see and what I will commit to happening, we need to get to the end of our legal advice in terms of the DSAR, which will then also enable us to get in the place.
So have you a timeline on something that's going to happen next?
We've asked our solicitors to because we have 2 months to complete the DSAR.
So now we've confirmed that's what I'm saying, we've asked our solicitors. So they are engaging solicitors, the only ones that I can see a record of invoices, of payments of up to €500 now. That's 400 plus VAT to Mason, Hayes and Kearns. I don't know if they're using different people or otherwise. But now he's going to complete getting this advice. And he points out that they have 2 months to respond to my data subject access request. They should respond within a month. They can ask for an extra month of delay. So he is recognising some time. And now remember, my data subject access request under data protection is a completely different issue than our right as an organisation, as a shed, to be given access to a complaint made against us. The reason I went the DSAR direction was because they were completely failing to respond to dealing with giving us a copy of the complaint, and at least me making a DSAR put a timeline on so that there would have to be some action. So that's the background to that.
It's not that complicated.
No, but you can just give me another delay. Does that?
It's not that complicated. So if it's not that complicated, why am I still waiting 2 years later for the complaint?
Well, it's show you how to avoid answering the question. I can tell you how to avoid answering the question as well.
You don't want to avoid answering.
But you've been avoiding it for the last 4 years.
So he's saying, I'm not trying to avoid the question. If you listen back to this, you'll realise the whole thing is about avoiding answering the questions.
No longer, we do not want to avoid in terms of the complaint that is received, I want to see this complaint actioned. So
he's saying, I want to see this complaint action. So this again, this sounds like he's just he put on the overcoat that was worn before him, or maybe you just lent to him for the day by End Egan. I'm going to deal with this. This is going to be dealt with. I want to see action. So that, by the way, that was on the 14th of May, 2025. So that's nearly 8 months ago at this stage. There's been no progress made.
So I want our process confirmed.
So you're going to have their process confirmed. So it is true that finally in July 2025, a complaints handling procedure was approved by the board of the IMSA. So this thing, which just didn't exist, suddenly was put into place. No one was told, sheds were not told about it through any medium or other, again, unless our shed in Donegal was singularly excluded from all information. That's not true. It's not on their website. I only got it because I kept pressurising for what's happening this complaints process, and I was given the document before it actually was. So I think what I was given, or at least the document I was given, seems to be the document that went to the board rather than after the board confirmed it or otherwise. In that, what is made clear earlier on here, that we're the first group of people being processed through this. So as of January 2022, nobody knows anything about this process. And the other thing is that I have made formal complaints under that same process, and these have been simply buried. The more recent versions, the more recent additions to them, have not even been acknowledged as having been received. Now, I mean, obviously the IMSA are trying to pretend they can put their heads like turkeys sticking in the hedge and hope that it goes here. But the documents I've sent, I've emailed them. They've been copied to what I call control. So if control to receive it by law, it'll be determined that it was also received in the IMSA. I then put in a more recent data subject access request, which would confirm that the material was received, and the IMSA have just not even responded and acknowledged receipt of my DSAR. So we're slowly moving towards some sort of end game.
I understand. My belief is that process should be that the complaint is given to you, you're given a chance to respond directly to that complaint.
So he acknowledges that he understands that process would be, the complaint would be given to us, we would be given a chance to answer the complaint. None of this has happened. So whatever he's saying he believed, nothing was delivered as a result of that.
I would ask you to provide evidence to contradict the complaint if you are willing to do so. I will ask Jimmy to provide whatever evidence he has to say that the complaint is valid.
So this all sounds real rational, all this stuff. And, I might say you need an MBA to do this. You don't need an MBA. You just need to be above the age of reason, which when I was growing up as a young Catholic boy, it was something like after 6 or 7 years of age, you would be regarded as having reached the age of reason. So the idea that the complainant should lodge a complaint, the target of that complaint should be given a copy of that complaint. Actually, his sequencing is wrong. The person who made the complaint should be required to provide whatever evidence they have to support that complaint before wasting the target's time. Then the target, that's us, would be given the complaint and whatever supportive evidence, and then we would provide a response or choose not to engage. So it's like nothing. We're 59 minutes into a meeting. Nothing new has been clarified that wasn't obvious 2 years ago.
We can investigate it. The suggestion is that there would be there'd be some independent people asked to evaluate that and to come up with a suggestion.
We would have to.
Sorry, I just need to go back there. So I hadn't picked up what he said here, but after this investigation or whatever would take place.
The suggestion is that there would be there'd be some independent people asked to evaluate that and to come up with a suggestion.
So they're all quite woolly. So I think what he means by this, I'll play it once and I'll go back and I'll say what I think he means.
the suggestion is that there would be there'd be some independent people asked to evaluate that and to come up with a suggestion.
Now, you'd ask yourself, is this guy just making this up as he goes along? Because he seems very indefinite about what he's saying. Or is this, where's he drawing this stuff from? But again, because what's he actually saying? Hold on.
The suggestion is that there would be there'd be some independent people asked to evaluate that and to come up with a suggestion.
So the idea, you can maybe come to a suggestion and maybe there'd be some independent people who might look at this. I think that's what I'm going to play it now and then, obviously see what I say and respond.
The suggestion is that there would be there'd be some independent people asked to evaluate that and to come up with a suggestion.
We would have to, of course, approve independent people. You understand that?
Okay.
So,
sorry, I got the impression that what he was saying is that from a governance and quality governance point of view, there would be an investigation carried out and then he mentioned the word tree. I don't even know where he get these stuff from. I don't know if these ideas were just sort of a live stream of consciousness by this guy. I don't know if the IMSA had discussed any of this. If anybody in the IMSA actually operates at a cognitively rational level. But for example, if I'm going into arbitration with somebody who's going to arbitrate a situation, or for example in mediation, it requires both parties to accept not only the mediation but the mediator. So in many places in arbitration, say if it was names, both parties to a dispute would put forward names of arbitrators they would agree with, and if commonality could be found, then it would be on an agreed basis. But I mean, can I say to you, there's nothing about this operation, the IMSA, which anybody with half a brain at all could enter into, thinking that there was a level of either forethought, professionalism, or independence involved. Nothing. If you listen to the way the guy responds to things, I wouldn't be buying a car off this guy if I wanted it to work.
Okay.
So in the process of arbitration, you have an MBA. You have an MBA.
There have to be people that
Yes.
would,
Yeah, I acknowledge there that I'm getting kind of frustrated here. This is supposed to be a guy who's presented. If you looked at his LinkedIn thing, this guy is imagine if this was the interview for somebody with what he has put up in LinkedIn. Somebody would be embarrassed at having wasted their time interviewing him.
Yeah, absolutely.
People put forward arbitration, come to agreed arbitrators. So I know, I understand that.
So would that be, so you'd ask, and then potentially I don't know where this is going to land in terms of,
So this sounds like a guy's really thought about this. He's come to this process, done a lot of thinking. He's been, by the way, this guy was informed. He would have been read into the situation by Enda Egan, who made sure he didn't turn up. So he would have tutored him in this space. And this is how the level of definition or actually application of thought that he's put into this.
And then potentially, I don't know where this is going to land in terms of.
Where it's going to land in terms of.
It does not sound like that individual that you would want him back in the shade under any circumstances, and it does not sound like he is going to be happy with. So
he's now, prejudging everything. It doesn't sound like you guys would want him back in the shed, and it doesn't like something like, I don't know. Just to tell you, we haven't made this statement clear to him. We don't know. Look at this Darcy. You want to make an allegation against it? Yeah, okay, let's look at the allegation. On a personal level, I might have a view. I have, obviously, as I've lived through this situation. I've had to watch the monstrosity that's involved in it. But nonetheless, I'm bright enough to realise that if somebody puts a proposition or an argument in front of us, it might well be that we might look at ourselves in a different light and say, well, maybe we're over the top about that. But that's what you call a process. That's never been provided. And this guy is put forward as the fellow who's going to manage this process.
I think that probably sounds right.
So, but for the purposes of a process, that obviously has to be a potential outcome.
Of course, yeah.
I would like us to follow that process and see where it ends up, and then.
So, what about a timeline? Can I ask you? I just asked, when are we going to see this complaint?
This has been, that's the sort of my main focused target since January 24, 2024. It's just a copy of the complaint made against us. That's all I'm looking for. And I'm now at the end of another wasted hour with this guy. I'm asking, when are we going to get the complaint?
Is it going to be a month? Is it going to be 2 months? Do we just park this for the summer and just we're not dealing with this until the end of the year?
Yeah, that's important because, this is as if in our shed we've nothing else to do. And at the end of the day, anybody involved in sheds around the country will realise that it's constantly a battle trying to keep the doors open, trying to find funding, trying to develop your shed, trying to encourage more people to come in. And have this hanging over you, constantly hanging over you. This now was, fortunately, from a mental wellness point of view, this is actually really bad. So it's only get some clarity.
You have to have timelines. You can't just run on forever. I think that's not unreasonable, is it?
Yeah, I could tell you the absolute maximum time now will be the 2 months, but I actually think it will be much quicker than that. And I will give you a commitment that going from here today, that I will go back next week and get absolute clarification when our advices that we are expecting are coming through. I will contact you directly and I will tell you when you will have an expectation that you will be getting that document, the complaint. Either which you're kind of have.
So he's made it very, I'm giving you a definite. I'm going to go back and you're going to get a date as to when you're going to get the complaint. Just for the record, this follow-up didn't happen. And we still don't have our complaint.
You have to have timelines. You can't just run on forever. I think that's not unreasonable, is it?
Yeah, I could tell you the absolute maximum time now will be the 2 months. But
so this guy's saying that he's been absolutist now, and everything else has been sort of make you up as you go along. Now he's been absolutist. That said, there's 2 months. So 2 months relates to the date in which I make my data subject access request and the extra delayed month that they do to delay, give me an answer. That sets a 2 month deadline. And there's some sort of, again, there's supposed to be a legal implication there, which, as you realise, in Ireland doesn't make any difference at all. It's a joke. It is. It's an absolute joke. How do I know? Because these days, deadlines have not been complied with. And then, and what was given to me in the DSAR is just another, actually, what it seems to me, reading this stuff, more public money spent on legal advice to try and prevent me getting what I'm entitled to on every level, and which should have been given on day one when the complaint was received by the IMSA.
But I actually think it will be much quicker than that. And I will give you a commitment that going from here today, that I will go back next week and get absolute clarification when our advices that we are expecting are coming through. I will contact you directly and I will tell you when you will have an expectation that you will be getting that document, the complaint.
So you heard him saying that he's going back in a week's time. So that's the 14th of May, 21st of May. And he would be getting, but he's saying, I'll be going back in a week's time. But he's in saying in a week's time, I'm going to give you this information. And then he talks, he's going to clarify when we're going to get just that last bit there.
You will be getting that document, the complaint.
So he says that document and the complaint. So that's important. That's the only thing we're interested in.
The complaint.
And that complaint. So he was given a definite. Then in a week's time he was going to specify when we're going to get that complaint. So I can tell you, this is now 9 months, 8, whatever. January 2026, dating from May. So look at something like 8, 9 months. Still haven't got this. So, whatever level of doubt, suspicion or mistrust I had in any of these people, all of this, time has just proven that I was correct.
Either which there's kind of two processes. Either you're going to be getting the complaint under the complaints process, which has to be approved and so on and so forth, or you're going to be getting it under the DSAR process, in which case it may be redacted to some extent because of whatever. Okay,
so it just makes it clear here, either or, either and or. Like he didn't include the fact that there was the reality is it should be getting on both posts. You will be given either the complaint under the complaints process, one, or you will be given the complaint under your own personal DSAR, but possibly with some redactions to that. Now, whatever disagreement I would have about redactions or otherwise, the reality is when you put both of those together, we would have ended up with a complete complaint. And just to say that there's absolutely no rationale whatsoever that would make sense in relation to the redaction. That I understand, because I haven't seen the complaint. But just to say, none of this took place. So I'm sitting with a guy here, and I'm supposed to have taken this guy seriously, and think that his own personal, and this is an issue of personal integrity over and above professional integrity. It's a personal integrity. It's one-to-one somebody saying this to me. I'm going to do this next week. I'm going to give you this deadline. None of this happened.
Whatever the advice we have that you would get. So that under DSAR you have 2 months, and with the complaints there isn't a timeline. But
So
I would
is that,
like it to be
is
quicker.
that us completed now for today? We have.
Unless there's something that you require.
Nah, Jesus, we've got to require to go back. You know,
thanks.
I just want you.
He's saying, I'm asking a wee thing, unless there's something else you require. This is as if I went into a shop, I asked for something on the counter, and so I was given something, and they said, would you like something else, sir? I got nothing. Look, we only went for one reason, to get a copy of the complaint. The only thing I've secured from this guy is a promise that, in fact, he's going to break his promise, because that's what happened after it.
You know,
thanks.
I just want you to tell. I want you to tell Enda though straight from me. I was on a personal level. I'm really sad for Enda, not for me. You know, Enda was young enough to have made something really important happen,
And look,
I don't know why. No, but I'm saying, I feel sorry for anybody's personal issues. Jesus Christ, it's terrible for all of us. But that's not the point.
Sorry, I don't know what his personal issues are, by the way, but it's constantly being alluded to in his health, etc. Now, just in the background, every one of us involved has, you know, myself and or Austin from the Commencement are carrying our own personal health issues into that situation. So it's a bit crass that we should only be considering the health of one individual, but I don't know anything about it. But I'm trying to make it clear. I mean, my sense here is that Enda Egan got the wonderful opportunity to lead up the Irish Men's Association as a CEO, and in my experience, my lived experience of trying to deal with him, like, he has been shambolic at very best. One is shambolic, and on a personal level, he has both disrespected me personally, and he has disrespected our shed, and he has disrespected the ethos of what the IMSA on their website state their values to be: openness, accountability to sheds, and transparent.
But that's not the point. The point is that I believe the men's shed movement. I've been involved in men's issues well since the men's shed. I met John Evoy back in 2009 when we started this process. So if a lifetime's commitment to something I think is really important, this other shenanigans is getting in the way, but just causing conflict between you and I. I don't see it as a personal conflict, but it's causing a conflict. It shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be happening. Now, Austin's probably just going to join us. This energy should be putting into building something promising for the show.
Sorry, we're just walking and talking at this stage, and he's clarifying that nobody's taking this personally. So, however, it would be totally untrue for me to say that this personally causes massive frustration for me, especially when you realise that myself and Austin are given of our free voluntary time. This guy's on expenses and been paid, and then Egan has been paid a lot more to hide at home and do nothing.
I do want to see this resolved.
I mean, just to make it clear, I've never, with you or anyone else, made a personal judgment against the complainant.
So just to say, even in how harsh you might think I have been in relation to this guy, this is, I mean, if you were being evaluated on your performance at work and there was going to be a true evaluation, then harsh realities are there. My commentary here is directly in relation to, I'm presented by an assistant chief executive from the IMSA, who his whole visage, his public visage, as presented on LinkedIn, presents him as a guy with an MBA with high level of experience in dealing with all these type of issues, being sent down specifically by the CEO of the IMSA to deal with an issue which is really affecting the mental well-being of members of our shed. Simply because, and this is being added to by the failure of the IMSA to get on with a process which it now appears they don't actually have. And every time I ask a question for clarity, I just get waffle, complete waffle, and any undertakings that are made are not met. So, so that's what I'm saying is, on a personal level, these young people, I mean, good luck to Aidan Ó Gormáin, whatever he does. I just would want to know that anybody who would be employing him or that you'd ever be involved in should recognise that on a professional level, this is the level of performance you can expect from this person. And for me, it's unacceptable that sheds around the country should be exposed to this maladministration. I think men's sheds are too important, and the mental well-being of men in Ireland are too important for this.
Thanks, guys.
Guys, thanks for all the work today. I really appreciate that. Cheers. Thanks.
I mean, I've always felt that this person should have access to a process. The other thing you make it clear.
Yeah, sorry, what I'm referring to there is that James Boyle, I've always believed, and I've made that clear in my email to John Leahy sometime in late 2023, possibly in autumn of 2023, that I absolutely accept that, you know, there's a person who has a complaint, and if he has a complaint, there's a process, then I totally accept that his complaint should be fielded and met and addressed, but through a process. At this point, we're just walking along. Austin is no longer with us, so just to make that clear, and I just want to leave the recording running until we get to the end of this, because there was an important information transferred at that point.
I was never part of this struggle in the first place. I had been the chairman.
Yeah.
I stood back as part of sustainable development. I was outside of this process.
Yeah.
I was actually the mediator between Austin and the committee and this individual.
So I just given him some background into what happened in the original case. I mean, I've been ended up drawn into this, which wasn't of my making in the first place. I've explained that before.
In this guy's reorganisation of timeline, and he has rebuilt me into a past that doesn't structurally exist. I mean, his problem is that chronology is not just a relative reality.
Yeah, I mean, what I mean by that is that, again, I haven't seen this complaint, but we have fielded versions of his complaints to various bodies throughout the country over the last 4 years. And what we've noticed is that in the narrative that he has developed, he he mixes up timelines in a way that suit him, but they're not evidentially sustainable. And there are records which would show the inaccuracies of all that, but the problem is, for an outsider listening to this, if you read this for the first time and you didn't have access to data or the critical faculties and paying attention to say, excuse me, can I look at the detail, you could possibly end up believing this stuff.
Chronology is real, you know. Anyway, okay.
Listen, guys, stay home.
You driving back down to Cashel now, are you?
I am, yeah.
Now you have at least you have a nice day for it.
So we were at this point outside the building heading into a car park.
The Midlands looks well on days like today. All right. And how is young James? Young James, is he still there?
No, James
dear.
actually has resigned. He's gone.
Is he going on to something better?
Hopefully so, yeah. I think he has ambition.
No, he was a young fella. He was working. He told me he was working at a clerical office, something in the health board.
Yeah, he was in the health board.
But he
hasn't left yet.
Well, tell him I was asking. Unwell. Jesus, working with the IMSA is obviously not a good place to be.
So, just to say to you, again, no sense, but he's after telling me that James Brophy, who had been the original note taker at the meeting in January 24, I said, as an older man in a men's shed, you meet somebody as a young man like James, and you say, you hope that there can be a learning for these guys in the future, and they could learn values which might make them better men going forward. And whatever else was happening, I would like to think that wherever James is now, that he can look back and look. He did not create any of this was going on. This guy was on a salary bracket. His replacement was on a salary of advertised at $35,000 a year. So I wouldn't hold him to account for a lot. I mean, the person who was managing the organisation is almost 4 times that. Remuneration package. So the responsibility lies at them, not someone like James. But again, I'm hearing more people leaving the association, but nobody ever hears this. Nobody ever understands that anything's going on. So nobody would be aware the information officer was going, because that's not what the IMSA do. The information doesn't get shared.
But no, I mean, he came in, he had a baptism of fire that day because he was expected to take all the notes, and I realised he had no chance of taking these notes. He had no chance at all.
Oh no, I mean, I had said that on the day that the chances of James being able to because the process was so unstructured, whether it be with Jim, I don't know what, I can't speak to the meeting that Egan and James Brophy had with James Bond. I can't speak to that, I wasn't present. I can only speak to the meeting we had with him, which, as I say, that's the base of the first recording in this series of recordings. So if you listen back to that, you would see that anybody sitting there trying to take, as I said at the meeting, James, if you were in college trying to take notes of a lecture in this sort of process here, you'd fail every exam you'd ever meet. So it wasn't James's fault. The whole thing was, it was just shambolic, and it was a baptism of fire for him, because, my sense is that the way in which Egan has dealt with it, he just walks into place, and maybe people don't have the competency and skills or experience to respond to them or to ask the things done in a structured way. So basically it allows him to massage the process in whatever way. And they've been getting away with it. They must have been getting away with it for years. Because it was Egan who pointed in that meeting that, in his view, he identified us almost as a singular shed who would have had the competency and experience in their shed to actually address the problems that were there in the way in which we had. And he said that was a positive thing. So, and that was I'm just wishing well to James Brophy. And I said, this, on the other hand, as a learning curve, when I was a young engineer...
By the way, can I ask, did either of you record that?
I did.
You did.
I record everything. Look me up on YouTube.
Yeah. Would you be willing to share?
Yeah, well, absolutely no. If I do, yeah. So just I should go back, because this is the part that, I'm not sure how often I asked questions here that this guy wouldn't have taken that long to realise this.
By the way, can I ask, did either of you record that?
I did. So so he asked, can I ask, did either of you record it? So I was just wondering, when is this guy going to actually wake up to the fact that I walked him over these coals so often? And again, because there is no structure or process to anything that's going on in relation to this, how is anybody going to learn about this? Is everybody just wasting their breath meeting up here? Something can't be walked back through this and see, is this, and that's my overriding research concern. Why did this meeting happen like this? Why did this guy arrive down here so unprepared? Why did his boss, Egan, send him down so unprepared? Why had they done nothing about this issue for the last almost 16, 17 months to process anything? Why is this, and why is the state, why are you, the taxpayer, paying for this mess?
By the way, can I ask, did either of you record that?
I did. I record everything. Look me up on YouTube.
Would you be willing to share?
Yeah. And I said, would you be willing to share it? Now, but it's interesting, the idea that, you see, again, maybe this is my perspective. I said, why wouldn't I be willing to share it? The purpose of the recording is that we could actually learn from it. What am I going to do? Play it to some sort of private audience? That's not the purpose of this. Yeah, well, absolutely no. If I do, I will share that. Absolutely, no problem. And tell Enda, by the way, his meeting and all he said to me at the time, that was recorded as well. And then look me up on YouTube. So, and this is the important thing, is now, I'm after, this guy, I don't know if he's surprised or not. Again, he is quite imperturbable in his, to be fair, in his demeanour, right through the process. This guy was, he never appeared to me to take this on board on a personal level. He never seemed to concern himself at all that, he might be in the middle of this ship rowing around the ocean, being accountable or supposedly accountable to sheds for what he's not doing. But he didn't seem to be perturbed. But this is what I'd said to him. And tell Enda, by the way, his meeting and all he said to me at the time, that was recorded. So I said, and tell Enda that the meeting he had at the time, which is 2024, which is what we've been discussing here, that it was recorded. So you would have thought that, okay, so he was now given this information, okay? So that'll come up again in further consideration. Recorded as well. And then look me up on YouTube. I have spent my life with people who've told me things that they've changed again and again and again. And I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, then they tell me I'm not entitled to do it. Then they tell me that. And then I introduce them to Morris. You know Morris? Sergeant Morris McCabe. Do you remember him?
I remember Morris.
Taxpayer paid $5 million to him. Why? Because the confidential recipient basically said he shouldn't have recorded the meeting. Confidential recipient, senior lawyer, knew he was telling lies, knew himself doing this. The law is on my side now, so don't ever doubt that. But nobody should ever say anything. Do you stand over everything you said today? So, ultimately that's the question I had said to myself, and maybe that's the value of this recording. I'm asking Aidan Ó Gormáin if he stands over everything he said today. And I've clarified to him that the basis for the legality of me doing this recording is not Maurice McCabe. Maurice McCabe is just, I suppose, the example that people in the public could maybe on a simplistic level understand. It's because it's the law that if either, let's say there's two parties in a conversation, if either or both of those parties agree to record it, then it's legal. Okay, you don't need two-party consents. When anybody who watches, say, Netflix or Prime or whatever series, particularly from the States, in America, different states have different rules, either two-party consent or single-party consent. So we're in a single-party consent environment. So let's. The question I've asked him is, do you stand up for what you said today?
With total hand on your heart.
To be honest, I would have to listen back to what I said.
I didn't ask you that.
No, I've asked him, hand on your heart, would you stand up for what you say? And listen to his response.
With total hand on your heart.
To be honest, I would have to listen back to what I said.
I didn't ask you that. When you spoke.
So, I mean, I've questioned him, but that's not what I asked him. But he said, to be honest, I'd have to listen back to what he said. That's not an unintelligent response. I just hold that idea. He said, I would have to listen back to what he said. And then he says,
when you spoke, did you speak with
everything
candour?
I said was
you believe?
with candour, it was with I believe, but
therefore,
would
you
have
accept?
been wrong.
So he said, everything I said with candour, I believe, but I could have been wrong. Again, I'd say I accept that in the real world. Yes, I could believe what I said, but I could be wrong. What's important here is, though, when it would be pointed out to me that I would be wrong, I would then take the mature and professional approach to acknowledge what I'd done wrong, to apologise it, and to try and make up for any damage that I'd caused in doing it. That's a more general view I have. And I have made a separate video, which again I'll see if I can add into this playlist about my idea of what a professional apology would look like. But it's quite reasonable what he's saying at that point.
No, I know that. And look, this is recorded. We can all be wrong.
Yeah.
All I'm saying to you, that's what candour is. And he said, I'm the same. I came to you today.
I obviously would prefer. I entered this conversation on the basis that this is a conversation between us, not obviously that this conversation was for the public domain.
So he's saying, I entered this on the basis this was a conversation between us and not for the public domain. So that suggests to me some element of like a Jesuitical secrecy or something like that. Let's see what he says.
I entered this conversation on the basis that this is a conversation between us, not obviously that this conversation was for the public domain.
So just to be clear, I'm meeting Assistant Chief Executive Officer of the Irish Men's Health Association, who's funding the organisation, and his wages are almost exclusive. And I use the word almost exclusive because the impossibility of getting the details at this point in time of actuality of funding in relation to the IMSA. But I can say almost exclusive, so what I can say is paid for. So this is public monies that's been paid. So the idea that this guy's in some sort of private off-the-record conversation, and by the way, I've had 30 and more years, going back to early 90s, of private, off-the-record, intimate conversations with people about their personal lives through my involvement in working around fathers' issues. And none of that has ever passed my lips, ever. So this is a different situation. This is something that has beleaguered our shed for 4 years since 2022 and the lead up to it. And that the IMSA have just added oxygen to a disgruntled ex-member in the illusion that they're following some sort of an investigation of complaints process, and that by doing nothing, they're making our lives an awful lot worse. So whatever about Aidan, I don't know what Aidan, I don't know, I'm not sure the question, I don't know what I say to him next, but the question I would have asked him, would you have said anything different if you were actually aware that was being recorded? Would you have behaved differently? Would your responses have been tighter? Would you have been more honest? Would you have been paying more attention? I don't know, but because I'm saying, well, why don't you just, you're talking about being candid and being honourable and being open. Why does it matter whether you're recorded or not? I mean, that doesn't mean that, you know, if we were on the stage and we were acting, we'd be doing our lines without breaks and there wouldn't be all these interjections. They're all they're part of the natural human condition, as is, you know, sometimes you say something that you didn't mean to say and whatever. But once you're aware or you're made aware that you straighten the record out, there's nothing, this guy hasn't straightened any record about anything. He's just left, you know, I am much more better informed but none the wiser. So often you say, I haven't completed the process, you're better informed, but I need a wiser. Say, well, I'm better informed but none the wiser. I'm neither better informed and I'm none the wiser. Well, actually, in a way, I'm not better informed, but I am the wiser insofar as I am absolutely more and more convinced that these people shouldn't be allowed near anything called one dispute resolution or complaints management. Shouldn't be near it because their capacity to add to a solution or to add to a problem as against contribute to solutions is massive.
And that I could have asked for in terms of your...
You could have asked for that being off record, and I wouldn't have met you off record. You know that?
Well, yeah, so I point out to him, I mean, I understand what being invited into an off-record conversation is. I totally understand. If I'm doing something off-record, and I've done it lots of times in my life, both parties understand what they're doing. And there's a freedom in an off-the-record conversation that you can maybe draw deeper and you can push deeper, etc., but it can't come back to haunt either of you. But I wouldn't, like, why would I be meeting any of these people off the record? This situation now, there's no burying this situation. Like, I cannot live with the idea that any of this can be solved without going through the process. Wherever this lands, this, you know, from my perspective, I mean, my task is to bring this to the attention of the politicians who are responsible for the spending of our wages, for the senior civil servants who are supposed to have supervisory accountability for the funding of the Irish Men's Shed Association. So there's no off-the-record solution, but there's no backhanders that can solve this. I mean, the truth can solve it because the truth is where the learning is. And the only purpose for me to put this effort in is this, again, this fractal behaviour. Why are these patterns again and again and again? When I ask this guy, never get a clear answer. There's obviously no plan. Somebody's not got their homework done. Why do we keep behaving like this?
I wouldn't have met you off record.
Yeah. No, and that's why, and I didn't, and I understand you recorded, but I would ask if you would obviously publicly put this up.
So he's saying I would ask that you wouldn't publicly put this up. Yeah, this is, I don't know, some sort of illusion here that this guy's working in a private space, like maybe this is Ryanair or, God, don't want to be hard on Ryanair. Maybe mentioned, is there any other company? Nestle, Netflix, whatever. This is public money. It's your money and it's my money. It's been wasted. Imagine you just paid for, you know, another hour of public time of this guy wasting time, and plus all the damage that's done, you know, as a result of not doing the job. And I mean, the damage is to our mental well-being. We got to go back and be stressed. When is this thing ever going to be resolved? How can we get back to the core business of our shed, is which is to develop our shed for our members and our community, and for all our well-being in our community. That's our mission. So all this stuff is just inhibiting us doing this.
Look, the reason I do, I wonder why I do. My long term, I mean, I followed a course in management of change in Sheffield University in 1999-2000, and it's still an evolving process with me. My objective, my learning mission, is to analyse why these things happen. Why has this mess happened? And you're just the Uderos or another version of the same makey-uppy stuff.
No, they're still going.
Oh no, what do you mean they're still going? The average wage in the Uderos is something like 90 grand a year. You know, that's if you're cleaning the floors. Yeah. No, anyway, look, I will send that to you. And I mean, I have no difficulty. And in fact, can I say to you? Sorry,
that's important because just in case I'm saying, what's he at? That's a separate matter on a personal level. I mean, Uderos na Gaelte, I have had a personal issue with the Uderos na Gaelte since just coming out of the COVID times again. And again, what I've met is that same corporate fractal of lack of professionalism, total denial, anything to cover up their own misconduct. And that's another aspect of which, again, I have multiple recordings which That's another parallel process. And they're parallel insofar I'll be trying to draw the comparisons between the corporate behaviours in these various organisations. But it is a separate, and it's actually nothing to do with the men's shed or our men's shed locally. It's a personal issue in relation to a separate experience I had with Udros na Gaeilge.
You're the first guy who's ever had the intelligence to ask. I know he gave you a lot of hints. I'm amazed that anybody meets anybody nowadays. That's a camera.
Is it?
No, not that one, but the other one I have at home. That's a camera. I have one of them as a camera. Because I play with toys. But what I'm interested in is, I don't think people should, like Enda said things on his recording that he'll be held accountable for. I'm not saying he's lying. But for example, he's talked about vulnerable persons reports. I'm saying I want all of the HSE reports of complaints from the IMSA under this SLA to the HSE.
So, I mean, I'm making it clear to this guy what I intend to do. I've already told him to tell Enda that I've recorded that meeting with Enda. So my expectation is that when this guy goes back to be debriefed by his boss, who sent him down in some, I don't know how intentional it was by Enda to either set this guy up or to insult us further. I'm not sure, or whether he was just blundering along. I really don't know. But I've explicitly told him about the things that Enda was talking about at a meeting, and that he would be held accountable for. And just to say, I should interject now, that in the previous recording of that meeting, I said that it was clear that Enda continuously made it clear they were going to be working on the notes of that meeting in order to make progress. In the third recording I will make after this one, of a recording of a conversation I had with Enda on the 1st of October 2025. Enda then says that, no, we don't have any of those notes anymore. So it was really important that this guy go back and tell Enda that I actually have the recording. So there are actually notes, accurate notes, the recording.
And if you don't give them to me, I'll get them under Freedom of Information.
Yeah, I was just pointing out, Enda made a big deal of the fact that they have to fill in I think it's a quarterly complaints record to their funders, and again I presume that's HSE, Department of Health. So therefore I have to presume that all of the interactions of the complaint made by James Boyle, the complaint made by me prior to that, and the management of this process at the moment, that this would be brought to the attention of the HSE. And if that's the case, why have the HSE done nothing? So question for me. I haven't done it yet, by the way, because in my initial tranche of FOI applications, I wouldn't have been aware at that time of the fact that under SLAs, etc., this recording stuff, I've seen now records that there is a requirement for recording complaints. So I'm now going to have to go and chase that information.
That's what I'll do, because you people have started this with me, not me. Enda started this. This guy, Jimmy, went to your door.
Yeah, this is important. I mean, I think later on in the next the future conversation I have with Enda in October 25, I pointed out, the mess that is the IMSA, I would have been, from personal experience, I realised back from my experience going forward in 2020, that these people were, when shambolic for starters, completely unprofessional and unethical in terms of personal integrity standards. But like many sheds in Ireland, I've spoken to a number of sheds over the last couple of months, a lot of guys have just said, look, we don't deal with the IMS, we just go and do our own thing, because that's what we are. We're sheds at the Coalface, and we have to pay attention to them to get our couple of pound every year. And to keep their mouth shut. And I was probably no different. I would look. It doesn't matter to me if Enda earns 120 or 150. It doesn't matter. I don't care what these people do. Sorry, I should care, but I'm more concerned with my own community than I am about that. But it was the fact that Enda rode up to Donegal on the 24th of January 2024 and rode into town like, I'm the new sheriff. Things are going to be done right here. They're going to be done by the book, and led us to believe that the rule was going to be run. He would run the rule over us in an investigation. And I simply said, excuse me, I'm just one-on-one. What are you doing here? What's your locus standi? What is the process? Where is the complaint? Real simple stuff. None of that has been respected. None has been addressed.
And I said, what did I say at that meeting? Remember I talked about Long John Silver?
Yeah.
Well,
when I was a kid.
Sorry, just say Austin has rejoined us at this point.
And I said, what did I say at that meeting? Remember I talked about Long John Silver?
Yeah.
When I was a kid, Robert Louis Stevenson, the book with Long John Silver, he came into the pub and he gave you the hand with the black mark on it. That's Jimmy is holding that black mark. He gave it to us. It's now been handed on to you. This is hell for you. Dealing with Jimmy Boyle, this is, we're not a problem. There's the difference him and us, he'll never give up.
You're just lucky he doesn't live near you.
And I have plenty of people living near me over the years. But his, look, it is a pain. It is, obviously in terms of the amount of time and effort that all of these issues take up in what is a small organisation.
This is just palaver. He's talking, and Egan falls into the same trap. All this work that's brought into us in a small organisation. This stuff and all the work, and the thing that annoys me is that all of the messing that's gone on at the IMSA has been created by them not dealing. If an email comes into you and you simply get the next 100 emails and throw them all in the bin and do nothing about them, and then the reminders end up with 1,000 emails, that's because you didn't do your job. Like, procrastination is not professionalism.
The amount of headspace it takes up for everyone that has to
You know,
deal with it. And
every
particularly,
ti-
I'd imagine in a year.
And every time we open the door, you're looking over your shoulder.
That's not. And that goes counter to everything the main sheds is about.
No, but that's what should be surfaced. This experience should be used as a learning experience.
Yeah, so this is important again. Like, we're now sharing sub-stories here about how, in our shed, as Austin said, every time you open a door, you just wonder, this guy going to be outside? And this fella's talking about, oh God, all the work it caused for us in the IMS. And I said, the purpose of this whole thing, and I mentioned this in the first meeting with Enda Egan right from the start, that this should be a learning experience. And, what we should be doing is not recreating these situations through a process of learning and developing good practice. Since my initial involvement of having a complaint with the IMSA back in whatever was early, well, in the year just coming out during the COVID period, there's been no learning. There's been no implementation of anything that's learned from that experience.
It's not about me, and it's not about you, and it's not about Enda. It's not even about Jimmy. It's about how such a fragile organisation, which needs so much goodwill just to support, is failing to do that because people who are paid to do a job are not taking the leadership roles that they should. And that's my problem. I've asked for leadership. When I've asked you for clear answers and things today, your best answer is, we're nearly thinking about maybe getting there.
Yeah, and I mean, that is my frustration. We're nearly thinking about getting there. Nothing out of this guy today. In fact, if you just go back, the clearest thing he said is that in a week's time, I'm going to go back and I'm going to give you a timeline of when you're going to get your actual complaint, etc. That has not happened 9 months later. We still don't have this complaint. So, I mean, that's the most concrete thing to come out of that event.
That's what you've said to me.
But if we have no standing to do anything about this, why would...
So if we have no standing to do anything about this, I'm just saying, look, you have 2 years to decide whether you've got any standing or not. If you've no standing, say, I have no standing. Go back to the people who funded it. Don't be asking us to carry a complaint because we've no power to do anything about it. Right back to Minister Humphreys, of course, she's all gone, or the latest minister, and tell them the truth.
Well, I was wondering from the start, if you haven't, from day one, I never understood why you ever took the thing. And the reason you did is because the minister's office wrote to you. You wouldn't have dealt with that complaint unless the minister's office had wrote to you. So you're basically saying we need to cover our ass here. And the reason the minister did was to get him off her plate. And the other problem I has, if it was sent to the constituency office of the minister, it may not be part of the ministerial papers. And she may have taken that away when she left office, and it may not be discoverable under FOI.
Yeah, so that's relevant insofar as I mentioned earlier that there had been in the presidential debates that one was on News Talk fielded by Pat Kenny, and this issue in Heather Humphreys' situation was about letters sent to her constituency office and what happened those when they were sent on to people. And Heather Humphreys' suggestion that, look, I just pass on the stuff. It is no different than if the individual themselves went forward with it. And Pat Kennedy cynically just said, do you think that a letter forwarded from the minister's office carries the same weight as sent by Joe Public? Ha, ha, ha. So the reality of this is that, if this is sent to the constituency office and not to the minister, then all of a sudden it can be disappeared in a separate way. and not become part of, let's say, the public record.
That's the sort of nuances that are actually going on here, you know. But the person who wrote that letter has managed to weasel his way into every part of significance. He's been on to the HSE, he's been on to the DLDC, and all the time people are saying, oh, well, there's something going on with those fellas down in that shed. All you have to do is throw a bit of muck, and all of a sudden people think it sticks. I don't think it's fair to the shed. I don't think it's fair to the membership. I certainly don't think. I've watched Austin take over the role from I did without a background in management or anything. I have had an opportunity of an educated environment and a life of opportunity, and so have you. The guys who run sheds, most of them don't have those skill sets, and they're left trying to handle this thing on their own. We should have been able to go to the Irish Men's Shed and ask for support. I don't mean against Jimmy. We should have been able to ask for support, that we would manage the conflict with him in a way that he would at the end of the say, I got fair treatment.
Yeah, so I mean, this is very important. Central to me is the fact that through all this, and in all the years of my experience with the IMSA, there has been no instruction or helpful information that has actually been sent down, which is of any value, to sheds at the coalface. So all this money that's been spent, and when I look at the various applications for monies and the things that these people are saying they're doing, running webinars, which are, I mean, from a pedagogical and teaching and learning point of view, they're just a total disaster. Totally open loop. It's just open loop broadcast stuff done at a distance for people who have no idea what's going on at the coalface. But this is the help that this shed needed, and every shed by the needs, to develop the resilience and administrative governance standards that are required, because the problems that are rising at the coalface, now they're actually being mismanaged at the top, a million miles away from where the problem is, by an organisation who don't have a process. And as indicated, as in fact proven by my experience with this character, and as you will see in the next one with Aidan Egan, they don't have the capacity. Just simply, they don't have the capacity professionally. I don't know what I mean. On their personal level, the only thing that matters to me personally, if somebody says to me, I'm going to do something personally, then that's personal. Right? Don't be confused about that. It's personal. If they don't deliver on that, that's personal. And outside of that, it's a professional expectation I have of people.
I mean, everybody's entitled to that, including him. And I'd fight for that for him. But he can't just keep the rest of the world at bay. And his stated objective was, you're going to close our shed.
So I'm referring here to Jimmy Boyle, and that his stated objective was to close the shed. And that was his, and everything about his behaviours in relation to the damaging material that he's put up in social media and said about us in the community is indicative of that desire.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, there's so often that Austin's partner rang me one night, and she said, look, I'm really worried for Austin. I don't think that's, to have been driven to that, I don't think that's right.
Just important. I mean, again, for the record, that I have pointed out to now the Chief Executive Officer of the IMSA that personal stress that Austin O'Donnell, the chairman, has experienced, and the subsequent to that time, and in the latter part, probably in October, sometime the latter part of 2025, Austin wrote to Aidan Egan and the IMSA and copied, and that has been copied to, including the chairman of the IMSA, that he had suffered such mental anguish over this that he simply didn't. He was instructing them never to contact him on this issue again. That all contact and correspondence by the IMSA should be pursued through me as the shed nominee, and as it'll come up in the third episode of this series of recordings, this has been disgracefully disabused. So, but it's not as if the IMSA have not been aware that there's actual problems being caused by the elongation and non-management of this complaint by Jim Boyle to our shed and to our members, and particularly to our chairman.
I couldn't ring Aidan Egan and say, why don't you put support in there? Like if you were in the office, in the army, you'd have a personal support officer to go to. Who does Austin turn to for help? We can't turn to the IMSA. We can't turn to anybody for support. I don't think that can't be a good thing.
Yeah, but there has to be understandable limits to what the IMSA can do, and I wish we could.
He says there has to be understandable limits to the IMSA, what they can do. The IMSA have done nothing. all the IMSA have done in this thing is to make things worse. Now, the IMSA continually run events and talk about mental well-being of men. Their misconduct, mismanagement of this whole mess, and the fact that it's never been dealt with and still hangs on, is causing enormous stress. Sorry, stresses me as well. I mean, I am involved in this on multi-levels. You know, I've said from the outset this idea of not a Munson and the Norwegian philosopher talk about being subjective, some detached subjectivity. I suppose that's, I'm subjecting and re-immersing myself. When I listen to this conversation, I'm re-immersing myself in the total frustration that I experienced on that day. But it's necessary for me because I'm now speaking about matters to which I have material knowledge. I was the guy there on the day doing this. So I'm not talking about some third-party story here. This is my story. And yes, I am frustrated and stressed, but in my way of processing things, it's necessary for me to walk through this, to reflect as a reflective practitioner on this and look back on this and say, where does this make sense? Where does it not make sense? And, you know, whatever, 9 months later, me working through this recording, I mean, I'm not looking at this and saying, oh, God, this guy, Aidan, actually, he was a really good guy. He was doing a great job. I totally misunderstand him. I'm more convinced as I listen to this, a waste of my life spending time around these guys.
Provide that support as.
Well, then, you see, as I said then, when you go on RT and you're starting a bit of much you care about men's health now, you should really stand up and say, but we actually can't do anything for guys because we don't have enough money.
We can do a lot with the money we have in terms of...
Yeah, kettles.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying that's the fact. If these guys can do nothing useful, they should say they can do nothing useful. And all they've gone in there, I've just come out of an event here where everybody's given free kettles. Because the IMS's major contribution to the year 2025 or whatever it was breaking the Guinness Book record for the most amount of broken kettles you can get into a room. God.
I'm sorry, you don't look at me.
Sheds for Life. Scaffolding men's sheds right across the country. And you heard it today and you saw...
Sheds for Life, scaffolding men's sheds. See all the word salad he's talking about. I mean... the scaffolding, what happens in the shed is what happens every week. It's got nothing to do with these guys and are running around the country with little road shows, while at the same time they're failing to provide the fundamentals of what's required in men's sheds. Leadership, resilience, governance, development within sheds, so the sheds themselves could organise and run their own sheds so that they can create succession management, they can bring in new members, they can look after older members. That's what they should be doing. It's not about documents. And the problem, of course, is that the people who are funding them, all they want is these show pony pieces. That's what's actually going on here. And, you know, my question is, at the end of the day, who in the funders are protecting taxpayers' money by making sure that, one, this organisation is actually legitimately representing men's sheds in Ireland. In other words, as an association of men's sheds, that those sheds themselves have a say in voting on their leadership and voting on their policies and practices. This is not happening.
So the people who developed the men's sheds are the members of sheds throughout the country. Most of those people were executed and removed from any say in the men's sheds. I'm not...
Sorry, I need to use the word, obviously, metaphorical execution. This comes in the fact that the conversations I happen to have had over the last number of years about the machinations that had been happening behind the scenes in the men's sheds. I can't obviously speak to them specifically because those individuals, I wasn't those people. I have off-the-record conversations with the people, and you know what really shocks me is the number of them who still carry what appears to me when I talk to them, the trauma of the experience of being involved in the centre of the Men's Shed Association. And also, when their sons, they don't really want to go back there. They don't want to go back there. They don't want to revisit it. And you wonder why. But anyway, so I said, I've told those people, I mean, I've been sent information, just in one situation, have been sent in for correspondence between that person and Enda Egan. And it reflects very poorly on Enda Egan. But at the same time, he said to me, I'm giving you this, but I'm not allowing you use it. And if you do, I'll deny I gave it again. I said, I'm not trying to build any of my case or whatever in relation to the IMSA on the basis of somebody else's hearsay. I have to do it on the basis of reproducible, auditable evidence that I can put forward, and that's what I'm doing, as in this recording.
Part of that group, but I've talked to Kevin McNamara and all them, which way before your time.
So so I mentioned the name Kevin McNamara there, so I mean, I've put it out there publicly. Kevin McNamara was, he tells me he was the secretary of the board of the Irish Men's Shed at one stage. I think it might be as far back as 2015, 16, 17, 18, that sort of time. And I have spoken to him, because his name is mentioned there. I just need to say that I didn't speak to him. I didn't find him initially in this. I spoke to him a number of years ago and would have had some contact with him over a number of years ago. And it's up to Kevin McNamara to make his pitch if he so chooses. I'm not relying on anything he has told me in relation to this. I'm relying on the information that I have divulged or exposed or surfaced myself.
Which way before your time. And I've listened to their stories. Say, why did anybody feel they had to try and control this thing the way it is? Why isn't a representative organisation like the GA and everything else? Why is somebody asking that question? Like, do I care? Do I want to be the president of Men's Sheds? No, I just want to live in Donegal, walk the beaches and write about really interesting topics like this. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, so I mean, again, just my frustration even doing this now. When I came to Donegal, I didn't come to Donegal to be chairman of the local men's shed or to try and become the director or chief executive officer or chairman of Irish Men's Sheds Association. Nothing like that at all. That's not my interest at all. I really want to write about, I say, my favourite and passionate topic, which is, does it matter, and reflect on that in relation to how I've lived my life. So, I mean, my work around the men's sheds is, I've been delighted in the community that I was invited into the community. It gave me the opportunity to meet people in the community, make good relationships. And when we came up here to Donegal, myself and my woman Mary, we wanted to be contributors to the community. That's what our view is here. So I've been drawn into this because we can't escape. I mean, when the sort of attack that's been levied at our shed in the way that it has by an individual called James Boyle becomes unstoppable as he tries to engage all of the official organisations and statutorily paid bodies, etc., and that there's not processes in place to deal with, not to evaluate, to go through a real clear process and evaluate all of this, then I need to take this stand. And this is not my choice. It is obviously my choice to make it as a decision by me to make a stand, but I shouldn't be doing this. I mean, when all this public money has been spent to these people to supposedly play the executive role in the Irish Men's Shed Association, they're making such a mess with this, just makes things a lot worse.
That's what I want to do. So you'll be in chapter 22 of volume 3.
Yeah, but I think the answer to your question is that we want to keep the energy within the sheds, because each shed within itself.
So he's saying the big is we want to keep the energy within the sheds. This is ridiculous stuff. I mean, these people are doing nothing to actually build up that resilient capacity within sheds. Like in the first video that I recorded, Andy Egan makes it clear that the sheds, in his view, that simply just wouldn't have the capacity to deal with a conflict that arose in our shed. And they've done nothing about it. And most importantly, they haven't even dealt with this conflict.
Is doing work in its commission for the men in its area. If we were to become like the GA and the headquarters' job was to manage.
But the GA do fine on the ground. The GA in every parish in this country, and I'm not a GA man, but the GA do wonder. Without the GA, the whole country would fall apart. So whatever they're doing with the management, they're not actually taking away from the local impetus.
But on the other side, if the sheds don't have somebody advocating for them and trying to get funding and get support for the sheds and for initiatives like Shed for Life and the other things that we do run.
Anyway, look, you're only in. Hold on, you're only in.
I'm only learning.
You're only in a way. I have never ever attributed anything to you that relates to something that happened before you. And I would be clear on that. I accept the clock only starts from you got involved with me. That's all. There's no right, whatever history. Yeah. I'm only saying to go and tell the end of what I've said.
Yeah, so just be clear there. And again, anything I've said at any time, I accept this guy joined the IMSA sometime in the latter half of 2024. So anything has happened before this, none of this is his responsibility. I'm only holding him responsible for anything that happened since then where he's got involved. So he's responsible, as far as I'm concerned. I'm holding him accountable to how he's behaved at this meeting today. For stuff that happened before his time, he should have said, that's before my time, I don't know. Anything else that has, like, he has obviously been given the job of management this situation by Andy Egan, and he's just making a mess of it. That's all he's doing. up to now. I mean, this meeting has been a hopeless meeting. When I left this meeting, did I think this guy was going to deliver? Like, look, I have the saying learned from, at my mother's knee, fool me once, shaming you, fool me twice, shaming me. So look, this was his chance. When he went away and he said, I'm going to do this thing and I'm going to get you clarity within a week's time, I'm going to get you your complaint and all the rest. I can tell you it never happened. So therefore, like, there won't be a second chance. He's already had that chance.
Because at the end, as a man, I would say that if he was here now, that's severely saddened and disappointed on a personal level.
And again, I had repeated for him there that idea of the tail end of that.
I'm only saying to go and tell Enda what I've said, because
so again, like he's been told, this is important because it comes up, its relevance will be seen in the third conversation.
Because at the end, as a man, I would say that if he was here now, that's severely saddened and disappointed on a personal level. I don't know whether you thought I was just going to drop dead and die, but for me to allow the behaviour of this individual to win, if his behaviour was allowed to win, I would have failed in every aspect of my life as an engineer, as an educator, as a father, and as a human being. I will not let that happen.
So I mean, that I'm commenting there on the behaviour of James Boyle, the person, disgruntled ex-member, who in my view has traversed any level of decency, morality, logic and everything else, but has foisted an enormous personal vendetta, and particularly as in, I'm an outsider of this place, and while a lot of it is directed at me, simply because I've been this person who scaffolded support in terms of documentation for the shed, etc. I don't have a particular, in terms of Jimmy's behaviours, etc. I wasn't involved in any of the original arguments between Jimmy Boyle and the shed, or J.J. Bradley and the shed at all. But my role has been to support the shed and the shed leadership, and in recognition of the lack of experience and the absolutely failure by the IMSA to provide any of that training, and including, by the way, the DLDC. I mean, these people are paid money out of EU SICAP money with the objective, as I understand the SICAP programme, is to build up resilience and capacity within sheds and community groups themselves. And I can say that, I can just tell you measurably, I mean, I'm measuring this, and in my experience as an educator having to evaluate people, this has been dreadful. And there's no, so do I make friends out of this? No, people, look at that fella, to give out about me. But never mind giving out about me. I just set it down, make measurements of things. So, I mean, it is, so that's why for me to allow Jimmy Boyle to destroy the local men's shed in Donegal, I think that would be a failure of responsibility in my part, if I can do anything about it. If I can strive to make the truth come out, then that's my responsibility.
And my belief is that the main sheds in the association has certain values in terms of equality and fairness and all of that we espouse, and I would like to see them implemented in terms.
So this is now what his values are. Listen, well, let him say what he says.
Okay.
We will stay in touch, and I will give you the commitment that he'll be in touch. We'll do it in the next before the end of next week. And I think you will be.
Sorry, I need to just go back there. Probably at this time of the conversation is moving on. So I'm just at 1:13. Just let me go back. 40,
and my belief is that the main sheds in the association has certain values in terms of equality and fairness and all of that we espouse.
So again, he's talking about, I believe, what the sheds stand for, right?
And my belief is that the main sheds in the association has certain values in terms of equality.
I believe the men's sheds and associates have certain values.
And my belief is that the main sheds in the association has certain values in terms of equality and fairness and all of that we espouse.
And all these values, equality and fairness, etc. Look, this is spouting word salad. These people have put this up on their websites, and their values are transparency and accountability to sheds, and every single solitary action, which is documented by me in meticulous detail, is proof totally to the contrary.
And I would like to see them implemented in terms of a process that hopefully would, in an ideal world, would see a resolution.
So, and he says he would like them shown in a process. I'm just sorry, I don't even put words in the guy's mouth.
Espouse, and I would like to see them implemented in terms of a process that hopefully would, that in an ideal world, would see a resolution.
So he'd like to see them implemented in a process that hopefully would produce a resolution. And he's just doing nothing, him and his organisation. So he's representing his boss, the CEO, who's representing the Irish Men's Association. These people have done nothing but add to the problem. Like, they're asked a very simple thing. Somebody lodges a complaint. You go to the person, the target of the complaint, say, there's a copy of the complaint, there's the supportive evidence. How do you respond? It's now 2 years, guys. 2 full years. Right? 13th of January, 2026. Almost 2 full years since the 24th of January, 2024. And the complaint was originally, the letter was originally sent to Endegan on the 6th of January, from what he said in the first conversation. 2 full years. And we haven't been given this thing. And this guy's talking about implementing a process that would be fair and reasonable and all the rest. My God.
Now, personally, I don't see what that resolution could possibly lead to everyone's satisfaction, but I live in hope. And
Okay.
We will stay in touch, and I will give you the commitment that I will be in touch
Right.
with you within the next before the end of next week. And I do think you will be seeing progress in terms of these documents.
And I will follow up my commitment. Now, it depends on what's on this recording. We're recording in all sorts of bad acoustic conditions. Whatever I have, I'll give you the raw data. Is that okay? The raw, unfiltered data. Okay?
So listen, lads.
All the best. All right, men.
Okay, so we've come to the end of that recording. And again, this guy has given me this commitment. He's going to go back next week and get all these things and just say. So I suppose I should end this up with a bit of a follow-up as to what happened next. So as a bit of an epilogue, I suppose, to that meeting that took place between myself, Aidan Ó Gormáin, the Assistant CEO of the IMSA, and Austin O'Donnell, the Chairman of the shed, or Scioból of our men's shed in Donegal, as I undertook to do just at the latter part of that conversation when we discussed me recording the meeting. I said I would send that information to him. So on the 20th of May, which was 4 or 5 days later, I sent actually it might have been on the 19th, I think I just sent him that same file, that audio file that I've just been going through for the last lengthy period of time. And I made some reflections to him and asked him, and what I offered him was that if he felt there was anything that he wished to revisit or correct or state, that we should add that augmented to the record. So just the very next day, so quite quickly, he had responded. And this is what he said. Now, if you go back to the thing, he said that I asked him, do you stand over it? And he said, well, I would have to go back and listen to it again. So when I sent it to him, this is what he wrote back to me. Or some of it, sorry, just at the end. He says, I acknowledge your email. I have taken a copy of this file you provided and put it on a memory key. I won't be storing it on any other device and will be happy to delete it at any time when you likewise confirm that you have no further use for it and have deleted all copies. I don't intend listening back over it, but from what you've said in your email, I doubt there is anything in it that requires you to hold on to it. I personally find the taping of conversation without prior knowledge objectionable, though I understand that the law only requires single-party consent to record. I ask that you in future inform me at the start if you decide to record any conversations between us, and please act on the basis that such conversations are not for publication without my express consent. I reaffirm that I did not give you permission for our conversation on last Wednesday, May the 14th, to be published or disseminated. So I've just been reading that from the email. Now, it's really interesting. So one, I don't know, look, this guy, this sounds like he's talked to someone. Again, these people have talked about having other legal people, etc. And yes, he confirms that this was, the recording was lawful. And then he's asking me, essentially, to bury it. So you know what we want to do? This is the learning that we all discussed. He talked about learning, I talked about learning, Enda talked about learning, we're going into corporate learning, etc. So we're going to learn about everything by for destroying all the records. Now, actually, as in the follow-up conversation, the recording I'll have that I had with Aidan on the 1st of October, you'll understand why the IMSA have a great habit of disappearing information. When I originally went looking for information back about my original bad experience with Eva Byrne having been dumped unceremoniously out of a WhatsApp group simply because I was trying to promote Zoom during that terrible period of COVID. So they couldn't find information. Nobody has it. When I sent them a copy of our grievance processes, they then said they don't have that information. So deleting records is a great way for them to eradicate corporate memory. It's like the Ministry of Truth in 1984. Have the big fire at the end of the day, burn the records. But more importantly, when I asked him if he stood over what he said I have to listen back to it. So as part of his own personal professional development, CPD, continuous professional development as an MBA and on LinkedIn, he makes sure that he cannot learn from what has happened because he won't listen to it. So he's not prepared to listen back. I've had to suffer listening to myself for the last period of time going through this, and I take responsibility. I'm the guy in the conversation. Now, you might say, well, I have an advantage. I know I'm recording it. I've been recording stuff for so long now that it's second nature to me to do that. And part of that is through whatever understanding I've had about neurolinguistic programming, where you talk about the third person, that other part of oneself that observes one's behaviour and with whom you have a discussion afterwards about, what went well, what went wrong, what would be better. That's the way I operate. I tend, when I'm in a situation, to try and also have a parallel recording going on, whether that's just within my person or with a physical recording. I do that. I go back and stuff to review is that what I thought it was. But Aidan Ó Gormáin has said, no, this and in some ways, and this shouldn't be public. This is a matter of public interest. Now, the reason it's public interest, because it's spending your taxpayers' money and my taxpayers' money. And I'm mindful of a comment made by the late Adrian Hardy, when a Supreme Court judge, in one of the judgments I read somewhere. But he said something I thought was interesting. What interests the public is not necessarily the same as what is in the public interest. So many people, when I've tried to raise these issues within men's sheds conversations, just get on with it. We don't want to hear all that stuff, just bury it all, etc. That doesn't make that the public interest. The public interest is for correct processes and proper governance. Like the statements about what proper governance are, they're already well established. The idea of what fair play and due process, they're already established. These have not been complied with at any level within the Irish Men's Shed Association. And I have essentially been vilified by them through all of this process, as that will come more apparent in the next conversation. So I hope you have, anybody who's visited us so far, I hope you've gleaned some insight into what actually happens in a realistic mess, and ask yourself, are you familiar? Is this the first time you've ever come across this? Are you familiar in your own world? Do you think that if we don't clean up our own mess at our own level, how are we going to solve world problems? Like, everybody's going on now about what's happening in the world, what's happening in Gaza, what's happening in Venezuela, now what's going to happen, in Greenland and everything. We're all involved. We all have opinions about this. We can do all of this, but what are we doing on our own doorstep about cleaning up our own mess? That's the question. And of course, does it matter?